Shit.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Can I get a thumbs up? How's my audio? Is it crackling? Is it clear? I think we got the headset situation together. So if I can get some thumbs up on that, I would appreciate it. One, I got a one. Okay. All right, good. Well, first of all, hello. Happy Saturday to you. Welcome in, welcome in. I know some people ask me about the whole time moving around thing, and originally I had planned to go live earlier today because something I had planned something this afternoon and it was a conflict with the family thing that got rescheduled. So we're back. We're back at our normal time. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who's come in here, anybody who's coming through on Twitch. I appreciate you all. This has been a discussion, the whole topic. Boys will be boys, but girls are fast. Has been a topic that's been going around like floating in this space for a while. And I kind of just wanted to have a little discussion about it because I've been in the clouds in a few spaces, I've been in the chat in a few others, and I've just kind of been like observing and the one thing that I noticed, well, I'll preface this by saying I'm not someone who is bothered so much so by like double standards. I understand that men and women are fundamentally very different, and that's okay. While we may be able to, I think there's a balance. There's a natural balance that goes with it, okay? So I'm not saying that I expect for the genders to be viewed as fundamentally equal, if that makes sense. But what I do think should be treated equal is the promotion or punishment of sexuality amongst the children. And I'll try to make that make more sense as I go along here. But one of the things that we really don't focus on, I think, is the fact that we will have two different terms for boys versus girls when it comes to their curiosity, sexual nature, whatever you want to call it. Like, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds of that because it gets a little iffy. That's a tricky conversation. But what I will say is, on one hand, we have boys who are considered mannish, and on the other hand, we have girls which are considered fat. And the fast label has always been considered a derogatory or negative term. You've never called a girl fast as a positive. And I feel like it really does a disservice to the girls because you're putting a stigma on them that I don't think is really just or earned or due. Like, oh, okay, so the first thing that I want to ask you as a group, as a crowd, is to just think for a second. Can you recall like the first adult label that someone ever put on you as a kid and how that made you feel. And hey, May, I see you came in. Welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate you coming through. But like, just think about that. I want the men to think about it. I want the women to think about it. Did it ever happen to you as a kid? I don't think I was ever like labeled fast. That was never a thing that I was called. But I was, as a child, a developed child. So, I've told this before. Like, I remember walking home from school with my book bag on in like seventh and eighth grade, and grown men would like be pulling up on the side of me, hollering out the side of their car. And I'm looking like, what the hell? Like, I'm pretty sure you probably had kids in your back seat that weren't that far off in age from me. Like, it's just, it's weird things that happen. And then, as a girl, you have no control over the way that your body develops and like what's going on with that. Um, So like it's a stigma that I just don't think that the girls deserve, especially because the flip side of that is rewarded. And I have a video that we're going to review, and I see DJ just came in. Hey DJ. Actually I am going to be reviewing part of your stream you recently did with you had a panel up there and JP was on it, and he actually made some statements that I felt like fully embody the whole purpose of my stream today. So we're going to review that. And I'm going to open up the panel eventually, but I just want to talk about like, I don't know how many people are parents. You don't have to identify yourself if you don't want to. That's really not any of my business, but I do want you to consider the messaging that you're giving to kids, especially when you have the attitude of trying to keep your daughters virgins until they're 40 or 30 or 20, and then promoting sexuality to your sons and your nephews at 12. I just saw Anton Daniels say he was piping down at 11. I don't even know how that was possible, but okay, sure, we'll go with that. Um, but yeah, it's just a weird thing. It's like, again, I'm not saying that men and women are equal, but I am saying that, don't you think it's a conflicting message when you tell your sons to go out there and get as many girls as they can, all at the same time of trying to keep your girls virgins? Like, who are they supposed to be having sex with then? Like, who are you encouraging them to go and knock down? I'm just confused by that because it's clearly going to be somebody's daughter out there. Like, where does the responsibility come into play? And hey, Zero, welcome in. I see that you're coming. You've come in as well. Let me see. Oh, and I should pull up some of these. Hey, One Spheres, I didn't see you slip in on me. Yes, I'm bringing up uh the comments. Sorry, I do start talking and I don't bring comments up. Conceited, hello, welcome in. You have been missing. Hello. One second. Okay, so you say nope. You didn't get any labels, Irby. No labels were put on you. Okay. Did you know where this is going? Yeah, you know where this is going. You sure do. Um, Zero, hello, welcome in. And then Irby says, as a matter of fact, you remember your uncle came to visit for the first time and he asked you how many girlfriends you had at the time when you were 14. I listen. My brother's 6 years younger than me, one of my brothers, right? I remember the uncles coming around and him being like single digit ages. How many girlfriends you got now? How many girlfriends? And I'm looking like, what the hell? What are y'all doing? Well, come on, tell me how many girlfriends you got. I'm like, oh, it's time for you to go, Unc. Um, yeah. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring up the video. Where did I put it is the question. I don't want to show you my StreamYard. Are y'all having a good day today? How is your Saturday going? Like, it's birds chirping, the sun is out. It was cold this morning. I woke up and I was bundled. When I tell you bundled, bundled. I had something even cover my head. I was that cold. I don't know where that snap came from. But yeah, it's good now. I think, okay, so confession. I think I've officially entered like my auntie era, like my real auntie era, because as we speak, I am currently seasoning my cast iron skillets. So that's why it's like nice and toasty in here. My oven's on like 490 because I wanted to season my cast iron. Yup. Um, video. I think I just got away from it. And you said it's chilling, hot as hell. What does that mean, Irby? Oh, you're chilling and it's hot as hell. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Can I see it from this view? No. Okay, so I have to make a change because I have it on, I think I have it unlisted and I want to list it so that I can actually show it. Bear with me a minute. Okay, so now it should be showing. And if I refresh, what do we see? And by the way, hey zero. Um, by the way, JP, I had a video premiere earlier of JP being over here on the panel because he seems to think that he has not been in any women's panels, women's spaces where they haven't kicked him. He stood on that last night. Now, I made a point because I how do I want to say this? He made a point to say that all of the women who have panels kick him off when he starts to talk his talk, right? And we don't want to hear the truth, blah, blah, blah. And I got a little bit offended by that because I'm like, you either forgot that you were here or you overlooked it or you're being willfully ignorant to the fact that while I am a small channel and it's a small space, the fact is, I did allow you to come to speak. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't shut you down. Like it just it's weird when men make these claims and you say women lie and they're delusional when they get on these channels and these panels and they tell false truths and that you want other people to call these women out for their um digression. I think I said that wrong. That's I know what word I mean, but it's not coming. Either way, I reposted that video because I wanted to disprove what he said and to turn around and allow just refresh his memory. And I have a part two coming as well, just FYI. So that'll probably be tomorrow. But where is it? Let me come out of here. And I see Christine is coming. Hey, Christine. INC, hello. Gabe A, hello. Tell Nyla I said hello as well. And one second here. Videos. Okay, I got it. So let's make this large and then we're going to share it. Oh, wait, I don't want you to play. Don't play, don't play. Pause. Okay. And then share screen. Okay, so this is the video at the stage. This is the video that kind of goes along. This is not the video that sparked the conversation. I've had this kind of lined up for a while, but this goes back to the whole R. Kelly thing where his, I don't even want to call the girl a victim. The young lady who was in the video, released her book and did an interview, and then the discussions that were had by various platforms regarding her and her I guess participation as they considered it in what happened. And then like I said, I've heard various conversations surrounding kids and sexual nature. Even recently, I think Tommy Sotomayor was on a panel, and one of the things that he was talking about, which kind of was the real reason that I decided to do this stream, was him talking about girls and being fast. And I forget who said it. Somebody on the panel was talking about how the girls were getting caught giving head at school, and they were getting in all this trouble and taken to the principal's office. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Well, who was she giving head to? Like, how do you take her to the principal's office and make it seem like these girls are villains? You're demonizing them, but who was she giving head to? Not herself. Like, there's clearly there's a scarlet letter like trope to this, if that makes any sense. What's happening is you're allowing one part to be villainized and the other part is not even really mentioned, not even really considered. And so I think it's because of the mentalities like the one displayed now.
Contradiction. I would say no. I also don't want. I also would rather my nephews and sons get all the pussy they can at 12. But when it comes to my nieces and my daughters, hell no.
No,
So
no,
it's like the nuances. The life is a contradiction. Of course, I don't want my kids to have sex until they grown. Oh.
Wait. I think all kids should have sex when they're grown. You know what I'm saying?
No, my nephews got to get it in. I don't give a fuck what YouTube talking about. I love my.
Now I hope you guys can hear that. Can you hear the video okay? And can somebody give okay, so I can tell by Tip's response, you heard that. You heard all of that. Okay, good.
My nephew's gonna tell me, I just made this bitch down. Like, what's up, dick dog?
No, dog.
But it's a contradiction because I'm not gonna be laughing, nigga talk about my daughter and them like that, even though I was like that when I was young. Life is this is what they be like, oh, JP is a contradiction. Life is a contradiction. What I would do a lot of stuff to people that I wouldn't want done to me. Is a
So that's the end of the clip. So I see you, Chaco, and I see your question. Why do y'all take him serious? It's not about taking him serious. He's not the only one with this mentality. What I'm trying to show you is although this seems real like low vibrational, low level, this is a lot of men's mentality when it comes to their sons, their nephews, their little brothers, themselves. That's why we have this whole issue with men saying that it's no big deal when they were boys, underage boys, having sex with older women. Like, it's because of these sorts of mentalities. And JP is not the only one. He's just the one willing to say it. I just want to add some more comments here. Hello to everybody coming in. I hope that El Boogie, I see you. Welcome in, sis. Let me see. Is it Jace Talento? No, Jace Tolentino. Hello, Jace. Welcome in. I appreciate you coming in. Hopefully, I didn't mess your name up too much. Free the Green, welcome in as well. So, if you all didn't see the video or didn't hear the video, basically, there is a common ideology amongst, I don't even want to put it all the way off on men because I feel like a lot of women feel this way too. Like, it's okay for your sons to go out and gain all of this sexual experience as children. But if your daughters were to do the same thing, you demonize them. I'm not advocating for promiscuity amongst the children. What I'm saying is both of them should not be encouraged to be doing this. Don't let one off and punish the other. That's where I'm saying make it equal, bring the equality into the situation. It's not because men and women are equal. This is because children should be on an equal playing field. That's the point that I'm coming from. And especially when you consider the labels, fast is a very negative label to put on a young girl, especially because like if they're in a smaller community like schools and whatnot, like that can follow her all the way through until she graduates. It's just, I don't know if anybody's ever really sat down to think about it, while you're encouraging these girls to be virgins and encouraging the boys to go be whores, who are they supposed to whore around with? It's either going to be other boys, it's either going to be other girls, or it's going to be grown women. Like, are y'all following me here? Is it making sense? Like, and I just want to say, hold on, I'm trying to get caught up. Chaotic Truth has the same mentality. He didn't see anything wrong with black teen athletes sexually engaging with their white female teachers. That's the problem. The problem. That's the whole issue. And then, like, those ladies are weird. Like, I'm just gonna go on record and say I don't think that it's ever okay for a grown woman to sexually abuse a young boy. Like, you shouldn't have any dealings with anybody underage at any point in time. That makes you a weirdo in my book. I don't care. Hold on. I have a newly teenage boy, girl, constantly get the same message from me, but I explain the outcomes. Yes, it's different, and they won't be labeled the same. That's like if you look at the thumbnail. Even in my thumbnail, the young boy, like, he looks smooth. He looks like the Mac, right? Like, he's gonna get all this hype. Oh, how many girls? And then the girl, like, she's just standing there looking like a regular teenage girl, and the way that people perceive her because of labeling put on her. We can't stop how people look at us. And for the most part, you shouldn't give a fuck, to be honest. But we're talking about kids versus like adults. And even the way that the adults talk about those kids was disgusting. Like, I couldn't wrap my brain around listening to grown men. But then I thought about it. I said, these would be the same grown men that would pull up to me being a seventh and eighth grader with a book bag on, trying to holler. So why am I surprised? Damn. Why am I surprised? Um, Let me see. Hey, hustler, welcome in. Zero says, I've always hated that double standard because it blames one gender for the same thing the other gender is doing. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. That's exactly it. Hey, Barb, welcome in. Hold on, Barb. I thought you had, hold on one second. Welcome in, Barb. Appreciate you coming through. And no, okay, conceded. Why is it not equal? Why are your daughters and your sons as children, mind you? That's the baseline I'm coming from. I'm not looking at equality man woman. I'm looking at equality children, the age. Why are you not looking at them as equal at that time frame? Because Anton sat here and bragged about being an 11-year-old having sex, right? And I think the girl was 13. But if the reverse had happened, if I were a grown woman sitting on the panel bragging about having sex as an 11-year-old, nobody would think that was okay. Y'all would all think I was weird for that. So I'm just confused. Like, how is it? I don't know. It said Boosie said the same thing. And yes, this is why I can't fool with Boosie today. I remember hearing him say that he had a grown woman. I think he paid some stripper to have sex with his like 14 or 13-year-old son to make sure that he wasn't going to turn out gay. You're so worried about him being now here's my question. What in you and your son gave you the indication that he was going to be gay? Because I don't just wake up one day and look at like my nieces and nephews and say, you're going to be gay. Did he break a wrist or something? Like, what happened that made you think along the lines of, you know what, I got to fix this? Because if there was no problem, what were you doing? And then the grown woman that did it, like, ugh. Yes, it's a double standard, but this is one of those double standards that I don't agree with, that I don't think should be in place because I mean, look how many, oh my God, okay. Look how many dysfunctional adults we have because of things like this. Like, have y'all processed that? Like I said before, I don't believe in the term fast girls. There are no fast girls. We are so quick to label girls and be like, oh, she knew what she was doing. Like one of those girls over on Anton's panel talking about she just wanted to have sex with R. Kelly because he was a grown man. And At 12 years old, that's what you think she was thinking about with R. Kelly? I remember having celebrity crushes. Do you think that I was thinking about getting pissed on? Are you serious? Like, some of y'all are so pick me'd out. Like, you got to really stop and think about what you're saying. And to me, it's more an indication of how you were as a young girl versus how this girl was. You don't know anything about her other than the fact that a grown man took advantage of her, put her on a VHS tape, and put it out to the world. And now you label her fast and this, that, and the other. I said it before. If you look into the psychology of most of these quote unquote fast girls, these fast girls are damaged girls. They were taken advantage of at some point in their younger years so that it became normalized for them to be promiscuous. The only way they know how to relate in some ways is through sex. Have you thought about that? The deep South mentality is what it is. I tend to look at people regionally as well as how they were raised. I could be wrong, but I find certain mentalities to be common under certain circumstances. Okay. And yes, grown women. Grown women, okay, I'm gonna open the panel because I think I might be missing something with that. I think I might be missing. You said our program or programming males to not settle down while grooming females from youth to be wife material. Baby, y'all not even speaking the same language. You got her out here searching for the one, the one, the one, the one, the one, and asking your nephews and your sons how many girlfriends they got. What is happening? Like, it is so crazy to me, and I laugh about that a lot, to be honest. Hey, Scholar, welcome in. How your eyes working today? I see you done dropped both of them. I'm surprised you can still see. Let me get caught up. And yes, please hit the like button if you're in here. I would greatly appreciate it if you would hit the like button for me. Um, you said you think race plays a role in this, especially in regards to Black girls. That's a good point, Irby. I've never heard a white person call their daughters fast. That is definitely a Black term. Whores, maybe, but I never heard them call them fast. Y'all see the video of a mother catching a 20? Yes, exactly. The mom stood on business with that. She was mad as hell. And I think that lady went to jail, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to show that as well. Thank you for reminding me of that, L Boogie. Thank you, because that was one of the things that I had in my like list on Instagram to bring up. The fast label. Yes. You said you just mentioned yes. L Boogie. You had the same exact experience. Sounds right. Boosie is a weirdo. Co-sign that. Co-sign. Shout out to Metallica. It's sad but true. Did I say something in reference to Metallica? I don't even know. Okay. I'm just going through making sure I'm not missing any more. Like, when you're a young boy, you don't know certain rough and tumble tendencies and ways can be seen as girly. A lot of boys are raised under their mother and take feminine ways until they grow out. I mean, maybe, but then even so, okay, here's the thing. Like, I didn't grow up in a single parent household. I grew up with both parents, right? So I recognize that I might be speaking from a place of privilege with that. But I'll say this. I've seen people, men and women, grow up in single mother raised households. And that doesn't automatically mean that that man, boy, whatever, is going to grow up to be effeminate. Y'all are like often overlooking the uncles, the cousins, like the male figures of the family who are part of the village that surrounds. So even if the father wasn't there, in a lot of cases, there should be, if you have a big enough family. I'll say again, I speak from a place of privilege. I have a big family. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound overly arrogant or whatever with that. I'm just saying the village is comprised of more than just the dad. There's a lot of other male figures that can be there and should be there if the village is working as it's supposed to. Irby is actually a whole section Yeah, there is an R. Kelly sector. There is actually an R. Kelly sector, and they are still trying to prove that man innocent. Crazy. That's because the black community detests black women. But you know what, Chaco? It's not just the black community. Like, it's the same thing even in the white community. They have, like, especially the Bible Belt and like the purity Christian culture. I remember I had a teacher in high school, Greek lady. I don't want to say her name because I'm about to tell her story. But shout out to you. You know who you are. She told a story of growing up Catholic. And I want to say she was Greek Orthodox Catholic, if I'm not mistaken, and how they remained virgins because they just didn't take it in the vagina. So you do with that what you will. Yeah, that's how they got down. I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. So she was able to claim her virginity and get married and everything being a virgin because every other hole got used. Go figure. I would never call my daughter a derogatory name. Me neither. Like, I think that's crazy, but it does happen. Being raised up under your mother doesn't necessarily mean the boy is going to be. Thank you, Zero. I concur. I know way too many like single parent raised men who are still men, still have like they have the masculinity. I, being born, being a child raised by a single mother can have negative effects. Yes, it doesn't mean it always will. But that's why I say that village has to come into play. I was thankful for any sexual experience with a woman, especially at ow, I just poked myself in the eye. Y'all didn't need to know that, but I did. Especially at those ages, LOL, boys have fantasies and want to touch and explore women as they're growing up and hormones change. Everybody has hormones though. Young boys and young girls do too. Like there's a point in your development where you go from just being unaware to being curious, right? And I'm saying, don't I don't know how to say this because I don't want it to come off like I said, it's a sensitive subject, and I don't want to seem like I'm advocating for something that I'm not. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't shun your children on either side. Like there's a healthy way to go about allowing them to explore themselves and learn about themselves without shutting one down or encouraging the other to be like over the top with it. And hey, Liberated, welcome in, welcome in. You said, man, it's crazy. I literally just said boys will be boys to my kin folks. Fact, fact, fact. Okay. Always blaming the women. Much love. Yeah, I hope everybody's good as well. If you all are coming in here, please hit the like button. Thank you for hitting it. Share it out if you want, to share it out. I would appreciate that as well. I remember Brittany Renner pulling up to a college campus and told people to hide their sons. Right. I'm just going through real quick. Did you all see the video? Make sure I catch. Man, that's what did he say? So that comment that was just on the screen, I remember years ago looking through old photos when I was a kid and had my mom had me posing crazy as hell. In one pic, I had smoked for her. Okay, nothing is a guarantee or automatic. We just make general assumptions based on average patterns, and that's true. White folk are way worse than us. Hell, they are the OGs of abuse, and it still continues regularly. As Queen would say. Okay, hold on. That they practice that heavily in religious communities. The white girls are taught to start practicing oral sex early. I was raised around them. You just want to be clear, okay? The brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25. When you're underage, you're still figuring things out and can be easily influenced. Yeah. Going back to the whole R. Kelly thing, hearing the women like, and it wasn't all of them. It was some of the women on the panel like really talk about these girls were doing this and these girls were doing that, and they're just whores. They're just this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, what about You say this about the girls, but y'all completely leave out the boys that they're participating in this with. And I'm trying to understand why all of the responsibility and all of the blame goes on the girl when it takes two people to be able to do what they were doing. Two people or more, if we're being honest. So like the fact that you can just completely act like here, you know what? Where is it? Because I took notes and it was something that I wanted to bring up. Like it's the stigma of fast. It's almost exclusively a derogatory term and it carries heavy weight and shame and can cause social isolation. Like it's I don't even want to go down the trouble, but let's steer away from that because I was about to say something regarding like how social media and it has impacted it, like the videos and things. Like, do y'all realize that some of these kids are engaging in like recording of themselves? And like that could be a crime. Even if you are a kid, recording yourself in a sexual act with another kid is still considered child porn. And they don't even have the bandwidth to understand the damages and danger that they're putting themselves like in. So one of the things that I feel like with the whole fast thing is we don't give the girls the opportunity to really be girls. It's like they go from being babies to being women almost overnight. The second they start growing a pair of boobs and the figure starts to fit. I had size not okay. Ooh, my brain is working too fast now. Slow down. I remember being 9 when my breast came in and I had a C cup. What the fuck was I supposed to do about that as a kid? But people will say, like, once she hits her period, once she hits puberty, she's a woman. No, I was a kid. Like, people just, like, y'all don't be thinking sometimes. And I don't know if it's because people just don't have enough, like, you don't have girls. If you have a lot of boys, it might be easier for you to overlook that. But after you become a parent, I would anticipate that your mentality would change because now, uh-oh, it could happen to you. It could happen to your kid. It's like a loss of innocence. You label these girls fast, and they just being little girls. And in the eyes of the public, black women, black girls are already adultified. I don't even know if that's a real word, but like we take away their ability to be children very quickly. And it's this projected maturity that is placed on them. And then the flip side of that is like the boys, their projected maturity ends up being like they're seen as how do I want to say that? There's like a level of like admiration that's being expressed when you find out these boys are like doing sexual things. And I'm just like, I scratch my head to that because it's like, how are you villainizing the girls while simultaneously uplifting the boys? And don't you realize like they are like they're on the same level doing this? Like it's just mind blowing to me. Am I the only person who is disturbed? I'm very much so disturbed by it. And I feel like if you're going to call it out equally or shut the fuck up about it. Don't call the girls fast. Don't label them. Don't shame them if you're going to hype these boys up. Whew. Music Man, hello, welcome in. I appreciate you coming through. And you said they practice that. Um, hello. I said what I said. Welcome in. I appreciate you coming through. You said you blame the parents of those underage girls for allowing R. Kelly to do what he did. That's true. I have a cousin. I have a cousin who went to an R. Kelly concert. I'm in Chicago, y'all. I don't know if how many people knew that or didn't. But she and I are around the same age. And she went to an R. Kelly concert when she was 14. My auntie took her. Not her mother, but our mutual aunt took her. And my aunt told us how somebody came out and picked my cousin out of the crowd and was trying to get her to come on stage with R. Kelly. She was 14. My aunt was like, no, what are you talking about? She was not, she's like, if she's going, we both going. What do you mean? And I'm like, now, after everything that came out, I was like, yo, you don't even know you probably saved that girl. Um, takes two to tango, equal smoke. Poor behavior is poor behavior, whether you're a man or a woman. And see, I always try and take it off man or woman because I think when we throw man, woman into, when we add the adult ages into it, that's what allows people to feel like it's not really a big deal. Like, I can't, I'm going to come back to that thought. Do you think the parents are being honest to their kids? No, I don't think they're being honest to their kids equally. I don't think the men who have the mentality of telling their sons to go get some pussy when they're 12 are not going to say that in front of their daughters. That's why I say no. I don't think that they're being honest equally. I think they're telling their girls one messaging and telling their boys another messaging, and they're making sure they can't, like, they're not within ear's length of each other when they do it because they don't want the girls to overhear what they're saying to the boys. And I have to ask my brother. I'll go back and ask him. If my dad ever said that to him, if he was ever encouraged to go get some experience at a young age. I never even asked him that. Now y'all got me thinking. It's human nature and a wave of the future. When we were young, we didn't have a camera phone available. If we did, we put yes, thank God we didn't have a camera when we were kids. For all of the stupid things. I'm not even talking about just like this particular topic, but think about all the stupid things you did as a kid that could have been caught on tape that wasn't, that probably spared you. You heard some old dudes say that when they were younger teenagers, they immediately you said, I heard some old dudes say that when I was a teenager, and I had immediately shut that down because it sounded stupid. And then you left the conversation afterwards because you were so disgusted. I understand. Hey, Don, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. It's seen as masculine and code of honor amongst the men. Yes, it is. But they never consider the fact that while you're encouraging him to go out, these boys to go out and get as much vagina. Now, mind you, are y'all even talking to them about the fact that these girls could get pregnant? Are you talking to them about STDs? Or while you encouraging them to get as much box as they can that young? Are you at least teaching them how to protect themselves? Like, because I didn't hear that in the clip with JP. I didn't hear any of that. And we know he's the STD clinic king, right? He's told us many times he's been there. So I doubt if you aren't using protection for yourself, I doubt if you're telling them boys to go get some. Blame R. Kelly because he actively sought out those teenage girls. That is correct. Hey, Tequila. Welcome in, Tequila. A-Dub, thank you for coming through. If you all could hit the like button as you come in, I would appreciate it. I know I've been running my mouth. I promise y'all I'm trying to get some valid points out and make it make sense so that when I do open the panel, we can have an honest, open discussion. And Vigodi, you're asking, unfortunately, you said, unfortunately, some cultures, girls of this age, even half of it, are not only exposed to the, yeah, and ooh, I'm glad we don't have child marriage here. That would add tragedy to travesty, to be honest. Like, yeah, no, absolutely not. R. Kelly marrying Aaliyah at 15 should have been considered the biggest red flag. And you know what? They let it float. Yeah. You said they gave Aaliyah to R. Kelly and they know it. That's why we never hear from them. I can believe that. A lot of these parents, like when you hear some of these former child celebrities tell their stories as adults, you will find out a lot of them were basically trafficked by their parents for the dollar. And yeah, you want to hear your thoughts so you can follow. Curious where I'm going with. I hope I did get it out. Hey, Stanley, welcome through. Welcome in. Thank you for coming through. Let me see. I'm trying to get caught up, y'all. Trying to get caught up. Okay, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. Hold on. And I'm gonna ask. I think where is it? Video. That's not what I want to share. That's not what I. Oh, this one. I'm gonna drop the link. Copy. All right, the link is dropped. Let me pin it real quick. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Pin message. And okay, so we got it pinned. We have our first guest up, Coda. Welcome to Coda.
Good
Welcome.
evening.
1 second, Coda. Welcome also, Coda. Thank you both for joining the panel, and good evening to you as well.
Hey, good evening, Candy.
Hey,
Good evening
just
to
want
you
to
as
make.
well.
And then, hey, a brother of a certain age, welcome in, welcome in. So I don't know how long you guys have been here. I'm going to replay the JP video real quick. Give me 1 second. I want to play this through. Did you see the video that I played, 18?
No, I just got here, Candy. I got the notification that you was live from DJ, so I just stopped in.
Okay. Appreciate you coming through. Thanks, DJ. I forgot to share that out. Thank you so much, DJ. I'm going to play the video again because I see new faces have come in, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with why we're having this discussion today, okay? So 1 second here, I'm going to let it play.
Is a contradiction. I would say no. I also don't want. I also would rather my nephews and sons get all the pussy they can at 12. But when it comes to my nieces and my daughters, hell no.
No,
So
no, no,
it's
no,
like
no.
the nuances. The life is a contradiction. Of course, I don't want my kids to have sex until they grown. Oh,
Wait. I think all kids should have sex when they're grown. You know what I'm saying?
no, my nephews don't got to get it in. I don't give a fuck what YouTube talking about. I
Nah,
love my nephews gonna tell me, I just met this bitch dog. Like, what's up, dick dog?
nah, dog. No, dog.
But it's a contradiction because I'm not gonna be laughing. A nigga talk about my daughter and them like that. Even though I was like that when I was young. Life is a. This when they be like, oh, JP's a contradiction. Life is a contradiction. What I would do a lot of stuff to people that I wouldn't want done to me.
Mm.
Okay. So let me take this down. And now we have on the panel, we have Tiff, Starborn, we have 18th Letter, and we have the Gold on the panel. And I welcome you all. Thank you for coming. So
Hello. How everybody doing?
Hey, how you
I'm
doing,
doing
Tiff?
great.
I'm okay. I'm not going to be here very much, but okay, never mind.
So what do you all think about the topic? Like, I know it's JP and people are like, why do you take JP serious? Because it's not just JP that has this mentality. That's the whole reason why I clipped this. He just happened to be the one who's been brave enough to actually say it out loud where it can be caught. But this mentality is in a lot of older men. And I want to know why. Why is it okay? Why do we encourage the boys to go out and be sexually promiscuous at young ages, be reckless in some cases at young ages, but then you try and keep the girls these like little perfect princess virgins? Why is that?
I think I can answer half of your question.
Okay.
About the part that, yes, you're not, I hope that you are not going to like much my answer, but still. In terms of the girls, girls, if girls have a lot of intercourse, then she's the one that gets pregnant, not the guy. If the man has intercourse, then he's not the one that's going to carry the baby. So it's from the idea that the woman will get knocked up before she is married. Of course, today it's not. Of course, today you have ways to protect yourself and stop it, and of course you have abortions. But in ancient times, you didn't have a safe abortion, or at least not.
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't have effective, I would say it. You didn't have effective condoms.
What do you think about that, 18? Do you agree with the goat on this?
No, I'm not. I'm not aware of what Lakota was talking about from back then. The only thing I would say now is that I completely disagree with that. I think a child is a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, and the child innocence should be protected at all costs.
Look, I said when I said this, of course they should be protected, but the reason that there is more protection on the girls when they are in their puberty is because they can get pregnant. And of course, in the past, like I said, a woman they will try to marry the woman when she is young. That's the past, of course.
Okay, I just didn't. I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't hear
For
you.
the present, still have there is still cultural norms and habits of this, but still, and if I may, sorry for cutting you off, but just I want to also mention, in the end of the day, there's a physical, even in when they are teens, there is a physical advantage to the men and the women. So a woman, it's let's say it like this: a woman will have less of a chance to make somebody not defend off somebody that will try to hit on her by force. In terms, if you get what I'm saying.
You're saying physically a woman's weaker? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if a guy will try to, that's why there is more. That's why that's why the family and the father are trying to more, keep the women safe. The girl safe.
But what you don't realize is you're keeping them safe from you. You understand what I mean? When like
I
so like
did, yes,
you're
but I didn't invent this. I'm just telling you the cultural norms, or you can say, how you say it. Stuff that cultural norms that stays cultural norms from the past that are still here.
so I wanna address Stanley's point. Stanley asks, because I said JP's attitude is in a lot of older men. He's almost 20 years older than JP and has never encountered his level of degeneracy. I'm not talking about his overall mentality. No, I don't think that JP is the norm for anyone. What I'm saying is that for JP, what he said in this video precisely about boys and girls, how a lot of older men will encourage their younger men, their sons, their nephews, their younger brothers, whatever. Like that is what I'm talking about when I say that, and I say that based off experience, and not experience of being a boy, but like talking to my male friends, talking to some male family members, and hearing what they had to say. Like if you listen in a lot of these YouTube spaces, they'll tell you, look at the chat. They'll tell you. I don't have like numbers. There's no like study that I can point you to. I'm talking about what I have seen overall. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying it happens a lot. It's not an uncommon mentality is what I'm trying to say. It's not rare. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm putting it off on everybody. Of course, there's no 100%, but if we're going to be honest, there's a lot of older men who share in JP's mentality of like I remember, like I told you, I had an uncle ask my brother how many girlfriends he had. And I'm like, he was a kid. I want to say he might have been 8 or 9 years old at the time. I'm looking over like, what did you just say? How many girlfriends you got? I have nieces and nephews, and I've heard their father talk about like, oh yeah, my son said he talking about his girlfriends, and I'm looking
Candy, what
over
is
my
JP?
what?
What is JP?
JP is the person who was speaking in the video.
Oh. Okay. I'm not focused. I'm a little bit sleepy.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and have a good night?
Not yet. I can be here another half an hour.
Okay. So
But thank you
yeah,
for asking.
the men that I grew up with definitely encouraged. Okay, so a brother of a certain age, he is an older gentleman as well, and he's saying that that was his experience growing up, sexual irresponsibility. That's why I'm saying, Stanley. I'm not trying to make it sound like, oh, all men are doing this. I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying that it is a common mentality. And why do you all have that? And I want to welcome to the stage Zero, and Tiff is also on the stage, and 18. Y'all can jump in right now if you have a point or something that you wanted to say.
I do have a point, if you don't mind, if I cut in. I'm gonna step away for a second. So
Hmm.
the thing that V was saying, I've heard that before, and I think that's another kind of dangerous way to look at it because once again, you're saying that the girls are quote unquote more protected because they can bring home the baby or they can get pregnant. It still doesn't take away the fact that there are children quote unquote engaging in this sexual, and, it how can I say this? Engaging in this behavior, and only one side is quote unquote demonized for it because the whole idea, the woman, or I mean, not the woman, the girl brings home the baby, still should have you put the boys on lock, don't you think? Why encourage the behavior and boys to go out there and be experienced or reckless, but then the same breath say, well, the girl can bring home a baby. Maybe if you teach them sexual responsibility, the girls won't be bringing home babies in the first place. So it's kind of like it's weird because I've heard that growing up too, and it's like, but who's getting these girls pregnant? Like even my dad said that before. The girl bring home the problem. Okay, but the girls is not the only one engaging in the act of quote unquote bringing home the problem. So I just think like far as like it goes for boys and girls is it's more than just a double standard. I just don't think that quote unquote they're given like self accountability because once again if the girl do pop up pregnant, she's the one, her and her parents are the one that's going to be more responsible unless the other side pushes the boy to do what they're supposed to do. But a lot of times they'll move away or they'll take the boy somewhere else and not have them responsible for what they engaged in as well. So I just think it's just problematic overall. That shouldn't matter if the girl can get pregnant.
You said the girls bring home the problem, but it's the boys going out creating it. Like if you look at it that way, the girls bring
That
home the problem that you're encouraging your sons to go create.
right, exactly. So that's isn't that kind of like an oxymoron? Like
And I
that's
want
kind
to
of
welcome
backwards, don't you think?
I definitely think it's backwards. That's why we're talking about it. I agree with you on that. I want to welcome to the stage. We have Black Man is Fair. It's
How's
a nice
everybody
play on the
doing?
word. Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So I don't know how much of the conversation you've heard or how long you have been here, but did you want to chime in?
No, I'm just gonna listen for a little while.
Okay. And
Mhm.
Zero, I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. I am going to I'm looking
Hey,
for hey Zero. I'm looking for that IG video. I saved it, but I have to figure out how to pull it up. Give me just a second. So okay, let me ask you. I have
all right.
Zero and I have Black Man is Fair. Now Zero, I think you already said that the men did try to encourage you when you were younger to be like out there. Black Man is Fair. Did you have that same experience where you
Yeah,
having older men encourage you to go out and have sex young?
Yeah, absolutely,
Can you tell me
absolutely.
like a little bit about it? How old were you and what did they say to you? And like what was the expectation? Did they tell you to be safe? Like how did that kind of happen?
Yeah, wear your Jimmy hat and those type of conversations and things from the older school guys and stuff like that, and meaning your condom. And but do whatever, but it be kind of like skewed, like do whatever with her, just let her, you know what I mean, let her deal with all the consequences and everything after. So it's a lot of lot of bad information or bad ways that they may have had that they try to, import, onto the young men. But you find your own ways in life.
So if you had listened to them, wow. So how old were you? Do you remember how old you were when you first started to hear that? Like about how old you were?
13, 14, 14, 14, 15, 14, 13, somewhere around there, right in the early
So
teens.
at least that was a little older. That was a little older. Like the conversations that kind of sparked this was regarding 12-year-olds and how sexually promiscuous 12-year-olds are. And that
Nah,
kind
that's
of ticked
real.
me off.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
very young. I mean, you're not even having sex at those ages. Like, you know what I mean? Nah, like that's if you have sexual experience at those ages, that's just between you and a female, whatever was going on. It's a happenstance kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't really supposed to happen or really not. You know what I mean? It's kind of like your own little secret thing. It's not the norm.
Well, I'm glad to hear it's not the norm. I don't
Yeah,
even really know what
yeah. I
to
mean,
say because like
I've been.
go ahead,
Uh,
Zero. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I don't know.
Zero?
I guess it got a delay. I guess the delay in the
Okay.
audio.
I can say something.
Yeah, there's a delay in the audio. Yeah.
Is there
See
a
if I
delay
can.
on my end?
Let me come back.
Okay. Okay, he says he's
I
gonna
think
come
at
back.
those young ages, you just looking at nudie magazines, porn, and stuff like that. You just getting the concepts of sex at those at those young ages like that. That's more of the norm than you actually having physical interaction.
Now, I don't know if you heard uh I don't know if you follow the Not for Humans page, DJ Witch Doctor, but he played last night a clip, I think of Anton Daniels basically saying how he was 11 when he first had sex, like bragging over that. And I
Who
think,
is what?
yeah, he was 11 years old. That's what he
Who?
claims anyway.
Who is he?
He's a content creator on YouTube. He has over 1 million subscribers.
11?
I think he has a
What
million.
the?
That's
Oh
my
my
point.
God.
That's my point.
What was the woman,
But
the girl that he has
can y'all hear me?
had with?
Yeah.
I can hear you, Zero. So, yes, I can hear you.
Oh my
I think he
God.
said she was
Okay.
13.
Okay. I was to make sure it didn't delay.
He said pregnancies are where the rubber meets the road. Um,
You,
this is
you know,
about
it kind of reminded
programming.
me of Lil Wayne, like where he said he was 12 when like some woman had assaulted him, and he was saying it was like all it was all good, but you clear if you listen to him and look at his face, you can clearly see he wasn't okay, but he had to say he was okay.
Yeah, and that's a thank you. That's a very good point.
No,
So
why did he have to say that though? He can't speak his mind about exactly how he felt. Like he's covering up for
Well, I mean,
somebody or something.
well, no, I think it's more like you know how like dudes like encouraging like young kids like, oh yeah, bro, I'm gonna get it, whatever. You know how like some of them dudes would do that, and I guess he had too many of them guys in his head, so he thinking that's supposed to be normal.
Did he feel violated? Like, oh, that changed my life forever. I wasn't able to function. My ideas of women are all this and that. Like, did he go into some spill of he's so affected by that?
I
Because
don't think
I
he
mean that's
said
something that
like
I would be. That's something.
I
That's something I
mean,
would be looking for.
well, I mean, well, I don't think. I mean, he didn't say it, but look what his face looked like. That's probably what happened. Probably going on within him.
So you're saying he was raped by this woman? Like he wasn't going along with it, or he was
Yeah,
trying to get away?
yeah. He was. Yeah, he was actually.
He was
He was
held
actually
down against
done,
his will.
but well, he was 12, bro.
Yeah, I've been
So
12.
wait a so wait a minute, wait a minute. I want to pause you right there. Even the way that you reframe that. So in order for him to have felt violated, he had to have been held down by this older woman. He couldn't have
Yeah,
just
he
been
has to.
coerced.
That
Did
don't make no
she
sense.
pull his pants down and put like? Is he fighting to get away? Is he being? You know what I'm saying? Like what? Like really? What is really going on? Like you know what I mean?
But
And
see,
is he really affected by it?
but that's what Zero is saying. He said
See,
he by mouth
see,
he's saying
that's victim blaming now.
he's saying
I'm
by
trying to find
mouth.
out
Cause
was
like, cause
he
like,
playing a victim? You making him seem like a victim. I want to know was he playing a victim?
I'm not making him see a victim. I'm like, look, I looked at what looked at how he looked and how he said stuff. That's they sound like he when he said that. I mean, but he said he was cool.
Yeah, I
So
had
let
a
me ask you
sexual experience with a girl older than me on, you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of like the first initiation, being young and being around older girls and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? Like it's kind of what happens.
so let me
Older
ask
women
you a
kind of
question.
initiate you into sex.
Wait a
Let me
minute, I
ask you
have
a
a
question.
I
question.
didn't.
No, no, no.
I
I
I'm
didn't
have
get
a
going
question.
next.
initiated into
I'm
by the
going
older
next. It's my
woman.
panel. I will shut all of this down.
I also have a
Thank you.
question.
I am going next. You're going on mute. So my question is this. Could it be that it was peer pressure as to if this young man maybe was not ready or maybe really didn't want to? Because you can physically have your body be engaged and initiated while you may still not want to engage in the act, if that makes sense. So what I'm asking you is it possible that you may think that while he might have been like excited or whatever, he still may not have wanted to do it, and then even the peer pressure of not being able to say this lady took advantage of me, because just like you said, well, did she hold you down? Like, I don't think men are given the opportunity to say this lady took advantage of me, otherwise other men will clown them for it.
I disagree. I think men are looking for those experiences. So I mean, young men and or wouldn't shy away and things of that nature. Like if he was, then he have to be pulling his pants up, running out the door, down the street, help. You know what I mean? You know that type of situation. Because it can't be because if he's getting excited, right, erect, right, hard, then he's looking to get that handle.
Did you ever see the Antoine Fisher movie?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the point that I'm talking about where that older woman was taking advantage of him? And
Yes, I
although
did.
okay,
Mhm.
so you're trying to tell me that every single younger boy wants that experience
No.
from an older woman? All
No, but at these ages of looking at magazines, having fantasies, porn, you're going right into those stages right there. Listening to music with certain themes. You're already going there. You're right around there. So if you have a certain little experience with an older woman or something like that, now you're the cool kid on the block and stuff like that, or you actually got some sexual experience. Oh wow, you know what I mean? So I don't know how much of it is the Antoine Fisher situation. I haven't seen or heard that as growing up.
I what I'm
But I'm
what
not to
I'm
say that
saying,
it's not happening. I'm not saying it's not happening, but I'm thinking more around those ages. You want those experiences. I had experiences around those ages, and I didn't. It wasn't. I'm not
At 11?
traumatized. I didn't.
At
Yes, at
11?
11. At
At
11.
11. See, that's the
Yes,
problem.
man.
See, hold on, as adults, as grown as people, that should not be okay. That should not be normalized.
Right. I'm not normalizing it. I'm just giving you a real life. We're talking about real life situations, right? Then we talk about Antoine
Uh
Fisher, which
huh.
was a story of a real life situation, right? So
Uh
these
huh.
things happen in real life. And I'm saying most boys or most men don't shy away from that, or you know what I mean? It's not a situation where I was taken advantage of. And I'm telling you right now, I have no ill feelings towards women or no like mental, you know what I mean? It was just an experience in life.
I don't know that I can okay. I could be wrong, but I'm of the firm belief that even if that boy decided he didn't want the experience, that the peers, his male counterparts, wouldn't allow him the grace to be able to say that without clowning him. Does anybody disagree with what I'm saying? Like, you have pushback for me on that.
You have a point,
And why do you say
but
that?
from what you said, but didn't we said earlier that the woman that been with him was 14, or should I say
Yes,
girl?
but that we're talking about the Anton Daniels, but Anton Fisher was a movie about an actual person. Two different Antons, same name, same first name. And Anton
Oh,
Fisher had
lovely.
been taken advantage of by a grown woman.
Okay. Well, she that's sick.
Twin, would you mind helping me keep up with the comments here? I think I might be a little bit behind. Are you still up here?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. Okay. I was looking for an IG video I wanted to play, and I got a little bit distracted. So let me try and find that video again. IG works so much better on the phone than it does on my computer. Let me search.
I must say it's actually very rare what I think that we are talking about here. Usually the guy, usually it's a guy and a girl, not the opposite in terms of predator and victims.
And that's because the men who have these experiences never see themselves, I shouldn't say never. A lot of them don't see themselves as being victimized. A lot of them don't. And it's not until they get to older ages and they start telling these stories that like they're kind of informed, hey, you were taking advantage of it as a kid, but then like
Maybe,
you have
but
you're saying what?
But girl,
once
I heard before, like they said, I heard men say that's shaming language.
Shame and
no,
language
it's
to tell
not.
you
What I'm trying to
Can
say,
be.
it's
Yes.
man has more
Hold
than
on.
the
Oh,
sexual
oh
desire,
my
so
god.
that's why.
Can I finish? I didn't want to finish right quick. Yeah, shaming language because if like there was this guy basically speaking about his experience and how I guess the woman at the time was like, you was taken advantage of, you was molested. And he said that's shaming language because instead of her saying what happened to him, she should have been ready to square up and say, we need to go beat that bitch's ass and la da 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 da. But I'm like, but how that see it's just like the way like it's taken in, like I'm not sure. It's just really weird to me because even when you try to tell them, they still don't look at it as such. But then, as soon say we compare it to a woman, or a woman talk about her experience, then it's like, oh well, it happened to me too. But when we try to tell you what happened to you, it's like, oh, but young boys want to have that experience because even the language of calling young boys young men is problematic to me.
Hmm. Now, I mean, I could see that. Dang, I wish there was a way. I should have recorded it. Is there is there an easy way to share an IG video? Because like, okay, I'm gonna add it back to the stage. It's got it in phone format, so it's not as easy to like make this bigger so that everybody can see it. You know what I'm talking about, Tiff?
Um, yes, like sometimes like with Instagram, that may be the best you can get because as you can see, it doesn't even take up the whole screen. So it's gonna show in real form because that's the way it was uploaded.
Okay.
I
Well,
think
I'm
it
gonna
was
play.
a different way, it probably would, but it's not gonna get no bigger than this.
I'm gonna play the
I,
video. Hopefully, y'all can see and understand. Hopefully, you've already seen it, or if you haven't, this will be your first time. But essentially, this mother, she's catching a 21-year-old woman in bed with her 13-year-old son.
Bitch in my motherfucking house with my 13-year-old motherfucking child. I smacked her goddamn face. She better glad I ain't killed her yet. Stinking bitch, but the cleaning on the motherfucking way. Oh, trifling asshole. Fuck you. Yeah. Meant that. Big nasty motherfucker laid up in here naked when I motherfucking got here. Stupid sloppy bitch. And I got her key. You ain't getting no motherfucking thing, bitch. Man ain't getting you shit. That's a fucking child. Man ain't getting you nothing. Man, I ain't got to tell my son, bitch. I done told you before you drive that. If you drive that motherfucking black car, bitch, I done told you that man, it don't matter. If y'all bitches won't come no motherfucking more, you ain't going out here. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. You think it's funny. It ain't motherfucking funny, boy. Yeah. Look at this nasty bitch. Look at her. Oh, nasty. You ain't going no motherfucker. Get out the door. When the police come, bitch. When the police come with your stupid ass. Girl, I'm gonna knock your motherfucking ass out. You gonna stay? I don't give a fuck. If you hit me back or not, I'm gonna bone your motherfucking ass up in here. That's what time it is. Fuck you, man. Shut up. Get the fuck out my goddamn face. I meant that. So you ain't had no business with this sloppy motherfucker up in here. You ain't had no business with no bitch in my motherfucking house. Fuck her. I'm waiting on the CP motherfucking D. Look at her. Oh, dust ass bitch up in my motherfucking house. That bitch, you out, well, yeah. You do what the fuck you want to do. Turn up then. Turn up. 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 Turn up then. Man, nothing. Turn up. 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 I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass in a minute. You finna get it. Yeah, but right now, I need her to stay right the fuck here. Yeah, she ain't going nowhere. I don't throw my stuff away. He throw his shit away. You should have thrown this nasty ass hole away. Why you got her laid up in my motherfucking house and my goddamn light bill $500 motherfucking dollar and ain't neither one of y'all put it in on it. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. The fuck? Yeah, this nasty bitch. Look at her. Ain't nobody got to ask. Yeah, let me get $100 in. I got it. Let me get it. Let's go to the car and get it. Okay. When the police give, yeah, I need that. Man, shut the fuck up. I got plenty. If I ain't got it, I can get it. I always remember that. I won't give a fuck. They can come in. Yes, the fuck they can. You let her in this motherfucker. You might as well let the city clean in this bitch. Look at this shit, y'all. Look, I'm gonna put this bitch on Facebook. I don't even know her name. I don't even know who the fuck she is. But she going nationwide. My son 13 motherfucking years old, and this bitch laid up in my motherfucking house with him. Yeah. This shit ridiculous. You go out there motherfucker door, I'm gonna fuck you up too, right along the way. I meant that. That ain't no threat. That's a goddamn promise. Yeah. What a car at? What her car at?
I think we got the gist of it. I don't have to let it go all the way through. The
Okay,
police were.
I can say
I am
something.
talking, Vagoda.
Oh,
I
okay,
know you
sorry.
heard me talking. I know you heard me talking. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. It's a personal pet peeve of mine for people to constantly try and talk over me as though I am not speaking. Y'all can do it on anybody else's panels and channels because I don't control those spaces, but on mine, we don't do that over here. I forgot what I was gonna say now. This mother caught her 13-year-old son in bed with a 21-year-old woman. She called the police, brought the police over. This lady actually did get arrested. That's not the case. In most of these young men's experiences, these older women get away with it. Like whatever they did to them, they did to them and went on about their day in their lives. So it's honestly rare to see these women actually being held accountable and going to jail. And I remember having conversations with somebody before who said that if we're being honest, we don't really want equality when it comes to that because we don't want a bunch of women going to jail for having sex with young boys. And I said, what the fuck do you mean by that? Like, yes, I do. I have nephews. Like some of these men, some of these men are mentally messed up after that happens. Everybody thinks they're okay, but really, in actuality, it explains a lot of the, like, if you, just like when girls are messed with when they're younger and some of them end up being overly promiscuous. Don't you see the correlation between some of you young boys who turn into the quote unquote hoes as men? Like, I don't know if it's just like, am I making too much of this, or do you see where I'm going with that? Like, and I want to welcome Hustler to the stage as well. Thank you for coming through. What do y'all think of the video? What do you think about what you just saw there?
Despicable. She got what she deserved, bottom line. And I don't know who made that statement about, we don't want equality when it comes to this when it comes to statutory offenses, but that's the biggest pile of horse shit I've ever heard in my life. Underage boy gets touched, the woman should go to jail. Underage girl gets touched, that man going to jail. So we got to keep the shit equal. Because these kind of people come in all shapes, sizes, and genders. So we need to make this shit equal. Trust me, I hear story after story of teachers having sexual relationships with students. The teacher gets fired, serves some jail. Oftentimes they do get away with that. I agree. A lot of them get away with that, but that's one of the few times they're held accountable. So we get to see more of that. Just saying, but go ahead.
Vigoda, Black Manosphere, what do you think? I know Black Manosphere, you said
Um,
you also had experiences when you were younger. Do you think that those women should have gone to jail?
No, I wasn't trying to put my little 13-year-old friend in jail.
I'm not talking about.
That yeah,
Okay, so
my
when I'm talking
experience wasn't. She was just a few years older. She wasn't a whole grown woman.
Okay, so that's different. That's not what I'm
Right.
talking about. Even though you having sex at a young age with a 13-year-old, I expect that. That's equal playing field. If kids are doing it,
Okay.
is it wrong? Still, yes, it's wrong. But I'm like the adding the element of an adult into it is where, yeah, no.
Right. Right. I agree.
Dakota, what were you saying?
ah, everybody. Um, well, first of all, this video. Just a question: who, if that was the mother that we saw, who was filming exactly? What, the kid?
The mother was the one filming. The person
Okay,
on the
so
film was the 21-year-old woman he was sleeping with.
what? That woman does not look 21. Oi, oi, oi. If that Finn was the woman, oi, to call the police immediately.
Well, I don't think even if she wasn't, like, the lady called her sloppy or
This
whatever.
woman looking like she's 40. 21.
Even, even if she was not sloppy, as the mother said, right? Even if she didn't look 40, let's take her looks outside of it. Do you think that if you walked in the house and caught an older woman in bed with your son, would you have called the police on that woman?
Of course, yeah. If there is a crazy gap age between them like this, then yeah. Oy. I thought that this woman was the mother.
So what I find to be interesting is I wonder how many men who had experiences with older women as boys would agree to having those women um jailed now. Like, with your adult brain looking back on that situation, would you still give that woman a pass? Or do you feel like this was because I know, let me slow down. I know a lot of men who have had those experiences don't necessarily feel victimized, or at least that's what they tell us all the time. It's a rite of passage. It's just what happens. That's boys being boys. That's just the way the world goes. This is how most men are introduced to sex, which I think is strange. But okay, cool. With your adult brain now, being grown men, do you think that do you still feel the same way? Anybody who has had an experience with an older woman like that when you were younger, do you still feel the same way, or are you looking at that woman like maybe she's a bit of a weirdo?
Did you ask me?
If you had an experience with a older woman when you were young, yes.
Technically, yes. My first time was in 17, and the woman that I was with, that I had this my first time at that time, she was 19 or 20, if I'm mistaken. So yeah,
I don't know that I would
technically,
I don't consider that much older. Like, although she had
yeah.
2 more years on you, when I'm talking an age gap. Like, I to me, you were 17, she was 19 or 20. I don't know about the laws in your country.
Still, I was the minor. She was not. So it's tricky in that specific age, but something like the stuff that you showed, the snuff, I had never stuff like this. If I would have something like this and then look at it later, I don't know how I would feel. Never been to this kind of thing. Probably, maybe I will think. Who knows? It depends. Maybe I would not. Probably I will not be happy about it.
I want to read the
Depends.
comment on the screen. Can you go back? Hey, Keon. Welcome in, Keon. Welcome into everybody that I missed. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm behind in the comments, so I have Tip helping me with the comments. So she's highlighting while we're going through and we're talking. I'm getting some things together on the back end. I see Just Jay has come in. Keon has come in. I see Randy has come in. Hello, Randy. Let me see who else I'm scrolling through. I said hello to Dawn, Yo Boogie, Broke Lifestyle. Welcome in. I saw you come through as well. Anybody that I missed, I apologize. I'm not trying to skip over you. We just got a little bit behind in the comments. Let me see. Let me see. Washin Wild, thank you for coming in. You said especially if you play sports like basketball. Okay. I don't know. I feel like it's one thing again to like try and keep your kids as long as you can. I think that that's the smartest way to go about it for all parents. But it also is very concerning when you have such varying messaging being pushed to your kids. You have one side where we're telling the girls to lock it down, keep it virginal, you better not get caught with boys, keep your legs closed, all of the messaging that goes to trying to keep your little girls as long as you possibly can. And then on the flip side of that, you have the messaging that's going out to your young sons, which at the same time, like I told a story of, I remember hearing from my friends like about their uncles encouraging them to have sex with some of these older women and like being proud of them because they had sex with, these are the same women the uncles wanted that their young nephews were able to bag, quote unquote. And so like they're dapping them up or like giving them high fives or whatever. Like you're proud of him for getting what you couldn't. Not, I don't know. It's like you're trying to vicariously live through these young boys and at the same time not considering what they're like, the irresponsibility in them that you're actually promoting, if that makes sense.
I understand.
Do you agree with that or do you disagree? Because I don't want it to be an echo chamber. I don't want, first of all, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, even if you disagree with me. I'm not up here so that I can have a bunch of yes men. I just want that stated. You have a right to have your own opinion.
My opinion, if I
Um,
was put in that situation, it's just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to keep her a friend, keep her a secret, and keep that thing going.
Even if she was an older woman?
Absolutely.
Oh.
I feel like men are pro sex, and especially after they start looking at magazines and having fantasies, and you know what I'm saying. Once they hormones hit and he's ready, like he's ready.
That don't mean he's ready. You know what? I'm a
Yeah,
hush.
but
Never
here's the
mind.
thing. I'm sorry. He needs to have a discernment as far as who to have sex with, when to have sex with. I mean, that's why we need these old sex education classes to come back if they haven't already made a comeback And if you have kids, you better have that birds and the bees talk with them immediately.
Hey,
I don't know.
Keon,
At them
welcome to the
teenage,
stage.
all I can say. Oh, my bad.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Miss Candy?
Good. How are you? You hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix your audio.
I always got an audio problem, man. I gotta get it.
Just the echo cancellation. Can you say something else?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. There we go. But yeah, how y'all doing? How you doing? Hey,
Good. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'll be right back.
I'm good. I'm good.
So I don't know how long you've been here, Keon, how much of the conversation you've heard, but what do you think so far of
Uh,
what you have heard?
yeah. So far, I think I came in, but because I technically only came in like 10 minutes ago. I just wanted to come up just to talk to you. But
Okay.
what I was hearing though is something. Are we talking about something about children or something to that effect? That's what I picked up so far.
Yes. Basically, the conversation is surrounding the when children have sex or get caught doing sexual acts, right? They always seem
Yeah.
to blame the girls. The girls are called fast. The girls are labeled whores. The girls get all of this like responsibility for the act, and they ended up not even acknowledging the boy's part in the sex act, right? That's where we started because it's basically managed boys versus the fast girls. And my
Mm.
question is, why are we allowing the boys off the hook for the same act that you're punishing girls for? Now,
No, I
Vigoda
get
said
you. No,
Vigoda said he believes it's because girls bring home the baby. So that's they bring the problem home. So it's not my problem as long as my son's not the one who can bring that baby home. What do you
That's
think?
and I believe honestly, it sounds like that you disagree, Candy. But honestly, I think it's the same. It is that aspect there is where it's like you have kids coming and kids. I wouldn't say they're a burden, but kids cost. They definitely come with some type of responsibility, and with that responsibility, it is for some reason like society would look into a woman is like you need to be more careful than a man. And is it a double standard? Um, yeah, but is it a double standard with merit with behind it? Like, is there a good reason behind it? I feel as though yes, because again, you're going to want to me as a dad or me as a mom or whatever the case may be, or
Hmm.
I would want to take care of my daughter and her child because of just the situation that comes about.
Hmm.
That's just instinctively that's what I would want to do. But with my son, I know that he is responsible to go out and take care of his family. So yeah, he might be coming home to me, but he's not coming home with me with a child. He's coming home with me with just stressing out and all that. That's different. That's like a mental thing versus somebody actually putting their money towards taking care of a kid. So yeah, I think that double standard comes with a little bit of good reasoning. I ain't gonna lie to be honest.
But what would
Absolutely.
happen if your 13-year-old got a girl pregnant? So now the baby
I,
doesn't come home to you, but that baby is still his responsibility. He's not even old enough to have a job.
yeah, but it wouldn't be in my house if that makes sense. It wouldn't. Yeah, it would, but more likely the baby is gonna be with the mom because that's just how it is. It's just you know. So since it's not in my house, it's not something that's also just on my mind all the time. It's not something that I have to worry about right now. Because again, he's his own man. Like I mean, Candy, like I'm pretty sure I don't know if you got a son or not, but you expect him to be his own man by a certain age. Like, and
At
Not at
that's
13?
not at 13.
no, not at 13. No, hell no,
This is
no,
what
I'm
we're
not
talking
talking.
about. We're talking about children. So if can I point something out right quick? Because Luana made like man. So in the video, I don't know if y'all heard the mother call her son man. So we're
Yeah,
calling
she did.
13-year-old man. Why are we adultifying children? I'm trying to keep my cool
Well,
here. I'm
okay.
sorry. This is a little triggering to me because I don't understand the idea, even though the boy don't bring home the baby. It's
And
still
I
teaching sexual irresponsibility. I'm
Well,
sorry.
when you change it to children, that's a little bit different. I didn't know we was talking. Well, I knew we was talking about children, but I was speaking more of like in more of an innocent way. That seems more a little bit different. That's definitely different. Like when it comes to children, I mean, yeah, I don't even know what
I'm,
to
I'm,
go ahead.
I'm gonna play.
Go
I'm gonna play
ahead.
the video again. I'm gonna play the JP video again. I know this is gonna be the third time. It's not that long of a video,
Yeah,
but I
my
just want to
fault,
make
y'all. My
sure.
fault.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm like, don't. You're good. Tiff has her own reason for why she's triggered, and I understand why she's triggered. Like, you said you don't know if anybody has sons, but Tiff definitely does have a son, and so this is a concern for her as well. Um,
Right. And so don't take my trigger as a personal thing. It's the topic in itself.
No, I get it. Yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah, I got you.
From when is that video exactly?
Say it one more time.
uh, you're asking when was the video? Which video? The first one
The
with the panel or
video,
the lady?
the video with with the big lady that's supposed to be 21.
Oops, sorry. Stop. Okay, sorry, didn't mean to play that. I think that was just a few days ago is when I saw it. I don't know when it exactly happened. I know the lady's in jail now.
It's
Hold
definitely
on.
have American Pie vibe.
Yeah. Okay, let me add this to the stage. Did I remove it? Add to stage. Y'all see a video? Oh, I got
Yep.
it. Let me make it big.
Just before, if I may, say before that, at least if it's the woman, if you are blaming the woman, it's not like the woman is taking physical punishment because of this. At least.
But are you talking to me? Do
No,
you
no,
think
no,
I'm
no, no.
blaming a woman in my? Oh, okay, okay, my bad.
No, no, not you,
Just
buddy.
make sure.
I'm talking in general. That
Okay,
we talked
okay.
about that women are being blamed. That traditionally women are being blamed for all of this stuff. So at least in Western culture, you don't punish the woman with physical violence or even harsher things.
Yeah, as we should. Yeah, for
If you
sure.
get what
As
I.
we should. Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean we should? You're saying we
No,
should have physical.
he's
No,
saying
as
we
we should
shouldn't.
not do it. Yeah, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, good.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Okay.
Contradiction. I would say no. I also don't want. I also would rather my nephews and sons get all the pussy they can at 12. But when it comes to my nieces and my daughters, hell no.
No,
So
no, no, no,
it's like
no.
the nuances. The life is a contradiction. Of course,
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
want
wait.
my kids to have sex until they grown. Oh,
Wait. I think all kids should have sex when they grown. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not to get it in. I don't give a fuck what you do. If you're gonna tell me, I just make this bitch down. Like, what's up, big dog?
Nah, nah. No, nah.
But it's a contradiction because I can't. I'm not gonna be laughing. Nigga talk about my daughter and them like that. Even though I was like that when I was young. Life is this when they be like, oh, JP's a contradiction. Life is a contradiction. What I would do a
Mm.
lot of stuff to people that I wouldn't want done to me.
Mm.
And what do you
What
think about
what
that,
age?
Dion?
What age do? Quick question. What age do you
Sure,
get sex
sure.
education? What age do you get sex education in school?
Um, I don't
Well,
know. I want to say when I was in school, it was eighth grade.
Yeah,
yeah, we
seventh,
we
eighth
can
grade.
only go person. We can only go personal with it. With me, it was. Shoot, I ain't gonna lie. I was like 11. Like 11,
No,
probably.
when it was taught in school.
In
When it was
school?
taught in school.
We never
Yeah,
had it
when it was
taught in
taught.
school. Oh,
Well,
you.
in
I
my
thought
day,
you
we
meant
had
like.
it in 10th grade. In my day, it was 10th
Tenth
Okay,
grade.
grade.
Hmm
I
Yeah,
got
I
it
went
right
to a
around
Catholic
seventh and
school,
eighth.
so we never got it.
Ah, that makes
Okay, I got
sense.
it down seventh and eighth.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
In my specific
So
case, there was. You want to say something?
go ahead, go.
No. You want to say something? Go ahead. If I did, I hope I didn't cut you off again or something.
Not,
No,
not.
no.
Go ahead,
I
bro.
was gonna ask him the reason why he asked the age of when you had sex ed.
Oh, I wanted to know if it was like a universal, obviously it's not, but I wanted to kind of get a gauge on, was it a universal thing that all, we all get at a certain age?
I don't,
Because
Definitely not.
those are the exact times that you're being taught and use a condom and all these type of things.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely
It was about 11 because I remember in fifth grade they came because I remember we had an assembly and they were giving out a bag of condoms, pads, and stuff. Stuff for the boys, stuff for the girls. But you know what? That sparked the memory. Somebody on here said 11. I don't know if that was Keon, but they did in fifth grade. Never mind.
not. It was back at that time. Sometimes, yeah, for sure.
I said again, I couldn't
I
hear you.
know
You,
my
you
mother.
low.
I know my mother gave it to me. My mother gave it to me like when around like 9 or something like that, 9, 10, something like that. My mom
Gave
gave
you what?
In age 9?
the sex. This, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my
The
Um,
talk?
God.
yeah, she opened up the book,
Okay.
told me everything. Now, but in school, I got it at around 12.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got it early. I got it real
Age
early.
9. Oh
That was
my
the only
God.
time I talked about it.
Well, I think parents should have the birds and the bees talk. They should talk to the children on the level that they're at, the understanding. Because if you don't, you're gonna go out, outside and get that from your peers or quote
Oh
unquote
yeah, for sure.
sex education in school, and even the sex education in school doesn't touch even the basis, in my opinion, when it comes to sex. We're taught about STD, and then we're taught about more of the male biology than the woman, which was weird. Like we're learning about what it means like for boys to have wet dreams and things like that, but there wasn't really like a section about girls and them having feelings, because I think that's also a misconception that it's just boys that are going through this puberty and their testosterone. I get it, but it's like girls have a level of, okay, something's happening with my body. I'm having feelings. What is this? So
Yeah.
Right.
I think it should be balanced in that
But
area.
but but and I hope and please don't take this wrong, right? I'm not trying to make this sound weird, but I think that we should push like teenage relationships, like people like I feel like there's a thing where people be like, okay, she can have a teenage pregnancy and stuff, but I ain't gonna lie to you, like I would like if my kid got married at like 18, like you know what I mean? I think that would be cool, like if they got married and they found somebody that they fell in love with, because then you can get that experience out the way like that quote unquote whole phase or whatever the case may be, you can get that out the way. And then by the time you turn like 21 or 22, if that don't work out, if your relationship don't work out, then boom, you can do whatever you want to. You know what I mean? I
Well,
just don't you know what I
Well,
mean?
on some levels, I do agree with that. I think as teenagers, there should be some level of learning how to deal with opposite sex, because once again, even if you go to like the Hispanic or Mexican communities, the boys are able to get out there and date and experience, but the girls are more taught to be at home and they're not really allowed to have that experience, which is unbalanced, right? Because who are these boys dating then, which go
They
back
But
to the
why
dating,
title,
they
though? But
bad
dating, they
why
dating
though?
all the
parenting.
girls that don't have the families, all the ones that's not listening, all the ones that's gonna do what they want to do. They dating the ones that is not listening to the family and the father.
Well,
mm,
but see, once again, because maybe it they're not allowed to experience themselves. So once again, we're so gun ho on
Exactly.
protecting the girls and holding them close, but they're not out there experiencing themselves. So when they do get outside, they really don't know how to act, because they're like, well, shit, I'm now 18, 19, 20 years old, finally able to date, but my brother or my cousins or the boys in my community been, out here since 13. So I agree with Keon to some degree that as teenagers, we should be able to have like supervised dates or group days, go to the movies, go to the skating ring, go and spend
Exactly.
time with each other. It don't always have to be somewhere in somebody's house or somewhere getting it in. Like I really wanted to get away from the idea of introducing sex during that time, because for one, we're not even mentally mature for said thing. Because we keep hearing about the frontal lobe being at 25. And so imagine,
Yeah, I don't
women
believe that shit.
participate. Well, I don't know, but I just don't think that sex should be at the top of the list of experience during um through your teenage years because there's so
Absolutely not.
many other
No,
things
that's
you
a
can get
fact.
into.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Absolutely not. What age did you think you was grown and you could do what you wanted to do?
Man,
21.
nah, I don't
When
think
I
there
got
was
out
a.
my parents' house,
It was dependent. It was depending on
That
my bank
part.
account. I ain't gonna lie to you. How much I could take care of myself. Shit, that's when I felt grown.
My
I can
my
So
tell
you
point is
you,
know,
my point is like as teenagers, right? We're gonna do what we're gonna do, right? You know what I mean? To a degree. Like those experiences, things are gonna happen as we out getting pizza after school and whatever else we doing during the evening and da da da. Those things are gonna happen, right? Skating rinks and over at the mall and you know what I'm saying? We're teenagers.
yeah. But see, I think the fear comes from right. It's like okay, as you being a teenager, and then one time you at the skating rink, you go too far, and now we gotta 9 months later we gotta name this baby. Like that's the only because we seen that multiple times, and that's even though it's a minority, in our society, because you got to think like teen pregnancies isn't really big, but it's just the simple fact that it happens is why people don't like it. You know what I mean? So,
it's down.
it,
The stats say the
it,
teen pregnancy is actually down considered that.
Absolutely.
exactly,
Mhm,
but it's
mhm.
like it's like a snake. It's like a snake in your garden, though. It doesn't matter if you got 1 or 20. You want that snake out of your garden because whenever I go through it, he keeps biting me. So it doesn't. That's how they kind of. To me, that's how they look at it. It doesn't matter if it's 20%, 13%, 6%, 4%. It doesn't matter. It's a bad thing that a 14, 15, 16 year old is having a baby. You know what I mean? But go ahead, my bad.
I don't know, man. I just saw the comment that who said it? I forget who said it that Tiff just posted, but I think it was L Boogie talking about immature and like the whole issue with Chris Stokes and yeah, I don't know. I hate the fact that we are so quick to make the girls responsible and like put them in the place of an adult. Like they should have known better. And at
But
the same time,
Candy though, you gotta think it's only because of the baby. It's really that's the only if a man was bringing life from his whatever, it would be totally different. I
but it's not
promise
just
you.
babies though. You got to also
I,
consider
this,
It
Keon,
takes
there's
two to
so,
STD.
tango.
It's do you
I
know
know
the
a lot of
STD
women
rates
that
are up?
put birth control on their girls at 14, 15.
Do y'all realize that the STD rates are up like everywhere? It's not even babies aren't the biggest concern right now, to be honest. We have a low birth rate
Mm,
issue going on right now.
I
But we
rather
all got sex
man,
education though.
this might be crazy. I'd rather have an STD than 18 years of child support. I promise you. Because I could probably get rid of it eventually, or at least
But
calm
what
it
you
down.
can't though, but hold on, that I feel like once again that's kind of the wrong, not the wrong way to go about it. It's more like you may get caught with an STD you're gonna have for the rest of your life. Do you really want to like go through life having to explain that to your partners or even like if there's a woman that you meet and like you're like, oh my god, I want to marry her, I love her, but because you had the mentality, well, hey, I'd rather have an STD than had got somebody pregnant. Like it's like picking the lesser of two evils. I'd rather have neither. You know,
Yeah, nah, I
I
feel you.
mean,
Nah, I feel you. Yeah, I'd rather that have neither. But if I had to choose, I'm just saying,
But
it's
what if
just
it
Mo-
hey, pick.
most most teenagers aren't having sex like that, right? You know what I mean? You got your experience and stuff, but it's not a normal thing, right? It's
No, yeah,
it,
that's
I mean, because like she just said, the rates are down, like teenage pregnancy. So it's more a disease thing. And if it's a disease thing, guys are not wearing condoms. We didn't get the sex education. So now, if you take it a step further, oh, he didn't get that scared. Like you don't want all them lumps on you. You know what I'm saying? And you willing to risk all of that. Where we, how what's the real percentage of people, going through all these diseases?
come on now. Especially now they say they got pills for HIV to calm you young to the point where it's like it's non-existent. Like man,
you see how dangerous that
yeah,
is. So that means somebody can go through life and not tell you their status, and they can know you gonna what pop up and go to the doctor. He's gonna tell you your levels. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
hey,
Yeah, that's crazy.
no, no.
So I want to back up to something that Manosphere said. You said that teens having sex is not normal.
He's saying it's not
Usually,
common like it used to
yeah,
be.
it's not common. Like at high school, you're not getting all the girls, and you're not having sex and stuff like that. That's like for the top, as the ranks go and stuff like that.
Wait, so you're not saying teen pregnancy? You just saying teen sex? Period.
Yeah, teen sex. Period.
Oh,
I
well,
don't know
I
that.
don't know about that.
I
Candy,
don't
I
know
I
want
don't
about
know
to
that.
about
address
all that
something
either.
that you
That's why I'm
said.
asking. That's why I'm asking.
I knew
I don't know.
I
I don't
knew
know about that.
homeboys that was getting it in at 16. I knew homeboys that was getting it in at 16, 17. Shit.
We all know that, but and were you that guy too? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like everybody
Nope,
was.
not
It's
me.
not right. It's not
Not
Not at
like
me.
16.
everybody was. It's not the common thing for teenagers. They all got girlfriends and boyfriends and
But
all
then
having
again,
sex with each other like that.
I'm
I
Yeah,
was an ugly, but then again, I was an ugly son bitch in high school. So what do I know, right?
We're young. It's not the thing yet. It's not really the thing yet. It's just
yeah.
and
I
then
think he. I think.
the
Oh
girls
yeah,
are
my bad.
going outside of high school, past high school, right? With older guys.
Yeah,
So
no,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know,
right.
man.
it's not like a
It's a
14-year
more
old and
liberal.
a 15. It's not like a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old are having their first
okay.
experiences and losing
Okay.
it together.
I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to jump in here because I'm confused. You got me. You got me in a state of confusion right now. Are you saying that currently this new group of teenagers aren't having sex like that? Or are you saying that it's uncommon across the board for teens to have sex?
Right. First of all, I was asking a question, trying to get a gauge.
Okay.
Yeah, like where are we with that the whole sexual thing? Because from my point of view and knowledge, it's not a common thing for all teenagers to be having sex.
No, I agree with that.
So
I
you
agree
know
with
what I'm
that.
saying? I'm just trying to be just logic about it, and
Well,
Well,
I
but I
mean, I
don't
don't
know the
think
I think
numbers,
that's
anybody
so
said
because
I was
all though.
asking.
yeah.
But
That's what I was
I
about to
don't
say.
think
I don't think
anybody
that's
said
consistent.
all.
Yeah, I don't think that's consistent throughout like history. Period. Like you know what I mean. Throughout like there wasn't a majority of teenagers having sex. Period. Ever. You know what I mean.
Right,
So.
right.
uh,
That so yeah. Even in today's time, I just don't see it like that. Like
Yeah. Exactly. So.
Well, there is a
So if
statistic that says,
Candy?
well, let me say
yes,
this real
Vagoda.
quick.
After Hustler Vagoda, you can go next.
All right. I mean, there are some studies that show that teenagers and young adults today are having way less sex compared to us Gen X's and millennials were back in the day. Now, why that is, I don't know. Maybe they've learned from our mistakes of getting pregnant or catching diseases at a young age, or maybe there are other forces at work, but that's what I hear. Maybe social media plays a part in it. Because we
Yeah,
all know
there's
back in
other
the day, we
things
was
to
not.
do.
Yeah, because, back in the day, we was in out. I lost my virginity at 19 years old, just for the record. And in my 20s, yes, I was meeting women left and right, up and down. Not that many, but I was meeting enough of them. Now I'm hearing stuff like these young guys don't want to look at a woman. They don't want to talk to a woman. Like they're not approaching like they did when we were younger. So what's going on with this?
Well,
Am
I
I
think
missing
that's
Hold
something
on.
here?
Wait.
go ahead.
Before anybody else answers, Vagoda was trying to cut in. Let him go ahead and go, and then I'll let you respond,
Yeah.
Keon.
Then you complain that I cut in all the time.
I'm
In
trying to
any
stop. Yeah, I'm
case,
trying to stop you from getting cut off.
what?
I said I'm trying to stop you from getting cut off. So go ahead.
Okay. In any case, I think I'm going to sleep. I barely can hold my. So I'm going to say what say my stuff, and then I leave.
Okay.
I want to address what you raised a few minutes ago. You
Okay.
said that even if kids in the USA or something like that are having intercourse younger, they are still low birth rate.
Mm-hmm.
So first of, not in those words you said it, but still. So first of all, low birth rate has nothing to do with that. You have in a lot of countries kids or young adults having intercourse in different ages, and it has nothing to do with it. Birth rate is the reason that there is a low birth rate in the USA and in most of the West in general because of education of the female. If a female is educated and liberated, then there will be less birth rate. And also, if I'm mistaken, you said it's a positive. Actually, for the long term, it's very negative for a number because a number of from a number of points. Okay,
Mm.
that's of course that is a topic for another day. But like I said, it's very negative the long for the long game. Um, you want to ask me something about what I said before I leave, my dear,
No,
or maybe
no,
somebody else?
I appreciate your input. No, I think I got it.
Okay.
I got a question
See
for
ya.
you though. Before you go
Oh,
ahead, my bad.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just a quick. So, are you saying that the more educated that a woman gets, the less, um, what's a good word? I guess the less good of a woman she is. I guess I get that. What?
No, I say that on average, the more educated the female, and if she's then she will not. Then on average, the society that has those women will not. Well, the average birth rate will drop very, very hard. For example, and I'm not talking about a PhD in. I'm not talking about a woman being a professor or a scientist. I'm talking about something very basic like know how to write. For example, let me give you an example that you will be surprised of. In Iran, for example, in most of the women know how to write. So because of that, the birth rate, even though there's a religious country, it's almost dropped to below two kids. And in
So,
general,
but wait. Look, one thing, just to clarify: is there any male-related reasoning is why the birth rate going down, or is it just a female problem?
listen, according to statistics, or at least that's from what I know. If the woman is educated, and then in countries that the woman knows how to read, or in general education, then the birth rate's going to minus. Okay, of course the
Thank you.
man is also has a part of it, but still, if the woman is independent and what I said, then the birth rate going go, will reach in a few years below two kids.
Huh.
Thank you for letting us know that and educating us,
Yeah.
Dakota.
Then starts the problems and but never mind that. Have a wonderful night.
You
Good
too.
night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's interesting.
Okay. Um, I think he's already gone. I'm gonna go ahead and remove him. Hey, Zero, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Let me see. Many men can relate to that. I'm gonna stop commenting because it looks weird on the screen. Just Jay, you are welcome to comment as much as you want to. I fully understand, child, and it's just, some things I'm going to engage with and other things I just don't. Mm-mm.
No, you gotta let that out. You know, Candy, you too. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Look, Candy, look. You know what's right, and that's what gotta motivate you. Like, if you know that it's wrong, tell them niggas, like or tell them folks. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay if you let out a little that ghetto. You know what I mean? That ghetto. There ain't no wrong with that sometimes.
Listen, it's good. It's okay. I pick and choose my battles, and that's not a hill I want to die on. Uh-uh.
Nah, I feel you. I feel
So, anywho, so you saw basically two scenarios, right? You had the one video where JP's talking about 12-year-olds and them getting it in and him being happy that his son is going at it or doing whatever. And then you have the other video that I showed with the mom. She has a 13-year-old who is in the age range that JP described with a 21-year-old. That lady's going to jail right now. Like,
you.
y'all don't think that there's any sort of regulation that might need to be had with not just teens having sex, right? I don't know if the stats are down on teens overall having sex right now. I can't tell you that. I know that I've heard conversations where, people are making it seem like these teenagers are just all whores and they're all out here just doing things adults aren't even doing. And I'm like, when did that happen? Because I have teen nieces and nephews, and like they're still kids right now. Like I hope they're not. Lord help me. I hope they're not. I'm not ready for that. But if they are, I want them to at least be responsible about how they're going about it. And I don't like the messaging of, being 12 and go knock down as many girls as you can. And, it's just, I just feel like it should be equal smoke for equal strokes. No?
Yeah, no, I do see how they differ from men to women. Um, and it's not fair, but I think it's natural, and and that's where I just always go back to. I do think it's a natural occurrence. If men again were able to produce life, that will cause you to have to again pay for the milk, pay for, or if you're naturally breastfeeding, pay for going back and forth to daycares, paying for all this stuff, then it will be on the same way with the men will have the same standard as in to not to be as promiscuous as possible. Now should we push that men be, just hoes? Nah, I give you that. Um, but I'm just saying, why is it so stern on one side versus the other? You know what I mean?
I don't think that it should be. I understand what you're saying that the girls bring home the babies, but I think overall, it shouldn't be an uneven playing field with that. I just don't think it should be. Like, if you're going to chastise the girls, you should chastise your boys too. Like, and instead of encouraging them to go out and ruin somebody else's girl, give somebody else's girl a baby at a young age. When you know what I'm saying, like at 13, I saw like if you got a girl pregnant at 13, you'd have no way to care for that baby. So all you did was ruin another family's life. Unless your
Yeah,
parents are going to step up to help you take care of that baby.
no, that's a
And
point.
then you know what we have? We have a bunch of men in the manosphere mad that they had young mothers that were single mothers. That's what we end up with.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
get
if
that.
I don't know if any parent is encouraging their children to have sex. I don't see that.
I just
You
showed
know,
you. I showed you 3 times JP
Yeah, but that's
saying that
J.
he,
Pete, man.
but
Candy,
it's
bro.
not just listen. Y'all saying this, I'm telling you that I grew up with men who were telling me, kids my age that were my friends, telling me that they had their uncles and not necessarily their fathers. I don't think the fathers were encouraging it, but it was older males around them that were encouraging them to go out and have sex.
But I think there's a difference between pushing the narrative that this is what men are doing versus this is what men like JP are doing. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we just gotta make it more specific because on the majority, I don't think this is what niggas think. Like that's just how I feel personally.
So you didn't have anybody encouraging you when you were younger to go out and
Nah,
have sex, you know?
no, I definitely had whole uncles, for sure. But
we all did. Like, yeah, they
yeah,
talking they
we all
shit.
did.
They
Yeah, we
they
all,
Okay.
but
talking
we
they
didn't take it serious. Yeah, we ain't
right.
taking
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
We
Like
ain't
everybody
taking
talk
that.
they shit,
That's just
and
him. We
nobody
all know.
ain't
Go
nobody
ahead.
look
Go ahead.
ain't nobody look at me dead in my
Okay.
eye. This is what I want you to do with this girl with this girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah,
Yeah.
like I mean everybody talk they stuff and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, that's it's just part of life. Like, it's not an encouragement, like, yeah, look, let me tell you, this is what you do with her. I want you to go out there and do that.
Nah,
So
definitely
I'm
not. I'm not.
confused.
Well, at
I'm
least I'm not
confused.
teaching my son that. Go ahead. My bad, Kenny. My bad.
How are y'all
Nobody
saying that
do.
it's just okay? Wait a minute. How are y'all saying that's just JP when both of y'all just told me y'all got your own version of JP in your life that told you that?
What we're saying
Am I
is
missing?
yes, I'm gonna
Yeah.
clear it right up. we're talking shit. We don't mind if we know that things are gonna happen, right? We're not encouraging, but we don't mind if our young boys is getting knocking things down and stuff like that. We you know what I'm saying? But it's not so much as an encouragement, like I want you to go do that and here go to condoms and go do it. You know what I'm saying? It's we
But
usually
but
listen, if you do something or if something happens, protect yourself at all costs.
but Candy though, just to his point, I do just to give you more leeway, right? There are men that do think like that. Like there are men that do think like that, but they're on the majority aspect, man. Nah, bro. We're not in the barber shop, with the young dudes with like 6, 7 year olds teaching them like, yeah, man, go get that young girl, man, go.
Like
Like,
hell
nah,
no.
man. Like that's crazy. That's crazy as hell. You know.
Liberated said, y'all are not being honest. Y'all being disingenuous. Liberated. Liberated.
Oh my god.
Why are you afraid to hit my panel? Do I have to come in the chat and grab you out of it?
Go ahead, get that nigga.
We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that we hear it. We both brothers just told you. Like we hear that from our uncles. We hear that from people. We did, but we just said we didn't follow all of that stuff. And nobody is like arming us and telling us straight up, making us go do anything. You know what I mean? So it's not that extreme. Like, you know what I mean? We understand our uncles and them have feelings about women and talk stuff, and we understand older people, talking their stuff.
But to get back to your main point, though, Candy, I do think that society does make women feel worse for having sex or for being, promiscuous or whatever the case may be. And to be honest with you, we shouldn't push that towards neither gender. But if either person wants to have, if either gender wants to do whatever they want with their body, then I mean it's up to them. Like you can't be sitting up here telling people they can't do it. Like what kind of shit? I mean, but yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
would say. You know.
So you know
Mhm.
what? I just thought about something you said earlier. And before I'm going to ask you a question, Keon. Before I do that, I do want to welcome Reyes to the panel. Welcome in, Reyes.
Yeah, what up, though? I was gonna tell you that the candies, but I remember I had like many older guys literally try to give me advice, telling me I should go sleep around, though, literally. And I'm like, nah, bro, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that though, you know.
See, see,
I'm remaining a virgin until I'm married. And they say, why married? Or is it worth
see.
it? Of course it's worth it. I'm Muslim though. Ain't supposed to be doing that anyway, you know. I'm Muslim though. I ain't supposed to be doing that, you know. Call me.
Mm.
See,
So
that's a
yeah, that's
black
that.
man right there. Riaz, black men don't cheat. Ain't that right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
I'm
saying,
done.
man. We
Yeah, man.
So so back to your point, Keon. You said that you wanted your kids to get married young, right? And you wanted them to get their whole phase out early. Does that mean that you are okay with teens having sex with teens? Like, are you encouraging that at like y'all? It's okay to get that out at a certain age. I was trying to understand that point.
well to a certain degree, yes. If that's what happens, me as a parent, I wouldn't encourage it, nor would I like it. But if they find somebody that they feel like they're going to go the long route with, but I feel like that we encourage. What I think is that what we do is that we make our kids feel like that they're dumber than what they are, and that they
Hmm.
don't know. Like teenage love, puppy love, all this dumb narrative that kids don't know what they want and who they like. But if you think about it, when you was a kid, you do the same thing when you're an adult, when you're quote unquote looking for a partner. You're looking for the best qualities that you like. I mean, it's no difference. So if they can find that as a 14, 15, 16 year old, then so be it. I don't. Again, if I would hope that it doesn't go down to you getting pregnant, stuff like that, because again, you have to make more money and stuff like that. But that's just because I believe in young love. I believe in all that other stuff. So that's just what I'm saying. But I'm not saying that teenagers should just have sex. Like that's crazy as hell. I'm not saying that. But just young
Mhm.
love and being able to develop love from a young age, and understanding, exactly what you want in a person. You know, that's what I'm saying.
You have a point. Also, I want to say that as well, though, I feel like this, though, men should actually be taught to lower their gazes, though. I'm taught to lower my gaze, though, actually, though. So when you go outside, you lower your gaze, though, actually. Yes, you look once, though, but that is it. You look once. After that, you lower your gaze. It's not just because it's out of respect. It's one, out of respect for the ladies, but also respect for yourself, because it's actually teaching you to respect, learning to control your own desires, though. Because, imagine, it's not about what other people think. It's about, imagine how you see yourself. You're caving into your desires, doing this that, and basically tying your souls everywhere, though. Imagine how you see yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
So
But
basically, though, you
go
should
ahead, go
lower
ahead.
your gaze, though. I get you in a dating thing, though, but same time to me, though, I just rather not date until I'm married. I'm culturally different, though, and I'll admit that, but same time, I feel like it's better. The reason I don't do premarital dating for a reason, though, is a temptation thing, no, man. Yes, it's a good thing, yes, to find who you potentially want to marry, but same time, though, it leads from one thing to another. So to avoid that, though, is just to just cut it out. Just, when I'm focused on me and building me, then I can actually think about that thing later. Not like later, but you know what I'm getting at, right?
Nah, I feel you. Nah, I feel you. I feel you.
And
But
I
yeah, hopefully
understand what
that.
you're
Go
saying,
ahead.
but it
Yeah,
sounds
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're saying you're not dating right now because you don't want to be tempted. And I think over here they would call that what in these spaces dick discipline.
Yeah,
Would
I
that
believe in that. Yes, correct. Yeah, but it's also the basic, I also believe also when I'm married too, it's also this. When I want to marry one day though, it's but imagine though how the person feels though, right? I take the person who I want to marry in the future's feelings into consideration. Because look, I have to be what I want to attract. So if I want the person to be my first, then I need to be their first though. So I need to be what I need to attract though, Because I'm a firm believer of what you put out is what you get back. So I'm thinking positive in order to get positive thing though. So with that, basically, I agree with what you're saying. And also, though, imagine how she feels, though, finding out the history I had, though. Imagine how she feels, though. So I take that into consideration, though. So that's why I'm just like, look, I just rather focus on me. And when the time comes for me to marry, I will marry. My aim is to marry at 25, but if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. But you know what I'm getting at, right?
no,
Nah, I feel
I
that.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because what I was saying, just to contradict myself too, though, because I again I understand where that question came from because again it probably sounds crazy. It is a lot of things that can happen out of trying to push that type of idea out there. Again, a lot of like kids in poverty or people in poverty that's women getting pregnant because kids just have sex. So in my idea, it's more of just a loving situation, like we watching Netflix
Hmm.
and we're bonding over movies and stuff. But again, it can always turn left where it does go down that road and more likely that's probably why we don't have that in society now. But
So I know you said you had kids. You have boys and girls?
I just got a boy, just a
A
boy.
boy. Okay, so would you feel that same way if you had a daughter about young love and her finding somebody? Would you be okay with like her having her
I
boyfriend
trust
come over?
I trust my daughter. Yes, so yeah, I would I would I I
You
trust
would
my
trust
daughter,
her
but
not to have sex, or would you trust her to be responsible if she did it? Because those are
I
two
think that's
different
the same
things.
thing. Well, no, well, I think that's the same thing though, because if she did it, then yes, because I would more likely I would put that inside her that this is more. What I would teach her is that this is what you probably don't want, first of all. But if she decided to do that, then I mean, again, I would think that she would choose the person that would be what she want for a good while, like what I mean, or at least for the moment, that she want to be serious with. So yeah, I think that would be in the same or at least intertwined with each other. I
So I happen so I disagree because I'm thinking back to me being 12, 13, 14, however old, you start having crushes or whatever. Could you imagine, like, back when you had your first crushes, if you had linked up with those girls thinking that was going to be forever, forever, ever, forever, ever? What would
But
you
it
do?
could.
Like,
It could have though. It who's to say it wouldn't? That's what I'm saying. Like we heard of high school sweethearts, you know? Like I mean,
Mm,
who knows?
yeah.
That's why I'd rather a natural approach. I hate when people use love or strategy with love. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even arguing this as in like I got a more main broader point where it's like there shouldn't be a strategy in which how you find who you think your partner or lifelong partner is. If it's somebody that you met at 14, then hey, it's for somebody you met at 14. If it's somebody that you met at 36, 56, 106, if you live that long, that's just how I come at it.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying
I feel you though.
13-year-old version of candy cane versus 20-year-old version versus 25-year-old version, all very different versions of me and what I like and what, like, at 13, do you think that those kids really know exactly, like, they're not thinking, unless you condition them to think future like that. Most kids are just kids. They're not thinking about,
Yeah.
well, if I get with this guy and we have babies, he needs to make enough money. I need to have
But
enough
Candy, who
bills. I
fault
need to
is
be.
that though? Do you think who fault you think that is? That our kids don't think this way. Like I hate that's another thing I don't like. Why are we not conditioning our kids at this age? You not think that kids in China already know this type of stuff? Like that's why they're growing up to be these great creating these great technologies and because we feel like that we can give our kids a pass and I don't know I feel like we condition our kids to know these because this is basic to me like look these relationship conversations we have on YouTube, this is something that's basic. This is conversations to me that you should be having. I don't know. But for some reason we give our kids a pass. I
Okay,
don't think that we should.
okay, I feel you though. Wait, but I was also gonna say, Kenny, so basically how my parents is just basic. You know the way I'm thinking now, yes, I got that from both parents how they raised it. Also the both my siblings. I got
Reyes,
one brother, one sister.
Reyes, you are talking so fast I can't understand you. You got to slow down.
Okay, sorry, I'll calm down. Okay, so basically, slowly, I was trying to explain, though, right? Is basically, of course, though, I appreciate my parents for raising me the way I am. It's just, though, I'm not the only one, though, out of my siblings, though, to have this type of thinking. My brother and sister have a similar type of thinking, but they're just going to apply it differently. So, like, for example, right, for me, when I was like 14, no, basically, like, I didn't have to do anything. They naturally came to me. I wasn't thinking about dating or anything like that. I was thinking about being friends or I'm focused on my own education. I wasn't thinking about dating that time, but it just naturally happened, because it's like basic, the girls in the school that I went to, I was a Catholic mainstream school. They like matured faster than me that period though, and I wasn't exposed to that type of thing. So that type of thing though, to be honest though, they came to me and I was just like, look, I appreciated what they said, but I told them, I friends on them for real, for real. I said it in the beginning. I told the truth. I
He a
told the
player.
truth. No, it's not like a player type thing. I actually told the truth in the beginning because one, I took their feelings into consideration. No, like, look, I explained, look, I appreciate you actually coming up to me, approaching, and you actually, like, look, I appreciate their intent. But I said, look, I feel what they felt, but I can't act on it. So I say, like, look, we can be cool like that. We can be cool like we friends, though. But that's it, though. Told them the truth. Because I took their feelings into consideration. One, no, if I said yes, they'll feel some kind of way. If I said no, they'll feel some kind of way. So actually, I'd rather tell them the truth in the beginning because you can tell if I'm ready or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
but see,
So
that's the. Go ahead, Kenny. My fault. Go ahead.
I just wanted to show on the screen what Liberated says. Since Liberated won't come out the chat, Liberated, we going to fight one. My girlfriend was 18 or 19 and wanted us to have a baby. Whole time we were both working at a shoe store making $8 an hour and still living at our parents' house. How the hell was that going to work? So that
Okay.
goes back to what I was taught. Hold on, Reyes. I'm specifically directing this to Keon. This goes back to you talking about young love and them getting together at younger ages. How are your
Uh-huh.
kids going to be in a position to care for each other and themselves if they're in this sort of a scenario?
Let me throw this at you, Katie. Right?
All
You
right.
know how the Mexicans they I got a Mexican home, and he would sit
Mm.
up here when he was like 28. He was still living with his immediate family. It was probably 12 of them, maybe in his household, but he was living with his immediate family. Why do we expect our kids by the age of 18, 17, 19 to be able to go out and go take like why is that the strategy when it would be more efficient, I think, where if we just stay as a household. Like you
So
get what I'm
then
saying?
why I get what you're saying, but then that goes back to y'all can't sit here and say the girls bring home the babies then because you that's a contradiction. You're saying that your son should be able to get
Okay.
married young and bring his family into your household. But if he goes out and get a girl pregnant, that's
No, the
the
woman
family,
too.
huh? Say that
Go ahead.
again.
My bad. I may have thought something else. Go ahead. My fault. I'm sorry.
So you're saying that if your kids go out, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I'm correlating this correctly. Because on the
Okay.
one hand, the reason we shame the girls and allow the boys to go have sex and don't really trip is because girls bring home babies, right?
Okay.
But then on the other hand, you're saying, why kick them out at 18? Why not do like the Mexicans do and have them bring their family into the fold and y'all all live together, right?
Yeah. I
But
don't
don't
think
you
that's
see how that
exclusive.
I'm so lost.
No, because she can do it too. If she gets pregnant, then I believe the same thing for her too. I think that there should be because again, once gets unpregnant, hopefully she'll be able to go out and still work and be able
When
to.
she gets unpregnant. Say that again. When she gets unpregnant.
When she gets
when
unpregnant, you know what I mean?
when she has that baby. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, when she
Unpregnant
had.
sounds like a whole different thing.
You know, well, yeah, when she had a baby and she's able to go out and work again, hopefully the family at the time that she has is able to, and this is all hypothetical, of course, but and hopefully the family that she has is able to take care of the bills. Now her money is just, and again with the boy, if he brings in his family, now it won't be just him; it's him and the girl. It's. I feel like that's how it should be. Because why are we kicking our kids out at 18? I just think that that's just a horrible strategy. You have a well-bodied adult here that's probably gonna go out into the work field and then try to spend all his money on all this and all this when you can just keep him at your house, have him pay this amount of money, and then he'll probably buy you groceries and all kinds of, that's just. But I know there's kids out there that just want to go out there and do their own thing. So that's the thing about it too. Go ahead, my bad.
I will say to what you're saying that part of the issue of why not every family kicks the kids out. Sometimes the kids leave. And part of that is because under my house, my rules. That's how I grew up. And so
Yeah.
once you get to a certain age, somebody asked earlier, at what age do you feel like you're grown? I didn't feel like I was grown until I was under my own roof, paying my own bills, and had my own freedom to do what I wanted to. Because as long as I have to live under your house and by your rules, and especially if you don't agree with the rules, like if you have strict parents or like they have like what you're saying makes sense in the grand scheme of things of the family staying together and you building your money and stacking before you actually leave the house. But a lot of times that's just not going to work because of the personalities of the people that you're growing up in the house with.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. And I hate that. But I just feel like if we push towards that, we shouldn't care about being grown. Who gives a damn if you're a title? Like, who cares that, oh, I'm grown now? Like, who cares about that?
It's not
Like,
even that I'm grown now. I think for me, growing up in the house that I grew up in, it was more so I now am a certain age, I'm working, I'm being responsible, and I want to be able to do things, right? But there can only be one boss of you. There can't be two.
I
Does that make
see.
sense?
Either rather if you're paying the bills or not, I'm gonna always be the boss of myself because I'm working. Again, we're talking about people that are working people. So it's
Yeah,
not that you're just. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're speaking from a privileged position because you're a boy. I need you to hear me as the girl.
Mm, okay, okay, go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? Like you, like I'm still the boss of me. I'm paying bills. It don't matter. That's not the attitude that people have with their daughters.
But I think the daughters got more leeway. I would say the
With
daughters got more leeway.
how?
Where's stop the cat button?
Stop the cat. I don't have a stop the cat.
Cause nah, y'all know y'all got more leeway. The
How?
woman,
How?
the
How?
expectation of the expectation of a woman is not as high as a man. We all know that. A man is expected to be able to take care of himself way earlier than a woman is. And it is. I mean, that's just. Is there a disagreement? Is there a disagreement with
Yes.
that? I don't think that's. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go
You
ahead.
know why? Let me tell
Why
you
is
why.
that?
Because I just told you, growing up in a house, a strict house. I'm talking about a strict house, right? If
Okay.
a girl wants to have some level of the same rights that she has as the brother, she's most likely going to have to leave the house to get them. Because growing up under the parents' regime is not going to be you're not going to get that level of freedom that like my brother. I'll give you examples because I don't want to just be talking in riddles and McGriddles, right?
Yeah.
I don't really like giving personal examples because I will say people on the internet will use your personal stories as arrows against you later.
No,
And
that's a fact.
this is the
I wouldn't do
this
it
is
to
the
you
reason
though.
I know you won't, but I'm just saying like people like to come and throw stuff back in your face. So but I will say this, my brother was able to like date in high school. We were not allowed to do that as the girls. I was the oldest girl. I have twin sisters that came behind me, and then I had a younger brother. He got so much freedom. We were pissed about it. And I understand now why they had certain rules. Like when I look at some of the girls who were allowed to go out and do what they wanted to do in high school and just be free, like they were free to the point like you couldn't even tell people cared about them, right? But the
Yeah.
whole yeah, some of them were that level of freedom. I'm like, damn. But looking at the like my brother, the way like even with him being in college, he had a college girlfriend and he brought her home and she was able to spend the night. You think they would have let me bring somebody home to spend the night? Are you kidding?
But
Hell
I'm
okay,
like,
so
no.
I get okay. Go ahead. You had something to say.
so
My bad. Go ahead.
So my
Go ahead.
point is, in order for a girl growing up in a strict household to have the same level of freedom, even if I'm paying bills, because I paid rent on top of whatever bills I had, car note, car insurance, whatever phone bill in my younger ages living there. I had responsibilities and I still didn't have the full freedom like my brother did. So you're saying like girls have more leeway. I want to know how.
Okay, cause okay, so that's what we
Did you
okay.
ever
We
test? Did you ever test it? Like it wasn't a point in time with your parents and being a teenager where you hung out more or you bucked against some of their rules or things that they, you know what I mean? Like you kind of had a sense of your own self and you're gonna do what you want to do to a degree.
Yes, I did. And then we got into a huge fight over it. And then that's when I moved out. Because,
Girl,
Okay.
did we
like I
live the
mm.
said,
same life?
like I said, there can only be one boss for me. It can't be two. And
And
when I got
can
to
I
Let
add
me
knowing
on
let
what
me
top of
let
one,
that?
go.
Like,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to add because, like, Candy, I was 24. So imagine at 24, you're working, you're adult, but you're still operating under rules because once again, you live with your parents. But for me, even when I moved out, my dad was still trying to run my household. And it's like, sir, we're not gonna do that. You said once I move out, my house, my rules. So let's keep it that way. Okay, I'm sorry.
But okay, so look, I'm gonna use her. I'm gonna use that as an example. You was he just okay for him to even have that right to think that that's his household? Was he helping you throughout that time? I don't think that's too personal. Would you say that he was
Absolutely
helping
not.
you? No.
He
Okay.
won't pay
All right.
nobody
Well.
bill. Okay. He won't pay nobody bill. Cause even like okay, just to like just throw this in there, right? Because I don't mind being transparent. You know, for lessons. So it was like one of those things. I remember because I moved away like an hour away from the city I grew up in, and I still had like the same boyfriend. We would just have to drive back and forth to see each other. So I remember one time my father called me talking about You didn't ask me. He can come and visit you. What do I like? Once again, at this point, I'm 20. Like I'm going on 25 years old. I don't need your permission to have company in my own house, let alone my boyfriend. So it like this leeway that y'all think women get. I'm not sure because it's like one of those things that I'm not sure because I've seen like my brother get like some amount of freedom, in high school and able to go out and date and stuff like that. But for me, it was like I really had to fight just to say, hey, well, can I at least go on a group date? Can I do that?
But
Like,
see, that's. But hold on, wait, because I think we're too hyper focused on just on one part of it, right? Because it's okay. You may not have had the freedom, but the responsibility of your parents, they feel like they must take care of you more than the male. That's what I see personally. It's not. It's okay. You
No,
may
now,
they may be on your behind a little bit more about either going out or having the freedom to do this and do that. But I'm not just talking about the freedom aspect and how they treated you. I'm just talking about of how they, even when you turn 20, 21, 22, 23, like they would still probably make sure that they baby girl is okay than the baby boy.
no,
You know.
no. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. Maybe families are different depending on where you are, but in the like again, I come from a religious background, highly religious on both
Yeah, me too.
sides.
Yeah.
So no, the girls were not babyfied. In fact, we had to grow up faster because of that. You had to learn to cook and clean and do all of these things in preparation for being on your own type thing. And then what I would say to the boys have more responsibilities. My brothers, the only person who lived at home until he was 30 was him. Now, granted, he was living at home, but he was still going through school. Like he went and got his bachelor's, master's. He's a doctor. So they allowed him to do that because he was going through the educational system as long as he did. But yeah, we were out of there. We had to cut up out of there. All them girls got up out of there as quick as we could because it was just too much. I'm like, what the hell? And
Okay,
it's
but
not just
okay, Candy though, Candy, the family. Okay, let's start here. Family
all right.
dynamic. Who has who is the what's a good word? Who's the pedestal or who's the catalyst for the family to be quote unquote success? Like who's the provider, the protector, all that stuff technically for the family to at least be to go
The
forward.
father,
You know what I mean?
the father was. It's supposed to be in traditional settings. In traditional settings, that weight usually is on the father of the household if he is the actual financial provider.
So you don't think that expectation is put on to our young men?
No,
And it,
I grew up in, and then let me say this. Yes, but no, because I don't want to say no so fast. What I'll say to that is when you have like the traditional gender roles, right? Where the
uh
girls had certain chores they do, boys had certain chores they do. Like you say that I don't. Oh, man, I'm just gonna stop answering because like, there's no way for me to answer this without telling all of my family business. So I'm not gonna do it. Tiff, you
no,
want
you
to
ain't
join
got to be.
in?
Go ahead.
You came up with both your parents. They were strict. You're the firstborn, so you have a lot of responsibility on you.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm wrong.
I
No,
mean, I
you're
don't
right.
really
You're
like the
right.
verbiage on that because the responsibility shouldn't just be on quote unquote. I don't know if y'all trying to put it on the girls or
And
on
it's
the
not.
individuals
No, no,
No,
and
no,
no,
I
no,
said the
no, no, no. Slow
firstborn.
down. Slow down, Tiff. He's just summarizing what I told him. He's not
okay,
he's not
okay.
saying it should be there. Slow down.
Right. So, and my bigger point is that's not even the norm, right? Two parent household, strict. Um, and but then towards your like with like your upbringing, you're the firstborn, so like you have a lot of responsibility. You got to keep up with your youngins and you know what I'm saying, your siblings and all of that. So, and then you were the female, so it has its dynamic that you came up with that I don't know is the norm though.
I would like some of the women to chime in the chat. What I said about the way that I was raised, is that very far off for how you were raised in your community, like as young girls? Because I feel like, and hey, Hill, welcome in. I appreciate you coming in. Um, I don't
Hey,
like
Matrice. Hey, girl. Sorry.
as far as like my family dynamic. When I look across the board, I told you I got a big family. My mother was one of six. My father was one of 12. So across the board, this is what I saw. It's not like
Mm.
we were the only ones. And even in other families that we were raised around, that's how it was. Like the girls were the more responsible ones who had to get out of the house faster. The boys ended up living with the parents longer.
Absolutely. That echoes throughout. Yeah.
Well, I
I
think
don't know.
that's more of a personal
I
choice.
think when a woman starts ovulating and start, I think that echoes throughout nature. Like once a female comes into her, you know what I'm saying? Especially now she having sex now, she thinks she smelling herself, she could back talk or she could tell, mom type of thing, you know what I'm saying? All them little dynamics and stuff between mother and daughter, all them things start to play out. I think, it's time to go. You know what I mean? Whereas the boys, if he ain't got no kids and everything, he could rock around. And plus
No, that's a
he's
fact.
just gonna get, yeah, he's just gonna get more, you know what I mean? Like if you can't bring no babies home, like you gotta go establish your own, you a queen. You gotta go establish your own queendom.
So then that, and hello, Martrice. Thank you so much for coming to the panel. I appreciate you. Sorry.
I'm happy to be here. I actually like had a question. So I haven't been watching the stream like I've actually been out and about, but I just wanted to know like, can I just get a brief like background of what we're discussing?
Okay, so to give you a rundown, because I know the title is different than where we currently are in topic. The title was about boys being boys versus girls are fast, and it's about how in all of these conversations I've been overhearing lately regarding kids and sexuality, they demonize the girls while giving the boys pass. Now we're at the point where we're kind of talking about the difference in how girls and boys are actually raised, and um, I think it stemmed more so from the conversation of girls bring home the babies, that's why they're demonized.
Mm.
Does that fill you in a little bit?
That does. So I guess thank you for the quick background. So I guess I'll just put my opinion out there. I do
Hmm.
agree that girls are typically more demonized. So I'll just speak for myself. As someone that has grown up in the black community my whole entire life, um, I feel like that was something that I feared. So, like, speaking for myself, I always felt like as a young woman, I never wanted to be a statistic. I was afraid of getting pregnant and all that kind of stuff. Like, that fear was like dwelled into me because of all the stereotypes that I think we have against us, as far as like the Jezebel, the this and the that you see in the media of how Black women are even portrayed, you know, where it's because you have that as such a, I don't know, as at such a high frequency. I think a lot
Hmm.
of us try to run from that. So it's, I don't know.
Same here.
I feel like it goes back to I know people don't like to talk about it, but when Cynthia used to talk about how, Black women were once upon a time prudes, you know what I mean? So I was one of those prudish Black girls growing up that was heavy in the church and was, wearing my skirts and stuff. So would not talk to a boy to where I'm very shy of men in general. So like
Hmm.
I'm married now, but like my husband will talk about like a time when like he was like, oh, that's the type of dude you like. He'll tell me about some dude that I don't even remember looking at. You get what I'm saying? Where it's this thing where because I'm personally shy of men, it's like I've never been the girl that noticed guys noticing me. It'll be like
Hmm.
my friend will be like, that guy's over there looking at you like he thinks like, but I've always been like a little bit somewhat insecure about that. So I don't like male attention. So it's like a um I don't know. I just think it's like I think the way that we view things is different from how men perceive us being. So I feel like the average man relishes in attention from women, where I think women tend to be more shy of those things. Like I feel like there's an outlier of women that's like probably embraces that after a while, but like I feel like a lot of us might be like myself, where it's like we don't like that type of attention, you know?
I, I will say that I think I started out similar in that way. Now I'm in my fuck it era. I'm gonna do what I want to.
Girl, be in that era. I look. I will watch you from afar and enjoy. But it's like as a person that's still kind of like shy like that, I'm never like that. It's so because even recently I think like FD Signifier did like a video about Tyler Perry, and like even like he talked about in it briefly about how like the male gaze of how like even men view each other, like he talked about how like how women view men. Like if dudes really were walking around just naked or half naked all the time, that would be totally weird to me. You get what I mean? Like I don't think women ogle men the way they ogle us. You get what I'm saying? And I know that might be a different part of the conversation, but like I don't know. It was
But
a point I was
you do
getting
have
to,
a
but
sense.
like
My
sorry.
bad. You do have a sense where you want to be attracted to. I know you don't want to probably be attracted to every man, but there's that one man, that you probably want to. You know what I mean?
Well,
That makes
she's
sense.
married.
Yeah.
She's married
Well,
now, so
okay,
she done found her. Yeah.
okay. But yeah, to your husband. So I know you want to be attracted to your husband, right? You know.
Yes, like to my own husband, but like, am I trying to catch every dude's attention that I encounter? No. And if I go out to look and I look nice, like I mostly am doing that for myself and the guy that I'm with. But is it for like I don't know to really like seek male attention like that? No. And I don't know like if I'm just different or like but I do think that if you grow up a certain type of way, that whole like I don't know. I guess that's the modesty thing that us women talk about. So I'm the type of woman that's always been a girl's girl in the sense that it's not that I feel like you should be allowed to make your own choices. So
Hmm.
as a woman, I don't have to agree with every woman's choice, like how she carries herself, how she does, like that's her over there. So it's like it's not that I'm necessarily like rooting bad behavior, but I'm also
Hmm.
not like gonna be chastising her in her face either, because I just feel like we all have to have our human experience to a certain extent.
I like that. I like that idea. So you're saying basically you allow women the grace to live their life according to their own choices.
Yes, but I also think that guys do, and I feel like that's the standard that also I feel men have for each other too, which is why it's like dudes feel the need to correct Pookie, but he's not the focal point of like, you don't need to be doing that and da 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 da. Like, because at the end of the day, they realize that that's another grown man over there and that he's got to make his own choices and he's got to do this and that. I feel like even among women, we're expected to go chastise these people. So it's this thing where I don't know, it's
Hmm.
like an unequal viewing. Like you expect women to chastise other women when men never have to chastise each other in the same manner.
So
And it's
I
like the
will
guys
say,
that do that, they get called simps or they're chastised for calling the other men out,
do
in
you
my
think that's
opinion.
more common though in people who come from a religious background? Because I think the whole women chastising women thing, like it reminds me of coming up in the church and like when somebody would do something wrong, they would bring you in front of the whole church to have you basically account for whatever it is. Do you
Mm.
think that that sort of accountability, that expectation is a stem from religion, or do you think that that's just socialized, like society as a whole? Because I think it's more religious based.
I think it's religious based, but I also think it's society as well. I feel like it's religious based, but it's enforced through society as well. Like the what is it they talk about, like patriarchy affects everyone, so even the
Mm.
people that benefit from patriarchy, you still deal with the negative aspects of it. It's like men not wanting to be seen as like I'm not just my wallet, but like y'all set it up where you're just your wallet and all you want to be is your wallet. Like if somebody asks you to wash dishes, like they got whole little things of them telling each other like that's her emasculating you because she told you to wash dishes. So it's like whole, back and forth online that I feel like I guess it's unrealistic because it's like when a man lives by himself, I'm pretty sure he's washing dishes. But it's like the
And
moment he has a wife or girlfriend, it's like I shouldn't have to do that.
I'm
It's
so
a
glad you
weird
brought that up.
conversation. You
I'm
know what I
glad you
mean?
brought that up. I want to
That
jump
is
in
kind
on
of
you because I
weird.
want to. I want to say something, and then I'm going to bring Hustler in. I'm glad you brought up the fact that when he lives alone, he has to do everything. That goes back to what I was saying about how I grew up, and we had women's jobs and men's jobs, and my brother didn't have to do hardly any inside work job. It was all on the girls. All he had to do was mow the lawn, take the garbage out, and wash the cars. That was his responsibility. While we had everything else. Now, the crazy part about all of that, while you're trying to teach him how to do quote unquote men's jobs and teach the girls to do quote unquote women's jobs, he lives alone right now today. He got to do all of it. So to me, it would have made more sense to have the balance and have your kids learn how to do everything. Maybe not completely 100% everything, but instead of trying to teach that everything inside and domestic was on the backs of the girls, your son still had to learn it because when he's alone, living by himself, he got to do it for himself, or he's going to pay all this money to have a maid, to have a cook, to have a this, to have a that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just going back to what you said,
Men are
I
su-
get it.
men are survivalists. I mean, they're gonna. I mean, I'm sure he learned how to scramble an egg, throw something in the pot, cook. You know what I mean? Let it cook. You know, let it fry. Throw something in the microwave. I mean, he gonna survive. Like he gonna live. He gonna eat.
But is that a
But
man trait though? Is that a man? Is that
survival,
No, because
survival.
women survive too. Everybody gonna survive if you want to live.
But
If we're being
right,
honest, women are survivalists too.
right, right. So, but when a man takes on a woman, right? And he takes on a woman. This is my woman now, and she's maintaining my household. She maintains the household. She usually the woman likes to do the cleaning. She don't even trust the dude with the cleaning and all that type of stuff. He ain't gonna clean like her. And you know what I'm
That's
saying?
because
And she like things.
that's
So
because
She like things.
wait a minute.
She like things a certain way.
No,
And
that's a
she
cop
she
out.
she's used to
That's a
doing it.
cop out. I'm not
that's a
letting you do
cop
that.
out? Oh God,
That's
that's
a
a
cop
cop
out.
out.
It's a cop out. Nope, 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 nope. That's
No, there is
weaponizing
some
copness.
truth
We're
to
not
that.
doing it.
There is some
If
truth
y'all
to that
had
because
been,
my mother is the same
if
way.
wait,
She be doing it.
wait,
My mama the same. I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
was talking before you started.
Sorry.
I
Go
was
ahead.
talking before you. That is a cop out because it goes back to the had you taught your sons growing up how to do the cleaning, then he would be proficient at it as an adult. You gave him an out
Facts.
to say he can't do it very well because why? He never learned how to do it in the first place. You make that the responsibility of the woman when you do that.
So
Facts.
can I ask you a question? Your mom didn't teach your brother to make his bed, wash your own clothes, or fry an egg, scramble an egg.
My brother did do his own room, yes, but it like the bathrooms, like the responsibility of the household things fell on the girls. That was not on the boys. So then
It
that
never
goes
been
back.
on the boys. It never been on the males. And men
But
don't
when
men
you
men
live,
take care of the grass. Men take care of men take care of the outside the home and electrical and mechanical.
so do you only do that when you
Yeah,
live alone?
No, I'm gonna do every. Obviously, if I live alone, I got to do everything.
That's
But I'm
my
gonna survive.
point.
Your point was proficiency. He's not going to be proficient at doing it. When a man lives alone, he can live in a mess. He can do whatever he want. Oh, company coming over, let me freshen up, let me tighten up, or whatever, because he's not. But when he takes on a woman, she's going to do all of that anyway.
You think so? Oh,
This is
okay.
what
Go
I've
ahead,
been. This is
Hustler.
what I've been looking at. As long as I've been looking at life and looking at women and stuff, this is what I've been
Go ahead,
seeing.
Hustler. You can jump in here.
Okay, I was gonna say for the record, I understand. My mama's the same way, and I have a female cousin who likes her dishes arranged a certain way, so I understand that wholeheartedly.
Women got
and
OCD, all type of German, all type of different stuff. Like women be on it, like with the cleaning and stuff, and she'd rather handle that. Like she don't want to see
I
her
didn't say
man
all.
mopping.
but
She
but
don't
but
want
but
not all, but in general, she don't want to see her man mopping and cleaning and doing all
Yes,
that.
we
I
do.
didn't say
I'm
all that, but
saying
I
like
don't
okay.
know.
y'all
I
like
don't know.
saying that, but that's like saying that you don't like men that say that it just sounds weird. I feel like if you do it for yourself, you should be able to do it for everyone that you live with.
for your
It
family.
just
Yeah.
sounds weird to just be like, oh well, she's gonna emasculate me if I pick up this mop. Like literally
How
I'm
is
not
she being
saying that. I mean,
masculine
he's
though? I
not
don't
gonna.
get
I
it.
mean, if she don't
like
clean,
she's
if she
gonna look
don't do
down on
if
me
she
all
don't
of a
do the
sudden.
laundry,
Hold on.
if she
Y'all got to
don't do
talk
the
one at a
laundry, if
time.
she
I
don't
can't hear
clean.
you.
How is that emasculating?
It's not at all. It shouldn't be, at least. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
It's nothing
So
emasculating, but it's just I don't just don't see it like that. Now, if she don't
can
do
I
anything around the house, then he gonna clean.
Trill Pill welcome in? Thank you. It's an open panel. Somebody asked if they could hit the link. You can absolutely hit the link. I think it's pinned. It should be
I
pinned. If
want
it's
the
not, I'll drop it again. All are
okay.
welcome. Y'all just got to stay on topic, please. Try to stay on topic
Sure.
anyway.
I want to comment on something Tiff Starborn saying before she hopped off, if you don't mind me backtracking a bit, because I was listening
Go
in.
ahead.
Yeah, she was saying something about how girls are taught not to be out on not to be out here dating around, but the boys can do whatever they want. So her question was, who are these boys dating? And someone replied with, well, they're dating all the fast girls that said, fuck the system, do what I want to do. To me, that's a misconception. It's not so much that boys and girls can't date, because yes, girls are just told not to be out here being messy, being promiscuous. The boys, on the other hand, are taught more or less the opposite. Have as many partners as you want, but just don't be messy. I think the girls have
No,
it's more of a
you
different dating standard. So it's not like the boys have
you
nobody to date. They have women to
I
date, but they're dating women that have a different mindset and different standard. The
I
way she
think
was
you need
I
to
talking,
thought
it's
slow down.
these
like
men
Slow
were
down. Hold on.
the way she was
Hold
talking,
on.
it's like the boys have nobody to date. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
wait, wait,
Well,
wait,
they
wait, wait, wait,
can't
yes,
wait,
date the
but
wait,
the
wait,
religious
women.
wait.
girl.
This
Hold
is the
on,
thing.
y'all. Hold on. I was talking next. Thank you. Sorry. What I think you're not understanding from what Tiff was saying is that not all girls can date. I grew up not being able to date. So she says she grew up the same way. Not every household was okay with you dating at certain ages. So maybe
Yep.
you were able to encounter some girls who did have that level of freedom, but there's a good chunk of girls in our community that didn't have it.
You know, after
Can I ask
watching
the ladies a
Moesha,
question?
I understand. Look at Moesha, this the TV show. I understand.
Can I ask the ladies a question?
Go ahead.
I think before I let you go though, Martrice was trying to cut in. Martrice, what were you trying to say?
What I was trying to say to what he was saying about the what was he I mean he said something about dating, and then he
How
said
the, how the girls are not
wait, can you
allowed to
repeat
date,
that
but the
again?
boys are.
Repeat it for her,
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah, I would
no,
say, yeah.
so the girls, I feel like, yes, some girls were allowed to do that. I think that some of them weren't, right? But it was a point I was gonna say. It left me. Just give me one moment. I'm gonna
Well,
listen.
let me say this. And the girls that were allowed to date had a strict standard, meaning they have to meet the mom and the dad. Otherwise, there can't be any of that hanky panky, and there can't be no hanky panky stuff behind the scenes. So that's how we did it back then. The few that were allowed to date anyway. Take it
Okay,
slow.
black
Take it
black
slow, or it's a
manosphere,
no
what was your
go.
question?
Yeah, quick question to the ladies. Are y'all traditional or liberal?
I grew up traditional.
And how do you think now or live now? Or what are your views
Um,
now?
my views are I'm gonna do what I want.
Liberal. Okay. Rest of the ladies?
I'm in between. I have things I'm traditional about and things I'm liberal about. I fall in the middle.
Okay. Thank you.
Candy, if you find that right man, you gonna turn back traditional. I don't know. I think all women is quote unquote traditional. You know, they
But
don't
see,
want to go to work.
that's the thing though. I'm gonna do what I want includes if I find the right person. If I decide to become traditional, that was still something I wanted to do.
Ah, okay, I get you. Okay, all right, never mind, never mind. Yeah, because when he says liberated, he don't mean that. Yeah, I don't think that's what he means. You know,
Yeah.
Traditional, conservative, liberal. I was
Now,
leaving it up to them to choose.
it all depends on what you mean by that. If you ask me my day to day, am I more a conservative person or am I more like a Sukiana? I'm definitely more of a conservative person. The way that I dress, the way that I operate, I would say that's more in the realm of conservatism. But if you're asking me if today I would live the same way that I grew up, absolutely not.
Not Sukiana. Please, not her.
Well, I had to go to the extreme. Like You know
Wait,
what I'm
wait, wait. What's
saying?
wrong with Suki? What's wrong with
Listen,
Suki? Hold on.
She
Suki is
might
a
be
different kind
pregnant
of
by
girl.
Dr. Umar. That's what's wrong with her. Like, no.
Suki,
Well, hot damn.
Su- Suki got some conscious babies coming for you. That's all.
Hey
Just had to
man,
throw her
that's
name
what.
out there.
And that's no judgment. There's a place for everybody. Listen, I don't mean no harm against Suki. I'm just saying, if
We
you're
don't,
asking
but
me,
girl, no. Mm-mm,
that
Girl,
mm-mm.
she
no.
made a song about eating his ass, that ain't gonna ever be me. Y'all don't. That's Suki by herself.
Yeah, that's wild. That's
She
definitely
on
wild.
her own. I don't think I've ever heard a Suki Hana song. I have no idea. I just know her name, but I've never actually listened to her.
I ain't heard a single song from her either.
Yeah, I seen a couple tapes.
What kind of takes? That's the
I
question.
didn't see. That's not important.
That's the question.
That's not
You
important.
sound guilty, sir. You sound very
That's not
guilty.
that's not important.
No, I know she a sexually graphic type woman. She, be talking about a lot of sexual graphic things. That's what I know about her. That's it.
And she
She
twerked
do
on
her
a 10-year-old
thing.
year old. So yeah, yeah.
Okay.
She's in a
Really?
class in the league. Oh yes, she did. She got a whole music video of her twerking on somebody's child. When I say child, I mean child, child. Which goes in line with the whole theme of today of sexualizing these kids. Yes, Miss Sukiana got a video of her just. I'm like, ma'am, if I was that boy's mama, I would have snatched you by all of your baby hairs.
Yeah, yeah.
But this the thing, though. Her mom should have even been over there with that child in the first place. That just sounds weird. Ain't no
It's
way.
probably one of her homegirls' children. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the way
That's
that
what
Has
it's
to
Suki,
got to
be.
be.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
Cause ain't no strange
I
woman
don't
gonna
know
allow
where
that
that came from,
bullshit.
man. Nah, yeah.
Where what
I
came
don't.
from?
I don't know where that like just this whole. I think somebody in the chat said like this degeneracy. Like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I hate to be
But
like that towards the people.
there is a group. There's something for every. You know what? This goes back in line with the last conversation we had about the good blacks versus the bad blacks, or like
Uh
the
oh.
underclass blacks or whatever. So like, there's a group of people. Think about it. It's not just Sukiana. You also got Sexy Red talking about all of the different what is it called? All the different STDs she has. She's labeling her lip gloss line after like nut. Was it nut white? Like
Yeah, that was
Mm.
weird. It was
I
like,
remember that.
yeah,
I
she
think
did.
I
these
That
remember
was
women.
that.
I think
gonorrhea
these
inappropriate.
women.
green.
I think these women. Don't these women come from the sexual world and the whole sexual pornographic aspect, or strip club, sexually graphic world. I mean, that's what they kind of promote.
Well, see, I don't know
Yeah.
enough about either of them to tell you
But
to answer that. I never
Yeah,
looked into
because
their
then
background.
a whole nother side would say that it came from the government bringing in the crack cocaine. You know what I mean? That's why I be saying I say I don't know because
I think
I
it's
understand where these points come from, but I just don't know. That's you know.
I
I
think
think it's
that
the
part of
female
it comes
genre.
from. I think
Cardi
that.
B, Cardi
Hold on,
B. What?
hold on.
Oh, my bad.
Y'all keep talking at the same time, and I'm not hearing either one of y'all. Who wants to go first, Martrice or Black Man is Fair?
Ladies first.
Okay,
What
Martrice.
I was gonna say is, I I personally feel like they come from a spot of the they all come from like, remember when Lil Kim was popular? But when Lil Kim was popular, you had like Queen Latifah, Lauryn Hill. You had other women within that genre to also look up to. So you had some that gravitated that way and that way. It's when, what's her name, Nicki Minaj came on, that all of them, like, they're from the house of Kim. And so there was no house like the one that's like, I guess, where I guess Dochi tries to be somewhere in between all of them. That's, I guess, current right now. But just my opinion, I feel like when they all started modeling themselves after Kim and there was no variety that could get the spotlight, you know what I mean? Because I think you do have like, young ladies like No Name, I've heard some of her rapping, and I think it's very good. I've heard Queen play a young lady named like King Kitty, but those ladies don't get airtime the way the over sexualized ones do. So it's just like what became the market to be out front has always been a Jezebel stereotype for black women. So that's the one that always is able to gain the most popularity, in my opinion.
Do
I
y'all
agree.
agree to that?
Mm.
I agree totally. I was
Yep,
just gonna
No,
that's
add
well,
to
true.
that.
to it. Go ahead. Go
Hmm.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I
Somebody
was just
said
gonna
the black
add to that.
exploitation era.
Mhm.
The 1970s black exploitation era started it. That's what someone in the comments said.
Oh.
But to a
Yeah, I
certain
mean,
degree, right? I do agree with her. But the only thing that I would tweak a little bit is that at the end of the day, you gotta think like rather because I'm not saying that these folks don't know this stuff. They probably don't. They probably don't even care. But they're still choosing to accept it. Like rather if it's through some outside influence, or rather if it's through specific people like Sexy Red or anything of that. The people are still accepting it. They're still playing their music. They're still imitating these girls. You know what I mean? So I think it's a little bit deeper. I think it's something that's just I don't. But go ahead.
yeah, to add on to you, I mean, hip hop is a young person's drama, right? In your teenage years, that's the most time you're gonna really love hip hop and being young and being into the new fresh styles and who's popping. As far as the women coming up in the rap game, I mean, like she was saying, like they all took to that sex, selling sex. They all got their booties done, and you know what I mean. They rap in a sexual nature. All of them, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, all of them, all up in City Girls, all up and down the line. So I definitely see that. I definitely see that,
But
and it's
why
got a
though?
major
It's
influence.
because you niggas. It's because you niggas like ass. That's why. it's that's why. It's because y'all sit up here, y'all fantasize about, but you know what I mean. It is what
Oh, well,
that's marketing though.
yeah, sex for a woman out front, sex sells. Period. If she got the talent and everything, and that can ride on its own, fine. But usually, a major part to her is the sex appeal. You know what I mean? Do guys fantasize about you and that type of stuff? And you see, they all got their bodies done and to fit those, those fantasies.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
yeah, and they in that
So
market where they have to sell. A woman, sells her beauty, sells her sex appeal. Once
yeah,
that catches on, people will catch on to that and try to sell that more than your talent.
that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta think like the top selling women, man. Like all of them are fine as hell. Like
I
no offense,
I don't
but
think, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the people are over you being sexy but untalented. Like that's the whole reason. What's her name? Ice Spice has died out.
a little bit,
Like
yeah.
I don't
Well,
think
to add to that,
it's I don't think it's as simple as that. That you just got to be fine. They require you to have some level of talent today.
Yeah, yeah. But I think the industry is more about the aesthetic. Like if you look good, then they can work on you being talented. Like, do you not know how many talented people are working for non-talented people? Like, you know what I mean? Like they're writing for them, they're making beats for them, they're doing
of
all this
course.
stuff for these quote unquote non-talented people, all because they're easy on the eyes. Like I mean, hey.
But that's age old. That's age old with women, Hollywood, entertainment, anything. If a woman's out front, you're selling her beauty. If you know what I'm saying, if she's got talent, and you know what I mean. But if you can, if the word is, oh, she's really beautiful, oh, we're gonna jazz that up and sell that. You know what I mean? That's gonna be her main thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that's just age old. You know what I mean, with women in entertainment. Period.
Yeah, and that go back to how women got it easier. I'm trying to tell. Look, Candy. Look, I know you mad about it, but it's okay. Look, women got leeway.
Listen,
And got
you're saying women in as they left their parents' houses have it easier. I need you to specify that. As long as they still living under their mom and daddy's roof. No, sir, they do not have it easier.
They got it. I'm just saying, if we go by
Yeah.
statistics, right? You know, who got Section 8 more than men? On the genders, is it men or women? Who get approved of
That's
that?
Well, now,
More?
now,
but
now we
that
go into now we go into different dynamics in class because Candy didn't come up in that situation, and that's why I was mentioning earlier. I said her situation is not the norm, but we tried to get a poll on it and a percentage and some data. But you know what I mean? Yeah, those are the different dynamics. You know what I mean? Because Section 8, I was going to say the same thing to tie into your point. I know many women who, you know what I mean, as a single woman in her Section 8 apartment with a daughter, they in the back room they be having their boyfriend and all that type of stuff. So
But
I
Yeah,
isn't
that's
that
correct.
based on applying for that type of stuff? Like, do
oh,
She
she's
get cut.
gone. Where'd you go? No, she
Uh
dropped.
oh.
Come back. We didn't hear your point and you dropped out on us.
Uh oh.
But even when you talk about Section 8 is outside of her living with her parents. It's after she has left their home. My whole point
Mm,
was you got to keep in mind you're talking adult women on their own have better rights, you say, than or more privileges than the men. I'm saying under the roof of two parents, you do not. So when you start going into the single mama thing and then her having sex, I don't know nothing about that. That wasn't my reality. So
right,
you
mm.
can't
I
say
pointed that out.
yay or nay to that.
Right.
Candy's such a good woman. I feel it. I feel it. But,
No, no, no,
there's a
no,
lot
no,
of
no,
people.
no, no. Wait. I will always tell you, I am not a good woman. I am a human woman. I'm going to make mistakes and I'll probably disappoint you. Do not set yourself up calling me good.
No, I got high expectations always. I got always. But no, I'm just playing anyway. I'm just playing. You know, I'm just
But Martrice, you were saying something and then you cut completely out. We didn't hear none of that.
no, I guess what I was asking was if we're talking about, y'all said, isn't that based off of applying for it? Like, it's not that men aren't allowed to get it. Isn't it that a lot of times men don't apply for those
Or they
type
don't
of things?
qualify. Or
Mm-hmm.
you
well,
don't
no,
qualify.
well, go ahead, King.
A man under the same circumstances as a woman, a single man. Think about, and I hate to keep using JP. JP, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pick on you. I promise I'm not. But a man under the same circumstances as a woman, if you have multiple children and no way to care for those children, if you applied for Section 8 and all of the government assistance that was awarded, afforded, whatever, he would qualify for the
Hmm.
same thing. He would have to be in those same circumstances.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but doesn't
yeah.
he qualify for that? I thought JP didn't in their video of him going to get his Section 8? Like in their
Well,
video of like whole rappers like ODB on Section 8?
He's
yes,
got,
but
but
here
Jay Prince has got he's got his kids though, right?
Yeah,
he
that's what
does.
I was just about to say because that's really all that matters. Whoever has 51% custody of the kids, which is just having them most of the time, that's usually
Yes,
you mostly can qualify.
Yeah,
you're
you
the
got to
Wait,
get the
custodial
wait.
house. You
parent.
got to get
There,
you
there's
got to get to you got
stipulations
to get.
though. There's stipulations. You have to make under a certain amount, and I believe you can't
Hmm.
have
Yeah, yeah,
felonies. If I understand correctly, you can't have felonies either. So as long as
yeah.
you aren't an actual felon, so that might be the thing that keeps a lot of men who should get it or would get it
Hmm.
from getting it if they have a criminal record.
Oh, okay.
Like not
So
just a
then,
criminal record, but I mean a felonious record because JP has a criminal record
yes.
alone.
Usually, if they
Hmm.
got a criminal record, they a baby daddy.
Yeah, because if you got a felony, you probably not even gonna get custody of the kids. To be honest, like it depends on what the felony is, but you probably you got a hard chance of getting custody of kids if you got felonies, especially if it's crazy.
Well, I don't know
I'm
if
just
I agree with that one. Because I know somebody who has a rap sheet as long as JP's and has felonies and still has custody. He is not full custody, but it's partial custody of his children. You have to fight for it. Like you have to go to court and petition for it. They're not just going to grant you that. So the one thing that I will say that is a misconception is these courts, as long as you aren't like a PDF file or some like assault and battery, serious assault and battery, they aren't really trying to keep you from your kids like that. But it has to be sanctioned. Like again, I know somebody with he's been in and out of jail multiple times and still has the right to go see his children. And he has a bunch of them. But he was also the type of person to go to court and put himself on child support and put himself on custody and actually want to be in his children's life. He's regardless of his choice in criminality or not, he wanted to be a good father to his children as much as he could.
And I'm sure all of that'll keep him straight, keep him working, and you know what I'm saying, keep him living a straight life. You know what I'm saying? Work, go see my kids, go home, go to sleep, do it again. Instead of
Right.
pulling a crime. Instead of pulling a
So
crime.
far.
So he's made a decision, okay, this is how I'm gonna live the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? He signed up for it and you know, it seems like it. Right, so far.
Nell Boogie says you don't have to have children to qualify for Section 8. I didn't know that. That's new information to me. I know it's a certain income level. That's for sure. I do know that. But I don't know the full like what's required. I
Yeah,
never looked into
I
it.
think that
I
I think
do
that's
know
the
that
Yeah,
process.
those
yeah,
things
yeah,
are
no, that's
on like
right.
a waiting list as well, though. Like sometimes it takes a while to get qualified for things like that. So it's not like you apply today and you got it tomorrow. Like sometimes the people, even the people that are on it, it took them years to actually get on the Section 8. Like they like sometimes I don't know if it's a lottery system or something like that, but I know sometimes it can take a lot of time to actually get on it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, but no, she's not wrong though. You can definitely get on Section 8 without having children. I was just in the context of what we was talking about, as in like a relationship. That's the only reason why I was particularly just talking about the children part. But yeah, it's
So
based off of income, really.
so
Yeah.
then
And you
what other
typically see more women on Section 8 than men, just flat out.
parameters then, Keon, do you think gives women an advantage over men? Because I'm curious now. We've already established
It's
that's not true.
uh,
That's not true. She lives under her parents' roof. So what other parameters?
well, I think it's just the okay. So let's just say, Candy,
Hmm.
if a group of us is walking down the street and we see a man beating on a woman, right? And then let's say that same group of us is walking down the street, we see a man beating on another man. Is there not more of a instinctive like urgency to help the woman out? Do you not think that?
Yes. And it's supposed to
Absolutely.
be. And it's
Absolutely.
No,
If
supposed
if
I'm
to
a
not.
be.
man
Absolutely, and that is my point. It is supposed to be that's what I'm saying. That we have as humans, either society or natural, whatever, whichever way it came from, we have an instinctive, natural way of just saying that if a woman is in danger, I'm going to help her. Versus the man. Like it's just
but you you
that's what
you
I.
realize you realize that's not isolated to just men. Women also feel that same instinct. You understand that. If I saw a woman getting beat up by a man and there's nobody else around to help her but me, it would be me to jump in, right?
Well, okay, so you don't think that a lot of women would be like, "What the hell am I going to do to help him?" Like, how if he
I
can't
can
if he can't whoop on this nigga, how am I going to whoop on him?
I
You
can
know
tell
what
you
I mean?
from experience that I've jumped in. Probably wasn't the smartest decision I ever made, but you're gonna have to take on both of us now.
Okay, all right. No, I feel that.
Do you think normally women do that or do you think they call the cops?
I mean, if you're in a position to call the cops, you're gonna call the cops. But the cops aren't always gonna get there faster than maybe you can stop something. Even
No,
just
I'm just
raising your
asking.
voice, even
I understand all of that. I'm just do you think women are jumping in more or calling the cops?
I think probably
And
more
usually,
women, if they in the situation that
hmm
I was in, it probably, like I said, it was not the smartest decision I've ever made. So a smarter
hmm
decision probably would have been to call the cops because he could have pulled a gun, he could have done anything. I mean, it was
Yeah.
it's
to
long
beat you
story
up.
short.
Yeah,
I could have, I didn't, thank goodness, but I could have, yeah. But now I'm strapped. So at the end of the day, you're gonna deal with the cops or me in a situation like that. I don't know.
This
Yeah,
girl kid
Yeah,
is
but
crazy. I love
but
that.
my thing is
I like
this:
that
I
though.
don't think most men are stepping in every situation either. I think if two guys, if you were a guy and you see two guys fighting, I don't think every man feels the need to step in. I think some will, but then I think also some might not. Like they might. I would say you're guilty if you're not calling the police at least. So like I would
Well,
say at
well,
minimum you should be calling the police and saying like, hey, there's a fight happening or something like that. You
so
know what I mean?
That's a
most
fact.
people, I would say, they don't even call the police. Most people pull out their phones nowadays and record.
Yes,
Mm, mm,
they do pull out their phones
yeah,
and record
that's true.
a lot of the time. Like that's how you have girls getting hit in the face with skateboards and all kind of crazy things. And
But
it's
see,
like those
but
things
real
are
quick for you.
happening.
Tossed in the trash like Morris Day did that chick in Purple Rain.
But real quick
Yes,
though, real quick question though, because I get what you're saying. Like most men wouldn't do that, period. But that's what I'm saying. Most men is not going to. Most men or women, people in general, are not going to sit up here and see two men fighting and then be like, "Oh, I need to help the man that's being beat up." Now, if you see him just getting hit and he's unconscious, then yeah. But like if they're equally battling each other, then no, it's just like let them do what they do.
I
But if
think
you see
I
that
think
same
people.
man beating up a woman, that's different. I think that's a different outcome.
I think it depends on the women. Cause here's the deal. I've seen situations like the videos where it's like cops and things. Like black women have been getting beat up by police officers as well. And it's like there was this tiny woman that was like a school teacher. No one helped her. And I feel like sometimes
Mhm.
race matters in those things. And I don't think even black people understand how that affects other
Oh,
black people.
I'm so glad. Oh man, I'm glad you brought that up. Since we're here now,
We're still
since
black.
we're on,
We're still black women. Like we're not protected like that. I think if a cop was beating up a white woman in a public space, I think people would step in to help her. People will watch a black woman get beat up, and like that's how that girl at the pool party, like she was a teenager. The kids are
Yeah,
more like freaking out. No one like as a community we were outraged, but it's like it wasn't a whole bunch of white people being like that cop was wrong or you know what I'm saying? Like we're still black women. We're not like it
but
being like,
okay, a cop though is a little bit different. Let's say it was a hobo.
mhm.
Let's say it was just let's say because a cop, he has somewhat of authority behind the government, yada yada yada. But let's say it's just a hobo, random hobo on the street. You really think a black man gonna walk past you and just let you get beat up by a hobo,
No, I don't
or
think
just a
they would
man in
let us
Yeah,
general?
get beat.
most folks just run
Possibly, here's the
away.
deal. I would say possibly yes. With the way these dudes are talking
Uh,
about, I'm not protecting you if you not like if I can't get sets from you, and men are out here saying a lot of wild things. And like I said, some of them when they do reach for their phone, it's not even to call the police to get help for you. It's just to record and laugh at you. I don't the way people are and as callous as they are, no, I don't think anyone's like helping her out, honestly.
okay.
man.
Since we're here in the conversation, I have a video I saw earlier, and I wanted to share. I want to get y'all's opinion on this video. Like, so I'm gonna watch it, and I want everybody to just take it all in. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
Part three. So what you see here going on is me and a gentleman tussling over a charger that's plugged into my car. What happened was I had been sitting waiting for about an hour, and there was a few other cars waiting as well. And he swooped up into a parking spot and decided to plug up his car. But I had been waiting and I was going to, but he did it so fast. So I went and I unplugged his car and I plugged up mine. So he walked over to my door and said, "Did you unplug my car?" And I said, "Yes." And normally I never touch anyone's car who's plugged up. Hence is why I have been waiting there so long. I just think it's disrespectful. So he walks into the car. He asks me. I say yes. And he goes, "Why?" I said, "Sir, I have been sitting here a while. He goes, prove it. And I said, no, I'm letting you know I've been here. And that he didn't like that. And then he got kind of like macho and talking mess or whatever. So I roll up the window. So he he then said, I hear him say, like, oh, I'm gonna go unplug it. So no, you're not. So I went and I had grabbed my charger, put my hand on the charger, and then you see kind of like us tussling going back and forth. And I'm gonna stand my ground regardless. And do I think I would have whipped this man's ass? Absolutely not. But it wouldn't have been no easy. It wouldn't have been no easy one. It wouldn't have been no. It wouldn't have been easy for me. And when I was looking this man in his eyes, um, he looks like a demon. At first, I was calling him an imbecile because he was insulting me, calling me black bitches. And keep in mind, he's next to a YT. She has nothing to do with it, but you could tell this lady was scared, like he might be whooping her ass. Allegedly, I'm not saying for sure that he is, but he definitely strikes me as that type of man. And she didn't say nothing. And I said, you probably whoop her. Anyways, back to the story. So, long story short, did I give in? No, I kept the charger because you're not going to punk me out of a charger. Absolutely not. And yeah, parking wars part three. So, what you see
Okay. Thoughts?
Hey, hey, man, it's not funny because it's like it could have got worse, but over a charger is crazy. But but so okay, so Candy, are you bringing this up to tell me that this is proof that men don't protect women? Is that what you trying? Is
No,
that what you trying to tell me
no,
here?
not at all. Not at all. Because there's no man here to protect her. It's her versus a man.
Okay.
I just want to know what you guys thought of this sort of scenario. Like for me, okay, because I wanted to give my panelists an opportunity to speak before I just jumped in and gave you my thoughts on the situation.
Yeah.
Did he
I
have
will
a white
say
girl with him?
that's what
Oh,
she
my
said.
bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, no, you
Yeah, he
fine.
should have.
Yeah,
So he should
yeah, the
have
white girl
said,
was.
yeah, he should have told the white girl, like, yeah, this chick trying to punk me out of my out of my charger. Can you handle my light work?
So I understand her point of I've been waiting here, but I think getting up, going and walking to his car, taking the charger out of his car and putting it in your car was already a hostile act. Even if he pulled in right away and plugged his car up, why not knock on his window or like try and get his attention and handle that a little bit more amicably than to just be so hostile about it. Like, I think she from the get go handled that wrong, and that set the tone for the whole interaction to me.
I agree.
Exactly.
Mm,
I feel like she was doing too much. There's no way I would have walked over
mm.
to no, like, personally, no, I'm not doing that to no man. Like, no, I don't want no smoke. Personally, as a woman, I don't want no smoke. I'm not out here trying to fight men and all that kind of stuff. I am not that bold. Not like that. Heck no. Mm-mm. I'm not going to no one's car and taking some. It's not that serious. No.
I would
So
have
y'all
given
just
him
gonna
the
find
She,
another charger?
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I would have knocked on the window and told him and tried to see if he would be like, "All right, my bad," and give it to me before I just tried to take it or before I made it a hostile encounter. I would have at least tried to see if
yes.
he did it on accident, if he didn't even realize that he superseded me when I had been waiting. Because a lot of times everybody's not an asshole. Some people are going to be an asshole and not give a fuck. But there are people who can be like, "Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to do that," and allow you. I mean, I think the cars only take what 30 minutes to charge anyway. And if you've been waiting for an hour trying to get in and couldn't get a hold of one, and now finally you got the chance to do it, I don't know. I think I would have
You
given
know,
him the opportunity to give me the charger before I just jumped up and tried to take it. Because the last thing I want to do is be in close quarters with a man by myself and have to defend myself. Luckily, her car has like the Teslas have cameras all around them to where we got this footage. But what if it wasn't a car that had cameras on it? Like she could have been knocked down to the ground out cold. He could have charged his car and drove off.
Mm. So you think
I
so you
agree.
think she's the aggressor in this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Without a
again,
doubt.
with even though, like I said, I understand her being frustrated. This was handled all wrong. It was a lack of situational awareness to me, like fighting and holding it. He bouncing back and forth against the cars. You holding on to dear life for a charger. Like, girl, you could have lost your life over that damn charger.
And he
But yeah,
punking me out
that's
no
another
charger.
thing. But I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I hate that women have to live like that. You know, where it's like, well, he can do this to me, so I gotta act this way. You know, that's I hate, but it is what it is. You know, once
That's
you,
the world we live in,
and
though. Everybody is not level headed. Everybody isn't somebody who gives a dang whether you make it home or not. So you got to worry about that for you. I'm never going to encourage any person, especially not a woman, to go out and be a hothead and put yourself in danger for no reason. She thought that this was like, I don't even know why you would make this content. Because to me, if I was your sister or your mother or somebody in your family, I probably would have cussed you out when you got home for doing this.
I'll tell you, I'll tell you, yeah, you should definitely always think about, what's the best possible outcome for sure. You know, so I understand where you're coming from.
So
Yeah,
now that I have said my piece, what are your thoughts on it?
yeah.
Or do y'all
I
want to
mean,
move
I
on?
don't know. No, I think. Well, yeah. Let me say this, then we can move or whatever. But I think if you got a problem, excuse me, my bad. If you got a problem, then you got a problem. Um, and I hate to tell somebody that they shouldn't address it, because there's so many people that don't address their problems, and they be like, damn, I wish I did. Uh, but yeah, I do get that, in this situation when you by yourself, you could possibly end up on the floor, and you don't want to do that. So I get where you're coming from, though.
Hustler, are you still there? You might have stepped away. Black man is fair.
I'm here.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm here.
Oh,
I did step away, but
You
what
have
was the question? My apologies,
the
ma'am.
no. I just want to know your thoughts on the video. What did you think of this interaction?
Oh, damn, I stepped away. So what happened?
Oh, you didn't see the video.
No,
So
I stepped away for a while. My bad.
essentially what happened was because I mean, unless y'all want me to play it again, basically what happened was this young lady was waiting for, they're at a charge port. She was waiting for the charger to be able to charge her car. I think she said she was there for an hour. Somebody pulled in immediately to a spot where someone else left and then grabbed the charger and started to charge their car. They didn't even check to see if anybody else was there, before they could, like, before they did that. And so she got mad, got out of her car, took the charger out of his car and put it into her car. He came out and got out of his car, and then they had a back and forth where they were literally tussling back and forth over this charger. Like, she got flung up against the car, he got pushed. It was just a back and forth. She held on to the charger until he just relented and gave it to her. But I said I felt like she didn't handle the situation right, because to me, instead of her just walking up, grabbing the charger out and sticking it in her car, she could have at least knocked on the window to try to let him know she had been waiting. I feel like there's always a better way. I can't tell people how to act right. That's not my goal. I'm just analyzing. And so to me,
Yep.
I feel like a better way to have handled that situation was to have try to address him head on, give him the opportunity to understand that you were waiting and to see if he would give you the charger over before you just snatch the charger from his car.
Mm,
Like, I'm always going to try and work. I'm a peacekeeper by nature for the most part. Like, that's what I will tell people. Like, I ain't never going to start it, but I will finish it. So I'm a peacekeeper by nature. My first thought is always how to solve this problem with the least amount of friction. If it got to go there, it got to go there. But before it gets there, let me see if I can keep it from going there.
that's a fact.
Okay. Based on what you're telling me, no, they didn't handle that situation properly. Come on. Only in this community do you see ghetto bullshit like this. Fighting over a parking spot, fighting over a charger, fighting over a line in the grocery store. It's always something. It's like we've lost sense of
If
how to handle these things peacefully. It's like nobody wants to be peaceful anymore. They just want to fight, fight, fight. I
so,
always
let
told
me
hope for
ask
the
you,
best and get ready for the worst. Go
if you
ahead. I'm
found
sorry.
yourself in a situation like that, if you found yourself in a situation where you had sat there at a carport, you were or charger port, excuse me, and somebody took the charger out of your car to put it in theirs, what would be your response?
Nigga, give me my fucking shit back. Now I'm just playing. I'm not gonna say all that, but I'll be like, hey, what are you doing? That's my charger.
I want to know,
I,
like
would
to
I
the
be
rest of the men
pissed
on the
about?
panel also.
Would I be pissed about the whole thing? Maybe, but would I fight over it? Nah, probably not, because I have to just go to a whole nother goddamn pump and just get and get something else.
Yeah,
A charger
once
for
I
Yeah.
feel
whatever.
like humans start fighting over like feasible type thing, like just things that's just not really that important, right? It gets to, cause you gotta think like there's people that probably done got shot for $20. You know what I mean? But it wasn't over the $20. It was just a simple fact that that the person that shot him probably just felt disrespected, or it was some other moral foundation or some goofy that made him feel like that. Now this this minimum amount of money is worth more than that. It's worth somebody's life. So it gets to a point where it's like it's a competition and you're not going to disrespect me and all that, and then it turns into something devastating.
So would you have given if you found yourself in the same situation with an electric car, you pulled in, you put the charger in, and then you look over and you see the girl next to you has taken the charger out of your car, what was your next move?
I'm definitely hopping out the hell. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, yeah, I'm at least wondering what is she doing, and she just like, she just like, "Ah, I did this. I was here first," and I'm like, I'll be all like, okay, go ahead, cause I'm not about to argue with you. If you want to charge your stuff, go ahead, charge your stuff. I can wait.
Hey DJ, welcome to the panel.
But they may think that's an act of disrespect. You're just gonna let them punk you out for your charger. Well, that's a mindset of most of us anyway. Gonna be
Yeah,
like,
But
hey, give me
you
nobody
my
gotta
has
fight
said,
shit.
against that.
so would you have scuffled with her over the charger after you asked her what she was doing, or would you just let her have it?
I'll have some choice words for her. Then I'm gonna let her have it.
Okay.
That's what I was with.
What up, witch doctor?
Oh, that's
I don't know if
Witch.
he's gonna.
What's good, Witch?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
What's good,
Yes.
brother?
Loud and
Hey, what,
clear, bro. Loud and
what's up,
clear.
y'all? Yeah, my
Peace.
fault. I thought my shit was working the whole time, man.
Oh man,
Yeah,
no.
we if you were talking, we didn't hear a word. What
Damn.
were you saying?
I was asking y'all what part of the conversation. I just clicked the link, you know what I'm saying? I didn't get to hear what part of the conversation y'all was at. Somebody just listen.
Oh, all right. Well, at this point, we're past the main what did
Main
I say?
topic.
Thank you. I'm drawing a blank. Main topic. We're past the main topic, and right now I'm just sharing like Instagram videos and asking opinions on them.
Okay.
This is one that I came across, and I thought this. Oh, hold on. I thought this was interesting. It kind of made me chuckle because of the way that they presented this whole idea.
Because I want to be with you. But I've made it clear that I'd rather be alone. You say that, but you're still holding on. Yeah, because I don't want to see you get hurt. But she couldn't believe him as long as he held her, so she pulled closer and he became queasy. I'm making it clear that I don't want you near, so please just take this rope and I'll let you down easy. But what he meant to use to soften her fall, she saw as a chance to give him her all. I knew you wanted me. Wait, no, please don't climb. Why would you give me this if you don't want me to try? Because I'm trying to be nice, but this needs to be goodbye. But she mistook his niceness for interest, and can you really blame her? She's just saying what she wants to say, the person she wants trying to save. If that were true, you'd let me go, but you're giving me enough to let me feel close. So she did what you wanted and yanked on the rope, but the slip knot came loose, so he reached out to catch her. I knew you'd keep me. Falsely restoring her hope, and so he told her again, you're not who I want. And again, all she felt was, you like me a lot? And finally, he realized that his words have no meaning when his actions disagreed, and that being nice would not solve this problem, for that was its seed. So he looked at the ground and realized she may get hurt, but she'd survive the fall, and if he wanted to let her go and move on, he'd have to be kind, not nice, and give her nothing at all. Why won't you let go? Because I want to be with you. But
It's funny, right? Like I'm holding back a laugh. It's okay if you laugh. I thought it was funny, and it's probably because my sense of humor is grossly inappropriate.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
It was. That's a lot to unpack. That's- Who you think made this? You think a man or a woman made this video?
I have no idea. A man is starring in it, and it's a man's page.
Mm,
But um, whether or not he's the original content creator, I don't know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think this definitely overplayed. It seemed like it was more of a metaphor of like, I guess, like, if a guy was going through a relationship with a woman who can't let him go or something like that. Or she's trying to latch herself onto him. I think it was all BS though, because it just seems like it's all on him letting her go and just him moving on.
I
Uh,
think it would apply even if you switch the genders to some extent. To me, when I
yeah,
watched it,
yeah,
it was an interpretation of you can't be nice if you're really not interested. You gotta cut it off completely. There's no, like, I don't know. Have you ever break up with somebody, but not like fully break up with them? Like the
Hell
whole
yeah.
we could still be friends type of thing. And this is to me the embodiment of why that doesn't work. It's because you're giving
mm,
this person a line of hope, and that hope is all they need to keep holding on. No matter what you're saying about we're not going to work, we're not compatible, I wish you a nice life, I think you're a great person, blah blah blah. If you don't, if you leave any room, it's enough. Like they say, all mustard, what is it, the strength or hope of a mustard
Of-
seed, I forget.
yeah.
yeah.
Y'all know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, the Bible thing, the Bible thing, yeah.
Yeah, the faith of a mustard seed. Thank you. That's what it was. But it's basically you gave her the hope of a mustard seed. That's all she needed. And I'm saying she, but you can reverse that. It goes, either gender can fall into that. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting how they visualized that. It was a lot to unpack in a short period, and it made me laugh out of just being uncomfortable. I'll just say.
Mm.
Anywho, but yeah, I don't really like, it's open panel now. The whole main topic is over with. So whatever you guys want to talk about, um, I know it's been a lot going on in the YouTube streets recently, and not to rehash it, but I just kind of feel like, I don't know. What do y'all think?
YouTubing. I actually just got up out of a nap. I ain't fully sure what's going on YouTube, but I know it's YouTubing.
Yeah, it's doing a lot. I try not to really review too many other people's like streams per se. I'll take
Mm.
little clips, like I took the clip from you, unless I have your permission. If I have the person's permission, then I might use their stuff, unless it's coming from Instagram or whatever. But I don't know. I haven't looked into the whole fair use thing enough to know how much of YouTube stuff I can actually use without them. Like, can they flag me if I'm not monetized? Can I get my stuff actually?
They could give you a copyright claim, but flagging is some rare shit. Flagging don't always
Yeah.
happen unless it's some sort of violation. But as far
Or
as
you're some person.
right, but as far as content ID detection, a lot of
Hmm.
times they'll give you a copyright claim because they detect that you're using a good amount of somebody else content. You know what I mean?
mm,
But once
Yep.
you make it transformative, a lot of times I appeal them shits and I be winning because it's like it's not a content creator striking you or claiming it is YouTube. It's just like automatic. But if you make it transformative enough, meaning like let's say Candy Cane do this video,
Hmm.
if I take your same video and upload it, I'm infringing on your creative property, right? But if I change it up to where somebody want the original, they'll come to you. But my shit is just something so transformative that is clearly a distinction between my shit and your shit, then that is fair use. You know what I mean?
So wait a minute. Like when I grab a screen recording of something that, like a stream that I'm on with you from your page, if I put that on my page, I can get flagged from that by YouTube.
If you put it on my page, if you put up a good amount of it, it'll send me a content ID detection saying that somebody's using your content. But
Okay.
most content creators they just let it rock because it's like free promo. But some people do try to claim it like Jubilee and shit like that.
Yep, absolutely. And
Yeah, they'll
another thing
claim
you can do
everything
is,
that's detected, even a shard. They don't give a fuck.
Wow.
and one way
Okay.
to, and one way to avoid that is do a collab. That's kind of like what Candy and Tiff did with some of my content. Collaborated with me, so I won't look at like, oh, y'all still in my shit. No, there's a consensual collaboration between the three of us. Yeah.
Mm.
Right. Ever since I found out about collabing, anybody that I do like streams with, I offer them the collab link
Hell
for
yeah,
sure.
get your watch always. Shit.
Yeah. And Tiff is back. Hey, Tiff.
What's up, Tiff?
Hey everybody. Sorry, I got a cookie in my mouth. Hold on.
I was sure about to ask her what she was eating. I heard it the second she opened her mouth. Okay. That's
I'm
why
sorry,
some
girl.
people.
Yeah, I had to step away because I was giving the little one a bath and getting our meal out the way. So yeah.
Mm. So to the little one.
Yeah, little one.
Little
Mm.
foot. So to little foot. You know what I mean?
What?
Uh, hold on, DJ. See, this is why I'm
What's
gonna
up?
come for you. That's what I call my kid. I call him Littlefoot.
Do you really?
Yeah, little foot from the land before time. You know what I mean?
Yes, because he does have like a little foot, but it's like it has grown in the last month or so. So we had to get
No,
some
I
new
ain't gonna
shoes.
call him
But
Bigfoot. No, that is violating. I ain't gonna call him Bigfoot.
yeah, no, he's Littlefoot. Like
Mm.
sometimes we
How did?
give kids
Wait a
different
minute.
nicknames and stuff, but I've been calling him Littlefoot for the past few months. So that's crazy.
How did you guess that? Like I didn't
He's
even
the
know that.
fatherly figure in me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
I'm
God.
ready to make some
Put that
kids as the
father in you.
fatherly figure in me. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
Okay.
My
You know what?
fatherly
I don't even
instincts.
got a rebuttal. I can't even get smart with that. I want to so bad, but I can't. See, this is
Nah, save it.
this.
I see you got your little thumbnail and your little, you know what I mean? You could save it. I already, you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I already
That he
feel
is
the
coming.
hostility. I heard you.
I.
But by the way, Tiff is talking about a stream she's doing. What's the name of the stream
Tomorrow. Mm.
tomorrow? She's dragging DJ tomorrow, y'all. Y'all got to show up for that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I better start making my TIFF thumbnail just now, for real.
No, don't no, don't do no tit for tat. Don't do me.
Oh, you.
Mm-mm. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't know what y'all talking about. But all I'm gonna say is
I,
I agree with DJ as far as like them claiming your shit, cause they got me for like uploading my own video or doing something with my own video. It was crazy. I'm like, how
Mhm.
you gonna tell me about? Like, I don't know. It's weird. So
did
you
you? Are
too.
you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because I just reposted a piece of my own video with JP in it. So you mean I can get flagged for that, or like how do you? What
You
happened?
could
it's
get
your
you could get copyright claim, but what people don't be doing, right? You gotta download the YouTube Studio app, and you could actually talk to a real agent. And a lot of times they
Mm.
help you. It just take long. Like one time, I was in YouTube jail for like a week, but because I played this AI video with me holding up like a gun, but they thought I was live with a gun. So I had to go through
Mm.
mad shit, sending them mad videos, screenshots of me editing the video to look like that, and I only was in YouTube jail for 2 days, but it was supposed to be 7 days for community violation.
So they're gonna get you for an AI video
lucky
too.
you.
Yeah, because it's automated. It's
If you're
not like it's not a human doing shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's all AI. The human is afterward. Human is the customer service. You know what I mean?
Mm. I the most I had, I think Jalen flagged me for that the purge video.
Oh
It
shit.
wasn't even up that long. He was calling me out at the purge with Auntie. I jumped up there, went off on him for a little bit, and then Aunt gave me the audio, and I made a video out of it. And I think that video was up for not even a whole week before it got taken down. I'm pretty sure Jalen flagged me. But I mean, I didn't even try to fight it. I just let it go. Like, all right, Jalen, like, you don't call me out to the purge and then get mad because I got the best of you. You should have left me alone.
First of all, you need to be held accountable. Why you even going back and forth? Because listen, we know what it is. Like
I
yellow
was
bus.
just playing.
Bus.
Listen,
I
he,
know.
he
I
was just
know.
playing. I was just playing. Jalen is my
You think
best
he was
friend
playing?
forever.
You think
Yeah.
Jalen was? Girl, stop.
And listen,
Stop.
Jalen don't want to
Listen.
talk. He don't want no smoke. He's good. I think he just wanted to get cussed out on the purge. That's all.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, okay. So I have to pay attention to that. And you know, the video that I put up today, the repost to JP. Do you know I actually edited that video? I had an intro, a transition, and then it went into the video, and then I had a transition and an outro. And when I saw the premiere, none of that stuff came through. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. That
Yeah,
was so
sometimes
annoying.
it's not gonna save. It's not gonna save all your edits. It be doing that to me with my little shorts. Sometimes I'll edit something, but it doesn't show up in the final product. I hate that.
But it shows when I view it. That's the part that I made it in Canva. I downloaded it, I watched it, and then I tried to upload it. And when it came to YouTube, it was like the Canva portion that all of that was gone, and it was just the original raw data.
Well,
Yeah, maybe YouTube doesn't accept that. I don't know. I can explain that.
Uh, I'll have to go back and look at it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna
yeah,
see
I
what
hate
else.
JP try to play you like that. Why he's like he just didn't remember or that
He's hell
was
bent. Well, no, first of all, I don't think he remembered because it wasn't until I told him what we were talking about that he remembered it. But that just
yeah.
tells me if it can't just be me whose panel you hopped on and they let you speak and didn't kick you. It's got to be other people. But I think you're so focused on your narrative that you probably ignore all those other people.
Yeah, just like the same thing we saw with Sharon, man. You know, we're trying to be right.
Trying to be right, bro.
Trying to be right, man. It hurts.
Like I think a
Hurts the
lot of
whole
people are
narrative.
addicted to being right because in real life they don't be right. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like, yo, let me get it where I could get it.
But that you being hell bent on one perspective or just one, idea is you always gonna eventually you gonna get caught up. That's why I don't try to be as biased. Don't try. I know I'm biased towards a lot of things, but I don't try to be biased. Because eventually you're gonna get caught up. You're gonna be like, well, this don't make no sense, or you're gonna be talking about beach nude children or whatever the hell you talking about. You know what I mean? But
You know what I find to be weird? The people who have to be right all the time are always the ones who want other people to be accountable. I find that to be so strange.
Man,
man, they
man.
do have a high standard for some reason. They have a whole high standard.
Like, you hit the panel. That's why I made a point yesterday when I said I was being facetious. I hit the panel to say, wait a minute, you just said, oh, all these. I went back and listened to make sure I didn't mishear it. None of these women are going, when you start talking your stuff, they gonna kick you off. That's why I don't understand why you let them in your space. I said, hold on, that's not true. You sat here and you talked for a good while. That was only part one that I posted. I'm gonna post the part two, and I don't even know if it's part three. I didn't even get all the way through re-reviewing it.
Oh,
Yeah, like him and Ant went at it for a little while. Then he went at it talking about welfare and child support and how, we need to kick him off. What did he say? Stop paying taxes if we aren't happy with how he lives his. I let him go and say whatever he had to say. So that's why I'm like, stop painting this narrative. You just want to. I don't know if he just wants to. If that's just his stick, or if he truly is as hateful as he pretend. I don't want to say pretend because I don't want to take that away from him. If that's truly who you are, then live in your truth. But I'm wondering, is this a personality that you are putting on? Because how?
A lot of times, we mistake, especially in this space, like we mistake hate for hurt. A lot of people sung hateful, but if you really listen between the lines of what they're saying, they speaking from a hurt place. Like all people's
Mm,
like, I don't want to say like, oh, unhealed, and because that's some, people always make shit sound cliche, like some sort of fortune cookie shit.
yeah.
But it is that though. A lot of people be speaking from their hurt, especially in a space like this, because in a space like this, you could meet other people who've been hurt and people like bond with trauma bond with each other and shit like that. But
yeah.
I think it'd be like hurt. It can be hurt.
It could be both.
You think he hates us and he's hurt too?
Listen,
Y'all
that
really think
man
JP
is
hate y'all? Y'all funny.
that
This is
man is hurt that his papa was a Rolling Stone and tried to take him up out of here, and he blames the women in his life for trying to do it best, their best, and taking care of him. So he takes that out on black women. So yes, it can be both. It could be hurt and hate,
I think
and therapy
if it
don't
was
work
hate,
either.
I think if it was hate, he wouldn't frequent so much places with black women because I don't see him going where white women is. He's going where black women are, and plus two
Because
certain
okay,
you could
look
catch
at
Wait, wait,
that.
wait,
certain
wait,
Because
wait,
moments.
wait, wait. Let him
Certain
finish
times
talking.
you catch certain moments when he's getting flirtatious and he's really he genuinely looks like he enjoys being on panels with women more than men. So I don't
of
think
course
he
he
hates
did.
women. I think he probably just got I think he talking from hurt a lot of time. Not to say oh he's a victim you should feel sorry for him because everybody got hurt. But I think his hurt is more vocal, you know what I mean?
Now,
So
Tiff,
you
what
think
were you saying?
someone that be around people they don't like, I mean, you don't think that's a thing? You don't think people will sit around or at the seat with their enemies?
Yeah, but not in the way like this man be mad googly eyed, man. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Cause he's a welfare queen. Like he's an energy vampire. Like, come on, we gotta stop making
Hell
excuses
no.
for the journey. This man is damn near 50 years old. I know he's
No,
what
it's not
40, but
excuses. The thing
he's
about it
overgrown.
is not excuses. The thing about it, no matter what a person be, it could even be somebody that I got disdain for. I still want to understand them because I might see the same traits in somebody else, and by understanding this person, it could help me at least halfway at a you know what I'm saying understand the other person that got similar traits. You know what I'm saying? I just like understanding people. I don't gotta agree with them. I got my own brain. I don't gotta agree with people. But at bare minimum, I would like to understand what they got going on. You know what I mean?
So
Hmm.
one of the things that I noticed, even while I was up there, JP will see a woman on the panel, hit the panel, and start talking crazy. But he'll come on the panel with y'all and chop it up and just, hey, what's up, witch doctor, and just go into regular spiel before he goes crazy. I feel like when I've seen him, and from my own personal experience, his
Mm.
first motive is to come up there and get under her skin, a woman's skin, when he hits the panel.
That's sometimes he do that. I seen other times when he that's how he always starts flirting. He starts it off with like that.
That's
You
what
know what
you
I'm
call
saying?
that?
I mean, it works on some people. You know what I'm saying? It
To a
worked. I
to a
seen it
certain
work.
extent,
I
hey,
seen it
to a
work.
certain extent though, that's when we was kids. You know, like you had stories with kids when the boys used to. Sure, I know some boys that used to throw rocks at girls. You know, and that was their way of
That is crazy.
quote unquote flirting. I'm just saying that's
I'm
how
glad
their
he
way
ain't
of
throwing
quote
rock.
unquote flirting.
That's
Throwing
funny.
rocks at girls, really?
That's how they did it, man. That's what they
I
did.
threw a
I'm just
snowball
saying.
at a chick when I was in middle school. We threw snowballs when
Yeah.
I was younger during the winter season.
Some
But
some dudes that grow up thinking that antagonizing a woman for some reason is flirting.
Because it's like they say, how some people look at it.
That's me.
Some people do it consciously, but some people do it subconsciously. It's better for me to get some sort of reaction out of you than no reaction. It's just like if your girl come home and say that, oh, every day your woman telling you, oh, this person at work be getting on my nerves, and it's a dude. You gotta check what's going on with that shit. They too emotionally invested. You know what I'm saying? It might not be a positive emotion, but it's still emotionally invested. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times that's what it's about. It is about invoking some sort of emotion or reaction. Cause now you break the ice. Now you could wiggle your way in there. You know what I mean? And I see it work. Shit.
mm-mm.
It's not like the girls weren't doing it to us. Ever had a girl pick on you or make fun of you in high school because she liked you? Yep, it goes both ways.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
see,
Hell yeah.
what you're describing though, like I guess I don't. JP is a different kind of breed, right? But I don't expect that out of adults. Like It didn't even cross my mind that you talking about flirting. All I got was annoyed. I'm like, let me go ahead and move on because I what I don't want to do is like, especially if I'm being civil and cordial, the last thing I want to do is turn around and start cussing you out then, because like it's just not worth it. But yeah, he was doing the thing. Gonna say, then she run. I didn't run. He sure did. And look at it, run, because she don't want to be held accountable for what? I didn't do nothing to you. I won't feel accountable for a damn thing. No. Mm-mm. But that's interesting. Y'all say he don't hate women. Hmm.
Yeah, because I don't think because okay, what I think
You know they're gonna
look,
be on bro
sometimes
mode.
I think we conflate what hate like hate is when Candy I think when Candy's saying that he hates women I don't think he like JP got like I don't know like a list of women he want to take out or you know or something like that like on that level I think it's just like uh, uh, a genuine disdain if that makes sense like he has
I don't think he
in the
got a
back of his mind.
I don't think he got a disdain for them though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like look at this. Flora goes around and cop and shows her the Flora. I don't want no smoke, right? Flora calls niggas all types of bandits and all of this type of shit, right? You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? I don't think she hate men. As a matter of fact, most of the women that be in the chat talking that crazy shit, they don't hate men. If they would hate men, they would be on the other side of the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? They, you know what I mean? They-
uh,
or they would have just been like asexual or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't think it's hate. I think a lot of people been hurt, and the person who hurt them resemble the person they interacting with online. You know what I'm saying? By
You're not
having
gonna
the
tell me
same
we
gender.
all represent the people that hurt JP. I'm not taking that
No, I'm not
responsibility.
just saying that. I'm saying we represent on the internet. A lot of men look at women as one giant woman, and a lot of women look at men as one giant man.
that's a fact.
So a lot of times the person who violate, who fucked you over, is part of this one giant man or is part of this one giant woman. So this is how people come on the panel and give it up because they can't say what they want to say to that person that actually sometimes it mightn't even be like a breakup. It might be somebody that they're living with right now. You know what I
Or
mean?
is it just
Mm.
a pattern that we're seeing?
What you mean?
It could be a pattern. Like I get the analogy of one giant woman, one giant man, but I I feel like as women, when we come forth with whatever our experience or even presenting data and things like that, I think we're more pointing to the pattern that we see or the behavior in people or quote unquote men. JP has a pattern and he had not wavered from that pattern, right? Had he probably come down a little bit? I don't know because it doesn't seem like the JP that I ran into 5 years ago has changed much since. So while I get you said we're operating on hurt, I don't think that's people are really just here to what have a talk, get on panels, express our opinions, thoughts, whatever. But to automatically get go to spaces just to argue. Nigga, if you don't get outside and go do something with your life, right? Because like who wants to be around that energy all the time where it's like we could be having a good time, chopping it up, and then here come this damn energy vampire want to just fuck up the place.
Hey man,
And we would just
it
vibe
happens.
it. Everything was good. Yeah, but
But
because
it
it's being
happens.
allowed,
Are you saying, okay,
because
let
it's
me let me ask you
allowed.
this. Are you saying that's the only way that he knows how to relate, DJ? Is through negative?
I'm not saying it's the only way, but it's probably one of the ways. Everybody, the thing about it, when I deal with people, for the most part, most of the time, my default setting is to take myself out of myself and
Okay.
look at the whole shit, the whole interaction. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, everybody got their own shit. You know what I'm saying? Sure, you might not have to give everybody the same amount of grace, because some people just know how to act more than some. You know what I'm saying? But everybody got a shit that somebody can't stand. So sometimes I just probably got a little. Sometimes I just got a little more tolerance of somebody, and somebody like JP, I just be wanting to know what the fuck be going on in his head. You know what I mean? Like you would be surprised the random people that I would chop it up with, because it'll pique my interest to know what's going on in this person's brain. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'm not dealing with them on a day to day to be affected by what they got going on. And plus, I don't know the day to day what they got going on. There's how I deal with all of y'all for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ah, so pretty much you're like the soft underbelly of the black YouTube streets. You want to understand these people.
I'm the soft white underbelly, right?
That's
Okay,
funny.
I
Or
got
vice,
you. Well,
like
you put it
vice.
that
You know what I'm saying?
way.
That's funny.
You know what? That's a good and I'm about to use that. I'm about to use that soft white underbelly, because people's like, damn, why they got hookers up there? What about me? I
Oh,
graduate from college. Why I can't be up? Because you're not interested. Bring more hookers. Bring
damn.
somebody who's strung out or some shit, or somebody who one day they who was a prodigy on the P. Somebody that's in. They ain't gotta always be destitute, but it just gotta be interesting. They can't be boring, and that's why some people don't like seeing people like JP, or why you let Vic up, or why, because they fucking funny.
Well, I
If
will
I'm
give you
gonna
that.
be here,
They
hmm?
go ahead. I didn't know
No,
you were still going.
I was gonna say, if I'm gonna be up here for these amount of hours, I would like to enjoy the show as well. And sometimes I enjoy these type of characters. You know what I'm saying? It's just, look, man, I would be lying if I say I didn't. You know what I mean?
I mean, and I get it. As a viewer, it's the same for me. That's why I come and watch it. Like I said before, I've said, if these people want to show up to entertain, I'm gonna be there to watch it. Why not? Why not?
I just don't want it to be like, oh, you got him up there, you condoning what they doing. When did I contribute? You know what I'm saying? When was I an accomplice? No, I'm not doing that shit. But I'm still
What,
bringing them up. You know what I mean? I'm
what
not
do you
gonna
think about
just.
that, Tiff?
I'm just gonna save that part for my stream tomorrow.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. But yeah, I agree. I feel like, I mean, I understand. I didn't get the JP appeal, and I think it's like I said, we knew JP differently than people knew the Black House president. Like we got exposed to him before he became the Black House president, when back when he was over trolling Nyla and Cynthia and all of the things that he has said and done at that point. So yeah, he already started like in a very low negative as far as dealing with him or whatever. But at this stage, like I don't have any smoke, which I don't care enough to be honest with you. There's not really many people on the internet I care that much about to be impacted by what you're doing. Um, I think that I've listened to him. He's a hard person to really like judge, because I've heard like I forget who he was talking to. I want to say it might have been on Bomb Stream when he was talking to Brownie and Reese, and they were asking him questions. And the unfortunate part is, as I listened, as much as he's labeled degenerate, and he is, okay, I couldn't disagree with some of the points that he was making as he was talking about raising his kids, and like, yeah, y'all say I'm this and I'm that, and I'm a terrible parent, but if I leave them alone, they'll have nobody. I was like, well, damn, you do got a point. You
You
do got a
notice
point.
one of JP biggest problems is being too transparent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sure, some people might be like it's attention seeking. Some people might be as this, as that. It could be a number of things. But the main thing I see is being too transparent, because there's a lot of people that got a lot of shit going on in this space that nobody knows about.
Hmm.
And that give them the privilege to wave their fingers.
I
But
think
JP, he takes a shit in front of the world. He sits on the
literally.
potty in front of in front of the universe on full display. That shit is too vulnerable, bro. Like
Cause that
even
nigga had
taking a
no
dump
home
is a
training.
yeah, taking a dump is a vulnerable state. My dog don't even want to take a dump without looking around to make sure nothing don't come to attack him. Like that is crazy. You know, that's too free. You know.
Somewhere along the lines, he believed that being a real nigga was being a transparent one, and I don't know where that came from. I don't. I disagree with that part. I feel like it's put him in in a position where he's always vulnerable. As much as he may feel like that's his strength, it's put him in a position to always be vulnerable to me. So I don't know, but yeah, there's. I think the people who chastise him the loudest, the most, are probably people um like the how do I say this? I think he's right in the sense that some of these people are living equal or worse lives than him, but wagging their fingers at him because I think he's right in the sense that some oh, I hear echo. Who's echoing? Or worse lives than him, but wagging their fingers at him because somebody got an echo. I hear myself and it's weird. Okay.
I got it.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought just now. I think it's a projection for some people. The people who are like the most, who have the most vitriol for him. That's what I'm trying to say. The people who have the most vitriol and the most to say and constantly like chase him down. I think that there is probably a level of jealousy there because with him being so degenerate, but always being able to pull a crowd, um, it makes me wonder if there's a level of jealousy associated outside of the oh he's a degenerate type thing. I don't chase JP around. I don't like I don't even know what he's doing unless he's popping up on somebody else's channel or panel that I'm already watching. I'm not going stream to stream looking to see what this man is doing. I don't care enough. It'll pop up sometimes like if somebody comes and says like when he got evicted and he was gathering his things to leave that apartment. I went and looked to see because I was trying to see if whose channel it was. And then when I saw like what he was going through, I didn't celebrate that. Like I felt bad for those little girls. I felt, although I think their dad makes idiotic choices a lot, it doesn't change the fact that there are still girls in that situation dealing with it. And so my humanity wouldn't let me sit and laugh at it. I had to stop watching because I'm like, I was starting to get mad. I'm like, let me go ahead and mind my business because it's not like I'm going to take him nor his three girls into my home. So, because these are people on the internet that have no bearing on my actual life, let me just move around. That's what I did.
Yeah, and it's even worse when you got kids involved. It really is.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The people who have the most vitriol for him to me are the weirdest ones because it's like if you aren't going to help the situation, why JP can't be shamed. He's impossible to shame. So what are you actually doing?
I
Use him
think
for
it's just some
entertainment.
people. I think some people get off on, doing a little talking down here. You know what I'm saying? You gotta sometimes if you don't feel like your life is going good, you might watch. Some people probably watch them feed the kids commercials so they could feel. But you know what I'm saying? Some people gotta see somebody else doing bad or chastise somebody so they could feel like they doing better. You know what I mean?
I
And
mean,
and a lot of them feel deserving of some sort of attention or accolade or something, and they see that's what he's getting. But you got to remember, like, whatever you accomplish, you know what I'm saying, you didn't accomplish that shit to get this kind of attention. This is entertainment attention. You
right.
should get attention in your field of work that you're doing or whatever you do in the community. But as far as looking for a bunch of people to watch you and laugh and be happy, that's not what you did. Or else you could have, I don't know, joined the circus or practice stand-up comedy or something, you know what I'm saying? But that's not what you chose, you know what I mean?
It's kind of like when we be like black white people or like non-black people always want all of the benefits of blackness without the struggle. It's the same thing kind of with JP.
Mm,
Y'all want his rhythm but not his blues. I don't know.
that's a
My
good
my
analogy. But again, I don't
my
want it to be my bad, Candy. I don't want people to get it twisted. Like if people is condoning shit that he's saying and shit like that. Even when he was just saying, yeah, his nephew gotta get. I was clearly not in agreement with that shit.
right.
You know what I'm
I know.
saying? But it's like just because you listening to somebody and hearing them out, it don't means that you co-signing what they doing. That's like you trying to silence media and only have people that agree with each other on panels. Like, what is that about? Like, I don't get that shit.
I mean I understand. I get what you're saying, and I that's the reason why I let people speak too. Like I want it to be an open panel. Even if I don't agree with your points, I can still hear you without having to disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't. And so to me, I've never felt good about punching down on other people. No matter how much I beat you down, it's never gonna lift me up. Like all of that shit is internal.
It
So
really is.
I just don't get it. Like I used to again, I feel differently about JP today than I have in years past. And I don't know if that is a him thing or if that was a me thing or maybe a combination of the two, right? But as much as he fucks up, and I'm never gonna make an excuse for that man because he is fully responsible for everything that is happening in his life. I also can't like run around behind him chasing him like an ambulance chaser with the way some of these people do. It's like y'all I had never understood wanting to see him fail, like relishing in it, being happy about it. Ha ha, you're the degenerate I thought you were. Ha ha, you're the fuck up I thought you were. Like maybe if he was by himself, I could see you feeling that way, but he still got three girls that are dependent on him to get his shit together. Why would you want him to fail?
I don't get it.
I don't know. But yeah, um, I don't know. I don't want to make it about the JP show. He gonna do that enough if he hops on the panel. It's gonna be me for sure.
Yeah, that's why he need his own show instead of panels. I remember JP said he was gonna hold panels. I was like, I hear you. He said that on. I think he was on my panel when he said that he want to start back having panels. I was like, man, I don't
Nah,
think
I don't
panels
think.
is.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. He's a one man show all by himself, and with the stuff that he says, I think it would be hard to like even yesterday. It was hard to sit on the panel. What you talking crap? Let me go ahead and move around because I don't need my name tied into whatever fuck shit you were about to say right.
Smart. It's a
Right.
smart move. It's a smart move.
Indeed. I mean, most folks
Yeah.
just entertain the shit. I know I've done it, but then again, this is the same mofo that came at me and a few other content creators because we're over 30 with no kids. But yet this man got two kids, barely take care of them. Three they can barely take care of. Make that shit make sense.
Now what I would say, people criticism of him is is um I won't say valid, but it was because it depends on what the criticism is. But I would say it is fair if people want to criticize you if you're being that transparent. So I don't knock the people for criticizing either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, man, you invest in a lot of time and energy, but everybody entitled to their own point of views and shit.
But
Yep.
I guess my thing is like I have known people who have been in bad situations, right? Like just couldn't it was just their life was a series of unfortunate events and usually it was caused by their own doing. I think it's weird though if you're happy and your life is going well for you to constantly chase him around and like want to capture every one of his failures. I don't hope I'm trying I don't know if I'm getting do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, people is trying to capture Anton failures. I guess that's the name of the game. No, it's sometimes it do get a little obsessive, but it's like, hey,
Well, let's not overlook the fact that he's a predator. But okay.
god damn.
I want to welcome
I'm
Mr.
afraid
Seven
to
to the
ask.
stage.
I'm afraid to ask you to elaborate. You know what I'm saying?
I would love
Respectfully.
to. So, like, he makes it known that he goes for the quote unquote bottom of the barrel, destitute type of women because he wants to,
Okay,
have that
okay,
level of
okay.
control. You see what I'm
You
saying?
know it's
So it's
crazy.
like,
As soon as you said it, I assume you're talking about, you know.
no, I mean,
But I get what you mean. I get
listen.
what you mean.
Well, based off what they call Black YouTube, the EBT sect, I don't know. There's allegations, but until they're like fully proven, I'm not going down that road. But I'm just talking about like it's like Holcomb effect. He said the same
Mm.
Mhm.
thing. He goes for the women that he knows that are down and out because they're easier. Well, I ain't gonna say easier to control, but it's like why? And so like Candy said, my main concern it was always just the girl. And the fact that the way that you're moving here on the internet, this kind of shows you don't care about yourself, let alone the babies that you have. But that's just my personal opinion, and I'm not doing that today.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know, child. I mean, I don't know what to say to that, Tiff. I have no follow up for it. Like, I hear you and I understand what you're saying, but I feel like no, because if I think JP dates at his level. I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, as he should. So, but it's still like I get what you're saying, but I don't care. It's like I'm not chasing him around. If up to me, I'd rather not see him. So if somebody that I'm listening to or watching, if certain individuals coming up, I just know how to say, okay, let me bow gratefully and go watch something else. It's not a big thing, but it's like I don't know, just certain behaviors. I just think that I get people find entertaining, but some things should not be like bigged up because once again, if you know this man is an attention whore, why give him the thing that he desires most? Because like you said, if you get up on the panel now, it's gonna be about JP, 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 and nigga, it's not about you.
But
Anyway,
you also got to consider he's an entertaining personality. So, like, if
you
he hits
think
the panel, that
so? I mean,
he's an entertaining personality. I will say that. I'm not celebrating. I hope you don't take this as me saying I condone what he does. I'm not. I'm saying that when JP is not in his most degenerate bag, he can be funny sometimes. The man has good comedic timing. Like it's just to me when he starts going down the rabbit hole of these bitches this, these bitches that, these bitches that. That's when I tune all of that out. I can't hear nothing else you talk about because I'm like, it's just too much. But I do want to say, Mr. Seven, is this Fighter? Who is this on Mr. Seven that came up?
Respect. Thank you for having me.
I'm sorry,
so
you said your name was what?
It's Smitty.
Smitty. Hey, Smitty. Okay,
What's going on?
nothing much.
Nah,
How are you?
I feel wonderful today. We all woke up, right? So I can't
That's
complain.
true.
Now I wanted to tap in on what DJ was saying because I actually get his sentiment a lot.
Hmm.
So my main thing, what I started to weigh out. I started to weigh out how which is more important, me making sure that I hold this stranger accountable or keeping my peace. A lot of times when we doing that, like that, it like, and me and DJ have talked about this before. Like, yo, folks, if I've gotten off lives and I just got a straight headache, I'm so
Hmm.
drained and everything. Like, I'm like, God, Lee, man, like that was a lot. And you know what? I had to realize it was a lot because I made it a lot. That too much of investing. And
Hmm.
that's one thing that I mean, my whole thing is it all comes down to my piece is much more important than trying to be right on the panel just to get you to see my side of life. I'll try my best to go ahead and speak a little something. Plus, I'm one of those to land it. Once I see how you conduct yourself, and we all know the endless people that's come his way. People didn't just send him money and buy his stuff for his house and his kids. They also was trying to guide him and coach him and be like, JP, you need to cut this out, cut that out. Once you see that individual, like he said on DJ show, I am not going to change. Leave that man alone.
Agreed.
All you're doing is hurting yourself at this point. You're just making yourself frustrated. The man made it very clear how he's going to operate. If he starts to make a change, to land it right here, if he starts to make a change, then I would say give that some applause once you see once you see it in a consistency. Not that he just came up one time and said, I'm changing my life. You actually have been witnessing a slow metamorph change. Okay, give that man his props. But until then, I definitely agree with DJ. I'm not investing all of that energy for somebody who obviously said, this is how I'm going to be. I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate it.
Hmm. No, you're right. I think the crazy thing about it is, if I'm being honest, I think if he cleaned up his act, he could be on television. JP could have his own show. He's a character all in himself,
He
but he refuses.
absolutely, yes, absolutely. And you said it best. I meant to throw that part in, beloved, when you was like, when he's not going too deep in his rabbit hole of a bag, he does have awesome comedy. Like he does, he does. I mean, I got quite a few takes of him myself. It's very hilarious. But he starts to spiral. Then it goes too far, and then it's like, okay, all right, bro, you doing too much now. You being extra. I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you.
He gets in his own way. That's what I'll say. He gets in his own way. And he's so focused on being a real nigga that it's gonna keep him a broke nigga. That's what I'll say about him. So
Nah, you know what I think it is though too. He's been. I think it's one of those. He feels like I've kept up this EBT, no butlers allowed in this zone facade. That it's like if he really was to start elevating, automatically he's going to be put in the same box. It's just people who know how to conduct themselves as adults and take care of their life. I think he's too far gone in his whole facade mode, pronouncing words purposely wrong and everything he does, that I think he's like, man, I'm too far deep to try to turn around and make a change. And I believe that's his headspace. I think in his head, he thinks it's too late to change, and it's not. Rock out.
I don't know if he thinks it's too late to change or if he just refuses to because he thinks he's gonna be able to make it without doing it.
Two things can be true at the same time, sis. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I don't think he's trying to make it without money. And
No, I'm
actually,
not
this
saying, I don't mean without money. I mean without changing. I'm saying he's
without
trying to make the
changing.
money without changing.
I mean, to be honest with you, everybody changes to a certain degree. Some people are just stubborn to outside influences.
Hmm.
So sometimes they be having to change in their own quiet moment when they fight in their own trials and tribulation. You know what I'm saying? Because the ego might not let them change. It's like if I tell somebody they talking too much, or I tell somebody they always angry, or why you sound angry. Most people is not gonna just, well, it's 50-50. Some people is not gonna just automatically tone it down because you just told them and they want to feel like you're telling them what to do. But in their own quiet moment, if they reflect on um the negative ramifications on however they was moving, then they might change piece by piece on their own. You know what I'm saying? Without no,
Hmm.
because they can't put up a resistance to themselves. Ain't nobody around to say I told you so or some shit like that.
I think part of the problem though is with him, he was surrounding himself with people that were celebrating his degeneracy. And I feel like that made him feel like it was okay. These people like me. I just need to find my tribe. When in actuality, those people weren't really your friends. They were, in my personal opinion, I felt like they wanted to see you crash out. That's all it was. Like that. It's like having that one friend around that doesn't know they're kind of the butt of the joke. You give them the drink, or you give them like whatever drugs, and you know they're gonna act a fool. I'm not saying I've ever done this, okay? All right. I just want that on record. But I am saying that I've known of situations where people keep people around to be like the jester, the court jester, because they're going to bring the laughs, they're going to act a fool. And it's not because you truly care about them, it's just because you bring in the entertainment with you.
Mm. I think from what I've seen, it was a mixture of people. Some people that enabled his behavior because maybe they see shit a certain way too. But it was a lot of people that try to help him too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's where the hurt comes in. It seems like everybody who wanted to help ended up getting burned by him.
But that's the thing. Sometimes when you want to help somebody, you might want to help them in your own way, but that might not be the way that they want to be helped. And from your perspective, you think this is the best way to help them.
Hmm.
But from their perspective, that's not the best way. You know what I'm saying? And their perspective is gonna matter more than you because that's their person. Yeah. And you inside of your own person. So sometimes like I had to learn shit like that with family members and all of that. Everybody gonna have their own brain, their own, you know what I'm saying? It's like even if you think you know what's best for them, you're not gonna override what they think is best for themselves, especially if they're an adult, you know what I mean?
So I see Rooster's comment. He's saying, "Why are we all acting as if we can tell a grown man what to do or how to act?
Oh shit.
Um, raise your own children." But there were times where JP came looking for help, though. So, like, unfortunately, when you come to the internet asking for help, they're going to give you not just the money you're asking for; they're going to give you advice as well.
That is
It's
true.
like
That is true.
the whole teach a man to fish. You can give a man a fish and he'll eat for one day. You can teach a man to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. So I get what you're saying. He grown, he's going to do what he wants to. But it's just like at the same time, you can't come to these people with your hand out. My sisters used to do that to me. It used to drive me nuts. They used to come always help bail me out of this, bail me out of that all the time. But they never wanted to hear the advice to not get in that situation to begin with. And I'm
And
just
you
like,
know it's crazy. Go ahead, go ahead. That's crazy.
I'm good enough to give you money, but not good enough for you to take my advice. That used to piss me off.
That pissed me off with even people that anybody that you give, even like people that you got under your protection. If you can't advise them and the only protection you could give them is physical, then you a sacrificial lamb. Because advice is one of the first forms of protection, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
That's how my dad raised me. I want to give him the best dad in the world award, but that's that's the only dad that I had award, you know what I mean? And it's
That's
like
funny.
advice, you know what I'm saying? Advice is one of the earliest form of protection. If you can't advise somebody, you can't really protect them like that. Unless you like a bodyguard or some shit. Even on the
And
panels. On the panels, you could protect people, but you could protect them so far. What if they decide to go with somebody? You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I agree with that. Just like when you asked about panel protection, do we expect it? I'm like, no. How are you going to protect me? The only protection I have on YouTube is to drop that person off the panel. That's it. That's literally the only thing I can do to protect any one of you on my panel right now today is to drop you or drop them. Other than that, what protection? Not let them up? It's all kind of the same vein of, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Anybody else want to jump in? Everybody's
I think
quiet.
they I
I
think
stepped
they
away
scared.
real quick. My bad. Now, if you don't mind, briefly, I had to go change a light bulb for the back step. I'm sorry.
No, I was just answering Rooster's question on, hey, Mad
What
Dog,
was
welcome in. Appreciate. Hey, April.
okay?
Um,
What was Rooster's
Roos-
question?
his question is basically why are we all trying to give JP advice as though he's a child, raise our own children? And my response to him was, well, JP comes to the internet for help. So it
Uh
pisses
huh.
me off when people want to come ask you for money, but not take the advice that you give them on either A, how to not get in the situation, or B, how to make their own money.
Mm.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So to that briefly, I would say, one, first of all, uh, JP actually, I was there. I think a lot of us know about the Clip on T show. He came up there asking for something. He wanted somebody to hear him. He wanted somebody to talk to. He was in his
Okay.
head at the moment. Okay. And he's done that before from what I've heard. So my point is, to Rooster, I would say now, me personally, I'm not about trying to give JP advice. What I like to do is I like to call out the BS and make it very clear that there are some of us who separate ourselves from that. So we don't all get lumped into, see, this is how black men are. No, the heck we not. I can promise you now, me, DJ Hustler, and the brother up here, I'm pretty sure we do not move how that man moves. And that's primarily where I am with it. I don't really want to give him no advice. He is a grown ass man, and I don't have time for that. I got one child I raise, and she's 18 now. So my job is basically done. You see what I'm saying when it comes to like that part of it. So to land it, I'm just more so like I always want to call that shit out because I don't like sitting on my hands and not saying something, but I'm not going to call out every waking moment. Just when it's relevant enough, I'll go ahead and speak up and make it very clear. I am separate from that shit. Do not clump me into a nigga like him. I digress. My mic is muted.
Hmm.
And this is the reason. And I just want to say this before I dip because I gotta go and get some things popping, right?
Hmm.
Um, that's why I said that JP, one of his biggest issues is being too transparent because we don't know everybody. We don't know what travel one got going on in her life. She might get
Hmm.
somebody tied up under the bed. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? So being too transparent, it put your shit up for ridicule. And that's the part that he can't be mad about because you shouldn't share that much to so much people because they could point the fingers. You can't point the fingers at them because you don't know where to point. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's one of the reasons, like earlier on in the live, I was talking and I said, I am not somebody who likes to share a lot of personal stories because the way that the internet moves, anything I tell you will be used as an arrow against me later. So
Man.
It,
I- I'd rather not give you the ammo to shoot me with.
mhm. Yeah, it's literally the same as uh uh what you say can be used against you in a court of law. You think you just being honest in that interrogation room, but no, this can be used against you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I've definitely peeped that. I've seen time and time again, man. Folks would just come up and they wanted to share something. They wanted to share something that was just heartfelt because it went with the moment of what we're talking about. It was actually relevant to what was being spoken about. I share a simple story. Now, months later, as soon as you get mad at me, you want to crack all that back in my face. That's when I say, oh no, oh no, oh no, never again.
And see, I don't like it. I don't like it when people this dirt that's fighting dirty to me.
I hate that. Yeah.
I never
Hmm.
cared for it, especially if you're doing it just to prove a point. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people will dig in just to prove a point. I'm gonna back you into a corner and I'm going to repeat something that you told me that's completely outside of this conversation. I think
Well,
that that's dirty.
you know how I see it, sis. You know, the example that I give, the analogy I give is like the entertainment business. So, like, you know how they say, like, for example, say like Puffy or somebody like that, how they like, if you want to move to that next level, we got to make sure that we got some dirt on you. And I feel like this space, to a degree, if you follow what I'm saying, operates in the same fashion. As far as like, if you notice, as soon as people feel like, okay, so you ain't really all that, you ain't really shit. You know what? Let's go ahead and support them. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, because you want to look at somebody as underneath you. And I believe that that's what a lot goes on out here. But I'm that's why, to what you and DJ was saying, to land it, the main thing that JP definitely lacks is a word called discretion. There's
Hmm.
nothing wrong with sharing your story, but it's a way in which you word it. It's a way in which you operate when you're talking about these things. And some things you just need to just leave that between you and God. I don't know why we think that that for some reason, because we got a microphone and an airwave to put it on, now everything is supposed to leave the household. Nothing is sacred. See,
Hmm.
me, I still hold a lot of things very sacred. There are a lot of things I don't talk about simply because if I was to tell you that story, I would have to put somebody who I love out there. And this is
Thank
probably,
you.
you see what I'm saying? Some old shit. So, like, I don't even want to say it because I would have to, like, it's compromising in a lot of different ways. So I'm not even with that type of, but I digress. My mic is muted. You get where I'm at, sis.
Absolutely. You know how many times I heard people tell stories on here, and I'm listening, and while it's some of these stories are very relevant, at the same time, y'all are putting your family members'
Yep.
business out there
Yep. Yep.
hardcore. And it's notes that I've taken, mental notes that I've taken. I'm like, y'all got a lot of nerve talking about Will and Jada. A lot of y'all out here like Will and Jada. You don't even realize it.
That's a fact. Just on a lower pay grade. That's it. Only difference is a
Mine
pay
is
grade.
mine's a luxury lifestyle too. Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
They just got more money in cars. Exact same issues.
Yep. And
Yeah.
that's Hollywood in general. All these rappers, singers, movie stars, they go through the same bullshit and dating as we do, as the regular folks do. So hey.
But
But
I'm not when I mention
yeah,
Will
that
and
was my
Jada,
main.
I'm talking
Okay.
sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead. No. You the hostess. You go first.
My point of bringing Will and Jada up is the fact that they get shamed so much for their business getting out there. They were locked down like a fortress for all those years that people Will and Jada, Will and Jada, Will and Jada, right? But now it's like, Jada been talking, she had the red table talk and put all of their business out there. Now we know that they haven't even been really together since 2016. They're married, but not in a relationship anymore.
But you
And
know something though? On that note, I actually somewhat agree with that. Like, if y'all are going through that or whatever, it's really difficult when you're on a celebrity status such as them. But let's take it back down to us as regular people. I'm a huge advocate for, look, man, if we're going through a breakup, like, you ain't got to be doing all these wild ass posts and making the world a single now. And can we just do this quietly? Can you
well,
not?
my
Like,
my
I
point is
personally, yeah, go ahead.
they they were better. They were better when they were quiet about it. Now they're talking and
Exactly.
everybody knows all their business. And now not
Exactly.
before they were looking at Will like he was the man. Now they're looking at Will like he's the biggest simp. Like y'all being too transparent will oftentimes work against you more than it will work for you, is my point of view. And hey,
Big
Big J,
fact.
welcome to the stage.
Uh, how you doing,
Oh shit.
Candy Cane?
Oh shit.
Hold on, let me speak. I don't know why y'all got to speak as I'm talking. Anyway, when it comes to Will Smith, right? Well, Will Smith deserved what he got. You
Why do you
know,
say that?
well, I mean, he married his first wife, and then he wanted Jada, but he married this woman. Then he divorced her to get back to the woman that he really want, and then knowing that and she's doing some things, some questionable things, and you know he actually deserved it. He you know s- he actually deserve his punishment.
So wait a minute. You think just because he did some questionable things with like so he married his first wife, they got divorced. Then he married Jada. I'm trying to follow why you feel like he deserved. People make mistakes.
Oh, that ain't no mistake. He okay. Like let's say though there was a woman. I want this one. I want woman A, right? And I
Hmm.
got but I can't get with woman A, so I married woman C. Uh, you know, and then woman B. Then I get with woman B, and then I wait till woman A get a divorce. Then I divorce woman B to get with woman A.
Oh, you saying he left his first wife to get with Jada?
You're right.
Mm, I guess I missed that part.
Okay, but hold on. But real quick though, still, even in that regard, what was the dynamic of that relationship? I mean, if it wasn't healthy, if it wasn't conducive, if they weren't compatible, if they weren't equally yoked, do you know I'm just asking, do you know the details, Big J, when it comes to why he left? Or are you just saying, well, he left and that's it? That's all I need to know. So you deserve everything you get? What if
Right.
he left somebody that was stealing money from him, being abusive, cheating on him, or anything? Like, what was
Nobody
the
knows.
dynamic and why he left?
Nobody knows.
Yeah, right, exactly. So unless you're able to break that down, then I mean that's not really saying too much to a person like myself who really does listen key detail. But go ahead though.
But you don't see how like that actually look. You don't see how they actually look
It looks like
in
a
the
man who just simply moved on unless you have the details as to why he or she did.
Yeah.
okay. You don't follow the timeline. This ain't some 10 years later or 5 years later. This is like almost like recent. So I mean, you
How
know,
long is recent to you? No. Real quick, because the word recent can be subjective. Some people would say a year is recent. Some people would say 10 years is recent. What is the time frame? Do you know that much?
Yeah,
if you're lusting after a woman that you're not married to, and then you found a workaround to get to said woman, it's problematic.
What's
So
the
yeah,
time frame, Big J?
he actually, I'll say five years
we
at
really
least.
don't know though. We really can't
5
speak on
years.
it. We
5
don't
years
know.
is definitely a good amount of time for a person to go ahead, get their shit together, and move on.
We really don't know. We really don't know the context though. Like we really can't speak
Right,
on something we don't
exactly.
know. You know what I'm saying that's like disingenuous in a way.
And see,
I mean,
I'm not.
disingenuous. Just look at the
Imagine a
timeline.
woman. Oh, okay, so what if it was the other way
Timeline
around?
matters to me.
But what if it was the other way around?
We don't
Or
have
what
the
if it was even
details
the
though.
same way? Like the point, Big J, briefly that I believe that folks is trying to get you to get is that you need the context as to why he left. You trying to say because
Absolutely.
he was married before and he got divorced, that is the reason why he's getting everything he's getting. But why did he get divorced? When you're talking to people who really listen, key detail, we're going to ask questions like that. We're not going to let you just slide over.
Okay.
It was a divorce and that's it.
Okay, hold on. So he married his first wife between 1992 and 1995, but he married Jada in 1997.
That's how it
That's a
happens
2-year difference.
sometimes. It happens like that sometimes though.
Yet he wanted Jada before he wanted the first wife.
We can't even confirm that though, realistically, bro. To be honest.
It's on. Oh my God!
Hold on.
It's on.
AJ, please,
There's videos
please
talking
don't yell
about
in
it.
my ear. Please don't yell in my ear. I have headphones in, and it's Android, and it's already loud as it is. Okay, that may be true. That may be very well true, but that doesn't mean that. Okay, put it this way. I might have met you first, JP, right? And then I met Riz Dad after. I might have wanted to marry you for whatever reason. Timing didn't work out. Me and Riz Dad get together. We have a marriage, but it's not a happy one. So during this time frame, I'm like, man, I don't know if I really should do this. I
Right.
probably should end this, blah, blah, blah. We end it. Somehow or another, you and I, Big J, get back in contact with each other. And then we realize now we have this opportunity and space to make it work. So we do. You become my second husband. What is wrong with that? Did he ever come out and say he cheated on his first wife with Jada?
That's a good point because I was going to say it isn't. I mean, unless it's out there that he cheated with Jada and then got divorced. If he divorced, so he left a relationship and started a new one, I'm trying to figure out what the problem with that is, regardless of why he got divorced. Let's say he left because he wanted to leave. Regardless, if he stopped this relationship, made it clear we're done, then moved on to the next one 5 years later, come on now. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is.
It happens. It does all the time. You'd be surprised.
And not to mention that wife, isn't that Trey's mom? His son Trey?
Yes.
She was going on family trips with them. That lady don't hate him.
Sure don't. Not at all. That's his first son.
So right. She was still around like she was the bonus mom and whatnot. I don't think that dynamic is the way you think it is, Big J. I'm gonna be honest. I don't.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. This is what he gets for for the disrespect.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, I don't think
he actually disrespect the marriage.
How?
Yeah, how?
Right. That's what we asking, Big J.
What did he do?
Because the only thing that I hear you saying that he did was leave the marriage for the woman he originally wanted.
Right.
Yeah, it's wrong.
That's
but we don't know.
It's wrong.
No.
We
It's
don't
one.
know if he actually left the marriage for that reason, though. We know he left the marriage and he ended up with her, but they might have had irreconcilable differences. Maybe they just realized we're better as friends than married people.
My
You know what I
understanding,
mean?
she filed for divorce.
She filed. Oh, Big
Yeah,
J, that throw your whole argument out.
right. Thank you. I was about to say checkmate on that one right there. Checkmate right
If
there.
she filed for divorce
But
and he
double check
didn't,
my sources. But if I remember the story correctly, 'cause remember she was on that reality show, the ex-wives reality, whatever. And
hmm
if I'm not mistaken, they mentioned like she filed for divorce. So I don't know.
I got a side note question for y'all. This is completely off topic. What's your favorite big back snack? Anybody?
Big bag snack.
Big back snack.
Peanut butter M&Ms.
Okay. Anybody else got one?
Not really.
Mine is chicken skin. Chicken skin, yes. I will take the thigh, chicken thigh skin off the thigh, put it back into like the oven, let it get crispy to like it's as crunchy as it can get. Man, it's fire. I call it a big back
I
snack
thought
because
that was normal. 'Cause I
there's
love
no
chicken
like
skin.
no nutritional value or anything healthy in it. It's just purely because it tastes good.
It tastes good. It's like pork
Mm.
rinds.
hmm
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But yeah, so what do you think about that, Big J? Does that change your opinion? If she divorced him instead of him divorcing her, do you still feel the same way?
No, I still feel the same way about Will Smith. He's I mean, it's more for me. It's about he was lusting after the first wife, and then and it seems like to me he got what he wanted. I mean, and then he see the disrespect he's enduring, and um he can't escape from it. He's in an open marriage. His second wife is with doing all this other stuff, all this crazy stuff. So I mean, he got what he deserved. That's the way I
Mm,
see it. And,
that's
and, thi-
fair. I
and
mean,
this not on and this is
that's
not on
your
some
opinion.
red pill. This is not on some red pill foolishness because I ain't saying. I'm just talking about them that relationship, and I'm not on that relationship talk like most of black YouTube. Y'all so obsessed with relationship talk anyway.
You're entitled to your
I
opinion, brother. So I can't knock that.
Some people are Big J. A lot of us are really steering away from a lot of that whole
I try
It's not.
to.
that whole DMP conversation is dying out if you're really paying attention, bro.
It's
If you really
nonsense
look
too.
around, it's dying out, bro. I mean, it's still relevant in some forms, but ain't nobody really trying to have that conversation. That's particular platforms, and that's even slowly dying out. But
Cause
anyway,
I'm
just
go ahead.
glad.
think about it. If you've been on the internet for 10 plus years, if you've been on YouTube 10, how long you gonna talk about relationships? Go get in one.
Right,
Facts,
right,
facts,
exactly. And most of these
facts.
people haven't even been in real relationships to a degree where they can even speak on them. It's just like, you know, and it's unfortunate, man, because it's like it's a stigma, and it's like, yo, what are you talking about this for exactly? What's the point?
I came here. I came here in 2023 ish,
Okay,
and it was already. Oh, I came. Matter of fact, I came here right the year that KS passed away. Right then, that's when I came here, and it was oversaturated then.
I can imagine.
And
Yep, I
I'm
can
way
too.
behind in the game. I'm way behind in stuff. You know what I'm
Me too.
saying?
I only been there
So
about
it was
a year.
already oversaturated when I showed up. I've only been here about 4 years, 5 years now.
It's played out, bro. You need to shelve it and find something else. But it's like it's unnecessary because it's just like a revolving door, and you just keep talking about the same stuff over and over, and it gets kind of like redundant after a while.
Well, what it is that from what I see more than anything is that to complement what you're saying is that we got this thing where we talk about, okay, it needs to be like a solution. What are we
Mm-hmm.
going to do? I'm not going to say nobody. There's been some meetups. There have been some outside work done. We know that. But overall, it's just a bunch of talk about stuff. And then we see people just get worse and worse. I'm not seeing any improvement. So
Progress.
once I see, okay, bet we keep having these talks, but I'm seeing we have an agenda war even more. We going back and forth at each other throats even more. You
Right.
don't know that man. You don't know that woman. Why are you cussing them out right now?
Right.
Just because
I
they
agree.
have an opinion about something.
Right.
Okay. I thought we was all supposed to come here and just collectively speak and just kind of like share ideas and share walks of life. I
Right.
know all of us come from a different walk of life to land it. I'm not going to sit up here and say because your walk of life ain't mine that you stupid, you crazy, and you don't know what you talking about. You know what you talking about when it comes to your experience. So I need to
Absolutely.
shut the F up and listen to it.
Absolutely. I agree.
But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
You ain't saying nothing wrong, brother.
Shout out to El Boogie. Yeah, she said like she been here since the inception. Yeah, I mean some of us was here. I mean, like oh man, it's like the cast has different. It's like a remake of a movie, and it's just remaking itself every 5 years. It's a remake, and I'm like, are we going through this again? I thought we supposed to move beyond to the next level of this, and it's all about the discussion, to have the conversation about the conversation. Oh yeah. I'm roasting somebody right now. The conversation about the conversation about the conversation. I'm just here to have the conversation. Most of us is beyond that conversation part. You
I
hear
wish
you
I knew
hear
who you
like
was talking about because it sounds like that was funny. It sounds like I would really enjoy being able to have an
Well,
inside joke with you on this,
I
right?
think I think Smitty knows who I'm referring to because the person always used the term the conversation about the conversation, and we need to have kind of conversation. I just here to have the conversation.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Big J.
Those those
Big J.
those of us. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say conversation or compensation. I keep hearing compensation.
It's both because the way
Compensation. He said
yeah
it's both. Okay, all right. Let me shut up. Go ahead, Big J. He
yeah
said
yeah
it's
Wait,
both.
yeah.
no,
I mean
don't shut up. Tell me. Tell me. Don't
Has
Shit.
there
shut up.
been any progress made throughout
And
all
yes,
these
I know
years?
who
no
we's talking about. I know who
no
you talking about,
no
Big J.
No progress.
no no.
Mm,
There's no progress. All this is people all this is transactional. There is no
mm.
solutions in this. It's
Of course.
transactional. You know what the best solution is? Don't play the game at all. That
Right.
is the solution.
That's fair.
I think more than transactional, I believe it's actually just truly a money grab. It's a hot topic. A lot of people go through a lot of stress and breakups and things in relationships because if you think about it, they have absolutely made millions of dollars off of this stuff. I'm talking about overall, like
Really?
content creator, millions of dollars off of this.
Wow.
I'm talking about through their YouTube channel, super chats, cash apps, and all that. If you add up, like this stuff it's 9 times out of 10 in the millions. Not no high, but it's probably like some millions, right?
Mm,
Over time, you talking about over like what 15, 20? Yeah, of this, yes.
damn.
People have been making money off of this for a long time. My point
That's
is,
sick.
I believe it's more so than anything a money grab. What it
Mm,
is that if you think about it, a lot of times, see, this is why the solution and people have not progressed. If you really take time and think about these relationship talks, it's always the worst scenario possible. So
mm,
when he's cheating, when she's this 304, you know
mm,
what I'm saying? Pookie Ray Ray. It's no real positive talk about it too much. Now I get it. The messy talk is more entertaining, it's more fun, it'll keep people's attention. That's a whole nother topic for me to even think about as far as why. But
mm,
moving forward, us knowing what it is, right? So
mm,
it's a money grab that folks have been just like, you know what? If I just sell them fear about relationships, sell them all of their pain. Literally, all they did was just take your pain and they sold it back to you.
It's
mm.
fear mongering. That's
Yes,
what it is.
that's it.
It's
And they
fear
get big
mongering.
bread. Yes, you got it, sis. I digress. My mic is muted. Y'all get it.
That's terrible.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Let's talk about the solutions part. Yeah. Let me, because I'm about to get a little bit messy here. But if you are if you're trying to fight the quote unquote red pill community and and members of this so-called red pill community have done some salacious things to you on Wednesday, why are you up on Saturday tonight still trying to talk to them?
Mm,
Big J, let me ask you this. I mean, do you really think that actual red pill, like the Andrew Tates and all of that, do you really think that still has the muscle it once had, bruh? Oh, just like how I said, do you not notice how all of that is just dying? It's becoming extinct. It's an endangered species. You don't see it?
Well, well, the red pill helped Trump become president.
A lot. Dang it, Jim. I don't know what to do with that one. Candy, you got it, sis.
Yeah, the red pill.
Really?
The red pill helped Donald Trump become president.
Elaborate.
Oh yeah. How? Explain.
Okay,
Most
the
of
messaging, when Donald Trump was running on all re-elections, guess where he go to? Men who were single, men, the working class single men. The podcast, he showed up on these podcast channels where red pill men congregate at. Then you see Anton on Fox News. You see Tommy on Fox News, backing Trump, and you see some of those people up. So
out of the millions of people, you really think because Anton and Tommy was on Fox, that's why Trump got reelected?
no, I think
you're missing the point, Smitty. You're missing the point, Smitty, because Donald Trump was on Joe Rogan. Donald Trump was on
white red pill. He's talking about white podcasters. He's not talking about.
So you're talking about the Rollo Tomasi's and stuff,
right? Yeah. But Rollo hangs with Angry Man. I guess you don't know about that.
So you got to swing it back to us still, Big J.
Right? Yeah, you got to swing it back. You got to swing it back because all you got to do is follow the money. That's all you got to do. Rollo Tomasi hangs around with Anton. Have you ever watched Dr. Phil when Anton was on Dr. Phil?
You really think that that's an actual impact, Big J? Honestly,
yes, yes,
it might have some. It might hold some weight.
I do think it holds some weight because you got to consider a lot of the quote unquote red pill are the average white guys who feel overlooked. That's Trump's fan base.
Okay, how they say like white guys don't get the credit they okay. I can see that. I can see that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I agree.
Okay. Respect.
It plays a part.
I mean,
it might not be everything, but it might be a part of it.
I mean, the person who I interview on my channel, Aaron Fountain, Exposing Manosphere, he wrote a book about he wrote studies about the manosphere. He linked it all of together. He linked all of it together. All you got to do is sit there and watch endlessly of who shows whose panel, who shows up on this TV show. It's all connected.
So let me ask you this, Big J. So, Big J, what is the difference between the manosphere, like by definition, manosphere and red pill? What's the difference?
Red pill is more of a term that they how can I say co-opted.
Right.
The red pill supposed to mean more about seeing things from reality, but they corrupted that term and to mean exclusively about relationships.
So are they totally
rather than about life itself?
So are they totally a separate entity, or are you saying that the manosphere is a branch from the tree of red pill?
No,
it's the other way around.
It's the other way around.
Okay.
It's the other way. Well, in a way, it's kind of like how you might call yourself a liberal, but somebody else might call himself a progressive, right? It's one came from the other, but one side co-opted.
It's all politics, I see.
Can I offer my explanation to help Big J out here?
Of course,
please.
So the manosphere is the overall. Imagine it like a barbershop. That's where all the men came online to congregate and talk. It wasn't like red pill is a subset of the manosphere. It's a subcategory that falls underneath it. But all men's talks falls kind of under manosphere. Then you had the MGTOW, which was men going their own way. Then you had the pickup artists. Then you had the incels. Then you had the red pill. Then you had the SYSBM. Then you also had, what was the other group? The passport bros. all of them
Mm.
fall under manosphere, but they
Yeah,
don't all
passport. Yeah.
share the same ideas across the board.
What is it
Red
all
Yeah.
pill,
for?
So they're
Now my
manosphere
question is
adjacent. Manosphere adjacent. I got you.
right?
now my
Go ahead. Go ahead,
question is
Hustler.
What's
this.
the point?
I mean, all these people that
Yeah, that
talk
was a
about
good
the
point.
manosphere, MGTOW, red pill, and all this stuff, stuff that I kind of subscribe to myself, but only in small, tiny doses because I don't know sound on everything that they say. Are these just a bunch of men that are just crying because they can't get women, or are these just a bunch of men who been in a relationship, struggle to find love, been divorced, and now they're sharing their bad experiences so other people have to go through them?
Both. It's both.
I sound on for the latter for the most part, depending on who's talking. That is, but go ahead, Big J.
So
It's both. It's both. It's both. They all it's both. I mean, you got men who are coming from the perspective of being rejected all the time. Then you got men who were divorced, or some men. I ain't gonna. Some men who got locked up behind a woman, or when accused, quote unquote, or they did a crime against a woman. Now they're putting out their their problems out, trying to make excuses on the reason why they did X, Y, and Z to a woman. So
Wow.
so it's all factors, and they all just meet up. That's why within inside the manosphere there's beef between the MRAs versus the MGTOWs versus the the true force loneliness crowds, and so
and to give some context, the MRA was the men's rights activists. I think that's
right.
where the manosphere really kind of started. It was supposed to be men's
Mm,
rights,
Okay.
yeah. It
and then it
starts up with
broke
the
off into the
MRA. Yeah, it started up with the MRA, but when the MRA was too whiny, um,
No.
and it bring the MGTOWs were beefing with the MRAs because the MGTOWs saying like forget it, I'm walking away from all of it, even though they really don't walk away, they still complaining about it. It's still
Big
so
J,
go ahead.
I'm just to the point where I'm thinking about starting my own damn group. It's going to be called I Jam. That's right. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. Like I don't know where we got off as men into all of this extra stuff, and it's so crazy because we'll have all of these different groups of what men are supposed to be, and this, and that. But the fact is that none of us can get away from the true fundamental factors that a man is just supposed to conduct himself as, and that is a man.
That's it.
Just responsible, just a grown ass
That's
man.
it. That's it.
All of these extra terms and gang signs and shit,
Yep.
it just, I just, so I jam, god damn it, I jam. I'm just a man. That's it.
That's it.
I like that.
I respect
Goodness
that.
gracious.
Yeah, it's unnecessary, and it's all a bunch of division to me. I just look
It
at this
is, and it makes it confusing.
extremely confusing. I sit back and watch, and again, I only been in this space for about a year myself, so I'm like, why is all of this occurring, and when did it start, and what's the purpose of it all? If you're just going to just keep fighting each other just over little simple irrelevant thing, not really irrelevant because everybody is entitled to how they feel and their opinions and their stories, but what's the end goal? What is the end goal right now? What are y'all doing? So again, I don't really get into that. I don't subscribe to any of that stuff. I actually reject all that red pill, blue pill, manosphere crap. And it's like, for me, I just like, I don't get it. I'm just trying to I'm not really trying to understand it, but it's just like, what's the point at the end of the day? What's the end goal?
I mean,
No. The end goal is money. That's the end goal. The end goal is a money grab. That's it. Because a lot of this
no, it's
shit
not.
that's
No, it's
talked
not.
about is
No, it's
not stuff that actually is truly relevant. Like when they say, stay away from single moms.
Right.
Shut up.
That's dumb. That's the dumbest
Shut
crap.
up.
That is so dumb, in my opinion.
The dumbest stuff I've ever heard,
the
bro.
end goal is to control women. That's the end goal.
Yeah,
It's never
I
going to
agree
happen.
with that.
That's really the primary end goal.
That's never
And
going to
and
happen.
that Netflix show is garbage.
I can imagine.
It's garbage because he didn't go to the depths of where it comes from. See, he too stuck on what Andrew Tate and them are doing. He's not going to the root cause on why it was created in the first place. He never really want to, go down to the history, and all I gotta say is that documentary, even though it claims supposed to be anti-manosphere, it's actually being a promotive of the manosphere.
I think
In the
both of you are
way I
right.
see it.
Both of you are right to me, and I'll tell you why. On the one hand, Smitty, you said it's about money. It's about money for the content creators. They are the ones grifting for a lot of them. Like the big content creators, you get the ones like the Donovan Sharp, who had
Mhm.
all of this list of everything you shouldn't do to be part of the red pill and to not be a simp. And then he turned around and married an exact woman who goes against everything on that list. That's a
Mhm.
grifter.
Mhm.
Now, the
See?
flip side of that is what JP is talking about to control women. I think a lot of the men who are following are looking for a way to stack the deck in favor for themselves, but not realizing a lot of that is by the design of controlling women.
Mm.
So the
Yeah,
content creators are making the money and
Right.
they are influencing the people who are following. And the followers are the ones who are trying to figure out, why can't I make my relationships work? It must be I have to do better with these women. And the way that they're telling them to do better in a lot of cases is via control.
Via control. So let me ask you all a question real quick, and then I'm gonna get y'all back to the floor. Why would a man want to control a woman? It's, to me, that sounds so inferior. It sounds weak.
It
Control
really does.
yourself. Control yourself, right? It to control somebody else is, it makes no sense to me. I have children, right? So I don't want to control them. I don't want to control my wife. It makes no sense because I have to be a soft man. I have to be an insecure man. I have to be a man who's doesn't value himself. To when you want to control somebody else, it makes no sense to me.
You
You
know,
know, I think a lot of men don't even realize sometimes when they're doing it. Like I think that you're right. I think it comes out of a place of insecurity in a lot of ways,
Absolutely.
and maybe a place of jealousy also. But I think by the time they're deep in what would be considered by the other person controlling behavior, they don't even see it.
the one thing I find fascinating is how w- why don't they talk more about, because like if I was to try to give any form of advice on this, I would be like, first and foremost, if you're with a woman you feel as if you have to control, you're with the woman you don't need to be with. First,
Absolutely.
do you see? So it's like it's never spoken about too much about how, nah, you should just be with somebody who conducts themselves a certain way you don't have to say nothing to. We're
Right.
both grown ass adults. We both know how we supposed to conduct ourselves around each other and out in society, in public, and everything else. I'm not going to embarrass you. You not going to embarrass me. I got a family I don't want to shame. You got the same. Like, so we, things are equally yoked in that fashion. So it's like, yeah, to even say control a woman, I'm just
Right.
like, why are you with her in the first place? That means you got a
Exactly.
wild hyena. You got exactly what it is that y'all say stay away from.
Right. And then
That
sometimes
makes no sense.
I think realistically they're so insecure that they have to control somebody else. And it's like, for me, I don't prescribe to any of that stuff in regards to controlling somebody else. I mean, it's just again, for me as a man and as a husband and a father, I don't ever try to control anybody. It just makes no sense to me. I mean, what's the point?
Can I offer let me step in for a sec.
Of
I
course.
Please.
think part of the issue is if you have something going on in your own life, if you have things going on for yourself, I think that lessens the need to control somebody else because
Absolutely.
you're able to accurately control your own circumstance. It's the punch down effect, I think, in a lot of ways. Like the boss punches down on the husband punches down on the wife punches down on the kids. You know what I'm saying? I think it's that kind of effect where I can't control my own life or things are out of control in my own life. I got way too much going on. Maybe I'm not at the place where I want to be financially or physically or what any kind of lead you want to add in here. So instead of me focusing on getting better, I'm
Right.
just going to find somebody else and then project onto them.
Yes.
And I think people do that a lot and don't even, I don't know if they don't realize it or if they do it intentionally. I mean, it's just like a lot of people don't fix themselves. They go out and then get into relationships and wonder why these relationships don't work out. And
Mm-hmm.
then some people are serial daters doing that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
so I'm a firm believer in if you got something going on, get you some hobbies,
Mm-hmm.
get you some
Please do.
interest, work on your personality, work on your soft skills, go talk to people. like so that you're not so insecure. Build your, I can't fix that. I don't ever want that pressure. I can't fix you. Only you can do that.
Right. Some people can't look in the mirror. If they don't want to look in the mirror, it's just easier for them to point fingers at other people and say you're the issue and you're the problem because they don't want to fix themselves. It happens a lot, unfortunately, and in all areas in spaces of life, not just with Black people, with people in general. They don't want to
Yeah.
say, you know what, I have issues in this particular area. I need to focus and get better. It's easier for me to just point fingers and say you're the problem. You know what I'm saying?
But you know,
So
part of the issue though is I think there's messaging out there. That whole grow together messaging, I feel like it's done some men a disservice because they don't focus on building themselves up until they get with the woman. They feel like they're supposed to build with a woman instead of them
mm,
focusing on building themselves before they even get to that woman.
Well,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I somewhat disagree um because society tells us, well, you're not a man because you got one person whose name I ain't gonna mention. He's in the chat room. Well, you're not a man until you get with a woman. Now we've been told this as young men by these old Negroes. Oh, you're not a man until you get this. And then you got some people who want to pick up that Bible and bash you over the head, saying, well, you must be in the closet, quote unquote, if you're not married by the age of 30, 35. And not knowing that, John, not knowing that uh uh James and some of those disciples were actually unmarried men in that Bible, but
So you,
yet they want to use that, they want to marry shame people.
I
So
see what
wait
you're
a minute,
saying.
how does that? I'm confused. I need you to break
Yeah.
that down for me
Okay,
In
because
other
because
words,
I
I'm gonna
what
break
he's
it
saying
down.
is, your value as a man lies based on whether or not you even have a woman in your life, right?
Right,
okay,
right.
but even still, why do you wait until you get with a woman to build yourself? Like
Right,
that's what I'm talking about. You need
That's
to be
not what he
working
right,
on
said, but
building yourself
okay.
before you even get to that.
absolutely.
Right, right. I agree with that,
And
but
I'm saying
I'm just saying,
there are there are
I'm just
some
saying,
men out there that don't do that though. Like they just floating through life, enjoying life. And then well finally, oh, I see this woman, I like this woman, let me get with this woman. And then you get with her and realize like you're gonna need things. Like you can't just be floating. You need a plan. You have to be a man and man up, and now you're scared. Like
Right. You're
but
intimidated. Yep.
yeah,
you there you go. And that's where the control comes in. That's
Yep.
where it comes in at that point because
you
now your
also have
insecurities are showing.
right, this is the reason I have a problem with older Black men because they do this bullshit. I'm sorry, I gotta say it because they
Not
come to
all.
you trying to shame you. Oh, you're this age. You're not a man until you get this. And like, you got that you got this Negro who's in that chat room, and we see him right. Get you a botch. Get you a botch. That's the type. That's the archetype of niggas I don't like. They're in the way. And then they shame younger men to get with any woman, and then doesn't matter what the woman is,
Mm-hmm.
it's that woman might not be best for you,
Right.
and then he's unhappy in that relationship because he got shamed by these older Negroes who's so carnal minded, you know, and who's very carnal minded, and that's another problem. That carnal mind has got to stop. Not everybody is meant to get married. Not everybody is meant to have kids.
Okay, that's fair.
And,
I could have
it
told you
doesn't.
that. Yeah.
That's
That's
fair.
why I have a problem. That's why I have a problem with these Black pastors. That's why I got. That's why pastors and pimps are one and the same. They
I think
always
that
want to install, huh?
I think that the reason why, again, I'm assuming because I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but I know that when you are with a woman and you have intentions to get married, that keeps you away from a lot of different things that the Bible and a lot of the scriptures say in regards to sin, in regards to just sleeping around. If you have a woman, you can engage in these things versus just sleeping with anybody. So that might be the perspective they're coming from. I'm not sure, but
I
it
understand.
seems like it.
I understand what you're saying, but let me say this. I understand that one of the benefits of being married is so you have to go out there and seek sexual gratification from other people of the opposite sex. But let's be
Right.
honest here. You got a lot of married couples out here that still want to go out here and fuck around with the opposite sex. Men having side pieces, women having side dudes, having work husbands and work wives. So marriage is
Yeah,
not the end all be all to ensure that we don't grow up being loose with our sexuality for the rest of our lives. Just saying.
agreed. You know, you're right. You're right. I agree. I agree with that. That's supposed to be the cornerstone, though. When you make that vow and you say in front of God and witnesses that this is what you're going to do, that's what you're expected to do. But some men and some women do unfortunately go outside their marriages. That's not saying that it stops everybody, but it gives you the foundation to say, hey, listen, we made this vow. This is what we're going to do, and we're going to be with each other. So, you know, it cuts down. Unfortunately, and the sister earlier, Candy, was in regards to her topic today. I was listening, and they were saying in
Hmm.
regards to the younger ladies and younger men having, you know, less sex and things like that. But unfortunately, the STD rate is up. The
Right.
STD rate is up in regards to and pregnancy, unfortunately, because again, these younger children are engaging in sexual activity, and it's being pushed on them. They're being groomed through the music and through the movies that this stuff is okay. So unfortunately, right now in Atlanta and certain parts of the world in the United States, the STD rates are significantly up, and it's like, well, why is this going on? And it's like, yo, this is what they're being told to do. So like, you know, the young ladies being sexual and the young men saying, hey, I got money, and this is being, you know, what's going on, unfortunately, with our young people. So this is being pushed on them, in my opinion.
And I try to tell I try to tell.
Yes, sir.
I was talking with the master teacher of the manosphere, right? Some of y'all know who I'm talking about. So I try to tell that fool that it's economics is
Keep
the
going.
problem. You're blaming women when the problem is economics and education. The quality of male education is the education between men has fallen. Women's education has climbed. You can't, there was a policy behind that. Instead of worrying about that, he want to talk about, well, it was the Monahan report. Well, whatever happened on that Monahan report ended in 1995 when Bill Clinton signed that Welfare Reform Act. So I don't want to hear the Monahan report argument. The Monahan report was 1964. So I wish people would stop trying to use that Monahan report argument when Monahan was talking about black people in the slums. He was not talking about black people in small towns and black people in the Midwest or black people in the South. He was talking about black people in the north, in the northeast, in the slums.
What was
And,
the report in reference to?
to the black family. But when you listen to Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and he was specifically talking about black people who lived in the slums of
What
New
about them?
York and Boston and Philly, huh?
What about them? What about the families?
Well, blaming, blaming the saying that the black family is being destroyed. That's really what destroyed black men. No, a lot of things destroyed the black man. It wasn't the lack of, and it wasn't the welfare programs. It wasn't. It was other policies,
Well, that was part of
education
it.
policies, economic job policies that
That was
actually.
part of it as well. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of different things that they've been throwing at us, and they've been doing it, and they're still doing it.
But
Unfortunately,
but to sit there and say the Monahan, but sit there and say, well, black women refusing, saying it was black single mothers is what destroyed black men. No,
I
there have
disagree.
been
Right, right.
single motherhood, black single motherhood been around for eons.
Well, they
It
unfortunately
just it's,
Eons of destruction. Yeah.
that was pushed. That was pushed on us too. That wasn't just something that was deliberately done. That wasn't like it just was like that. This was strategically put in place for black women, single moms and fathers not being around their children. They've been breaking up the black family forever. That's not nothing new. You know what I'm saying? This is just like 50s and 60s.
like everybody want to blame feminism, and everybody want to blame what's the other the other term that they keep drawing about, no fault divorce. First of all, black people in the South couldn't get divorced because they were not going to accept no black lawyer at a white man's courthouse to have the divorce. So you all hear this argument. Well, back in the good days, man, back in the 50s, 60s, they stayed together. No, they did not. Grandma and grandpa did not stay together. Lying ain't that.
Well, I
They
mean,
they was they was he that man was on the other side of the county, have a separate family.
well, not everybody, fam.
I know it's not everybody, but I'm just saying
Yeah,
the
so don't do that.
argument,
Don't,
the
yeah.
argument is skewed.
Yes,
It's a skewed argument,
and it's
and it
lumping
doesn't really
everybody
fit.
together. We're not all
Right.
lumped together. It wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? Don't. That's why I said when people speak about stuff like that, you gotta be specific, because everybody was not like that. That's why when they group all women together, it's a certain way, and then all group all men together and say, oh, they're all like that. That's not fair.
And the thing is, the people who are talking this foolishness, they don't live near, like, it's like their grandparents was never there. Like it's like they either passed away or they're never in the same vicinity with their grandparents, because they wouldn't be saying all that.
Agree. My grandparents was together for, I mean, I'm 42 now, so again, when they passed away, over 45 years. So I've seen families who stuck together. So when I hear that, oh man, this man is doing this or this woman was doing that, it bothers me because I've seen it firsthand that it's not always the case. So I can't speak on other people's situations and scenarios because of that, but don't put everybody and clump them together and say everybody works like this or does this. It's not true.
All right. Well, let me get on going. I said what I need to say. I would continue on, but yeah. Anyway.
Thank you for coming, Big J. I appreciate you.
Thank you, brother, man. Enjoy your weekend, man. Enjoy your weekend, man. Be safe, man. Peace.
All right, then. I appreciate it. All right, then. I'm out.
So is anybody, you guys, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I did want to keep the stream under 6 hours.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We only have 5 hours so far. Good job, my girl.
Yes, I enjoyed you all coming up. It's always a good talk when I can get a good group of people.
Always a pleasure.
Appreciate you all. You want to give final words? Anybody want to give final words?
I just want to say, just everybody, just try to be positive and try to be optimistic. We're still in the situation that we've been put in. Don't be a victim. Don't have a victimized personality. Don't try to always tear yourself down in us, because we're going through enough. We got enough people and enough situations against us already. So try to be uplifting. Try to be positive, and let's do this together, man. We need each other.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I just like to echo that and just say positivity, keep heads up. Everybody enjoy your night, and thank you for having me as always.
You're welcome, and I thank you again for coming through. I think, is this the first time that we've talked?
No, we talked before.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I remember the name, but I don't know if it was on my panel or somebody else's. Okay. Appreciate you though. I'm glad you came back.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I see Boss Lady coming in. Thank you for coming in, Boss Lady T. I'm actually about to end it. We're wrapping up. But thank you so much for dropping through. I do appreciate you. All the people who came through on Twitch. And Court, I appreciate the redirects. I love that. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Hustler, did you want to have final words?
Yeah, great show as always. And I appreciate how you managed to keep your cool through all this stuff. I know panels can be very, very stressful. But I want to say, hey, in the words of Tupac Shakur, keep your head up.
Appreciate it.
And by the way, Candy, I know you don't talk about relationships in all your panels, because you made that clear last time we spoke or whatever. And I noticed when you be on your own show, they start talking about relationships, and you become like, how long is this shit gonna go on?
You know, I don't. I'm not a. And here he come. When I say I'm wrapping it up, of course you bring your behind up here. But yeah, I'm not listen. I don't like doing the relationship talks. I kind of get pulled into it a lot because that seems to be what people want to talk about the most. And I'm like, a lot of the problems that I think people have in relationships, I can't relate to. So I'm like, I mean, some things, yes, but a lot of things, no. I just don't find it that difficult. I don't know.
You might be
It's
able
like,
to learn something from it. I don't know. You could probably learn something from it.
but see, what I'm saying is the things that we talk about, like to me, it's common sense. So it's not anything that I could learn from. I feel like I'm going to end up teaching. It's weird. And I don't
And
mean to
that's a
sound arrogant. I really don't mean to
Hold
sound
up, now
arrogant.
be humble. Now I came
that's
up with be humble now.
Listen, I'm just saying, like, I think people make relationships harder than they should be. Are they difficult? Yes. Will you have struggles? Yes. But like some of the things that people focus on, like I'm not gonna focus on if I know I don't want to date a man with kids, I'm not worried about men with kids and kid problems. Like that's how I view the world. Like if I know I don't want to date a whatever kind of person, I'm not focused on that group and what they got going on. I don't care. So I hope that makes sense what
okay.
I'm trying to say. No, no, listen, I'm not trying to, I don't want y'all to take that the wrong way. I want y'all to take that wrong way. And what I'm saying is, I have tunnel vision. I keep telling people that I have tunnel vision. I only see what I want to see. So if it's outside of the tunnel, I don't give a damn about.
You see what you want to see. Well, I'll learn to turn my tunnel vision off and become more widescreen so I can see everything and gain
I
different
only,
perspectives.
I only see the things that are going to impact me. My focus is on who's focused on me. My love of people is for the people who love me. Them people outside of the realm of fucking with me, I don't care about them. I don't like that's what I'm trying to say. It's not that I shut it off because I'm um narrow minded. I shut it off because I see what they're saying and those it's one of those if it don't apply, let it fly situations for me. None of that applies to me. When they be bashing women for being this, for being that, for being this, I turn my ears off. You know why? Because you ain't talking about me nor to me. I don't give a damn. These bad black women do this. These bad black women do that. You don't know me. So that's why I don't get offended when people go on these rants. I'm going to walk away. Like JP started doing that yesterday when I was on DJ's panel, and I just left the panel. I'm not going to sit and listen to you bash women while, as I, a woman, sits here. That looks foolish.
Don't
I'm going to
get
go
me
ahead and move
started.
around.
Yeah, don't get me started with him. He done said so much shit that man, all of us in Pound could write a whole book about that guy. He'll probably sell millions. Oh man. But yeah, don't let that guy bother you.
Oh, he doesn't. I'm about to put some more content about his butt up tomorrow, too. Wait till I edit that
And I
video.
and I look forward to seeing it. Is it gonna be a live or just a premiere?
Just the premiere. It's a live that has already been done that he told me didn't happen, so I have to prove him wrong. I sure do.
So you and JP
Fair
at
enough.
it? I done missed. I ain't gonna lie, sister. I've been tired. I was supposed to go live earlier, fell asleep. I ain't been out of it. So I've been in and out the live. That's what the live was about. You was recapping you and JP.
No, no, no. The
Sort
live
of.
wasn't about that at all. It was that was the end part, like it got to that part. But the live was initially about like the double standard between how people look at the sexuality between younger children. Like, so it was a conversation that was had around 12-year-olds having sex, and they really was like coming down that because these girls are hoes and they be sucking dick at school and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, y'all do all of that talk about the girls, but there had to be a dick there for her to suck it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the boys were
Like
no different.
that's my whole point. Like they overlook the sexual deviancy or whatever you want to call it in the young boys to demonize or vilify the girls when it takes two people to do this. And so that was basically the whole conversation in a nutshell. I showed a
Yeah.
few videos of like JP and some of the things he said. That's why he came up a few times. Number one, he told me yesterday that basically none of the women allow him on their platforms without kicking him. And I told him he was a liar because you've been on mine and I didn't kick you. And Scholar, you were even up here talking to him. It was him and CT. I just premiered that video earlier today. And oh, I don't know if you're in that one. And you may be in the second one, I think now. but it'll come tomorrow. Either way, you'll see yourself. You, JP, CT was on the panel, and a couple of other people were up there, and we were all having a conversation. He didn't get kicked. He didn't get dropped. He got a little rowdy, and I told him, I said, listen, I'm going to show you respect, but I'm going to ask that you give me the same thing in return. I'll let you get all your shit off. I don't care what you say. As long as you're not being disrespectful to me, go ahead and get it off. Because I know, like, I'm not taking this to heart.
She
My
ain't
only
lying.
thing is, my only thing is just show me some respect and I'll show it back to you. My biggest issue is like over talking and not letting me get my thoughts out. Like that to me is like, "Urgh." But other than that, I'm good. So now what you got to say, Scholar? I see you brought your face up here. You ready for these fists?
No, I came up here to just say, JP's an amazing man. I got three pictures in my living room: Barack Obama,
I like it.
Malcolm
Really?
X, and JP. You know what I mean? It's a shrine. I got like a whole shrine. I listen. I seen some women reacting to his content, and they was like, like clowning him basically. But one of them said while they were clowning him, they was like, he think because he charming that he can do. I was like, er? Hey, all I gotta
And
say,
that one right there just told on herself that she be the one. He only needs one out of the group. She'd be the one sitting up there saying no with her panties all wet. Okay.
JP is that zombie bite that people get in the movies and hide, and they don't want nobody
It's
to know. But now,
funny.
I was something that y'all spoke on. Y'all spoke on. I was going to just add my little 2 cents in. Y'all were
Okay.
talking about marriage, and I don't know how it is in these spaces because every conversation is always amplified by 10 and 20. And a lot of people that be taking these hard stands really don't be living it. They just bored, I guess. Say bored. Idle mind is a devil's playground. I think a lot of these people be bored. But I wanted to say this,
Hmm.
in the same way that they look at women like something must be wrong with you when you get a certain age for not getting married. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do be looking at men when they get like 50, 60, and they ain't never settled down because I look at it like, you know, you gonna be practicing in actions anyway. Like you're gonna be in relationships. So like why you ain't committed to nobody? You know what I mean? Like
Do you
you do, huh?
you think everybody wants to get married though? Because I don't. I don't believe that every single person wants to get married.
I think there's more people that want to get married than not.
I do agree with that. I agree with you there.
And when I
I agree
look
with
at
you.
an older person, I'm like, come on, bro. Like an older black. I'll give you an example. Umar. Umar's a prime example of this. He understands the war on black people. He understands the war on black marriage. He talk about eligible bachelors and bachelorettes and stuff like that. And Umar is like 50. He got to be like 55. Why ain't you married yet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you should have wifed up these black queens that you talking about. Like, I think that they know that it's a ratio of more women to men, and then in the black community, especially, you know what I mean, eligible bachelors, because the people that's in prison that are gay, or like you know what I mean, or that are even of age, because they
Hmm.
they include people that's 17 and 16 in the census of black people. You know what I mean, black men. So it's a small group, and they know that, so they just want to sleep with black women. That's how I look at it.
You might be right. I mean, I think Umar has a level like as much as people give him credit for what he supposedly is trying to do for the black community, he is still also mentally ill to some extent. Like I don't know if you've been peeping some of the stuff that has come out about like his living situation and this, that, and the other. I
Oh,
think
before
Umar,
you, the blinking let me know the repeating itself, the blinking.
yeah, there's and then not to mention right now it's been rumored that he's about to have a baby with Sukiana, like conscious, I don't even know what to call that. Conscious trap baby? Is that what it would be? A conscious trap baby?
I knew something was wrong with that dude when he said he was dating that conscious stripper.
Yeah. So there's
But
that.
but but, but Candy, he's what you call it. He's what I said. Like he's enticed by the vagina to a degree. He knows the numbers. He knows that. That's why he always act like he high value because he knows what he's up against, and that's why
And for a lot of people, his celebrity is the clout. Like I mean, he done had how many women? At least two different women in the last year that have come and outed him that were in relationships. They were assistants slash bang buddies.
Assistant what?
Assistants slash bang buddies.
Bang buddies. Okay. What
That's
the?
what I said. Yeah.
Just say friends with benefits. In other words, right?
I mean, that too.
Fuck buddies. I've had those. So hey.
But the thing is, you don't expect somebody like Umar who's preaching black family, black family, black family, black love, black love. You don't live the life that you talk about, the life that you preach. You out here doing this. That's why so many people get scrutiny because they try and put themselves above with their talking points. That's kind of like with some of what Sharon's going through right now. You set yourself apart intentionally because you want to be looked at as different. So when you do something that is looked at as what everybody else is doing, even though nobody else would blink an eye if somebody else made some of these mistakes, but because you did, we're holding you under a microscope because of the positioning you've put yourself in. And I think that's the same thing with Umar because he has hyped himself up as this black scholar, black leader, blah, 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 blah. And then people are looking at him like, where is your black woman? You got kids. He has baby mamas out here. Hey, Panda, welcome in. Appreciate you coming. I'm actually about to end the show. Scholar think he's slick. He came up here to drop
He
his
want
two
to end it
cents off.
when a black man enter.
He came to drop his 2 cents off and get this two piece on him on the way out the door.
She got a 2 black men minimum, and I done swayed the equation, so now she want to end it.
Oh, it's already in it. You already know.
And I'm the best looking of them. Oh yes.
Ooh, you want to take that? You want to take that, Scholar?
I'm just saying.
Nah, I gotta take that. That's a black man sister. We got real code over here with black men, unlike the fake sisterhood
Look
system.
at this. Look at this. Y'all not gonna do this. You're not gonna do
Hey,
this. Listen.
neither side is perfect in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all think Candy is in the sisterhood? Y'all listening? Y'all listen to my voice? Candy really she red pill. She a plant.
You say it ain't so,
What?
Candy. Say it ain't so.
Yeah,
Get out
Candy
of
a plant.
here.
Yeah, she a plant. She be reporting. She's the leader of our meetings. Y'all would have never known it.
You better shut up.
I
That is
went to one
not
of the red
true.
pill meetings and somebody pulled up in a hoodie. They took that hoodie off. I'm like, Candy?
This fool, don't listen to him.
For deliver her sweet candiness in a
Don't
candy
don't listen
factory.
to him.
What's
But
that song
no,
by
no.
50 Cent? I'm in the candy shop. That song.
But no, all seriousness, Candy, I know you say you're not looking for marriage, but later down the line, if you found somebody that you like what Jada called it, life partner, and you found one and he wanted to, I don't think you would be opposed to it if y'all are already in a relationship.
Mm,
It could
I
happen
don't know
for
about
you.
that. I don't know about that one, Scholar. We'll have to see.
I mean, you're one of the good
Mm,
ones, in my opinion. I can spot the good ones. I've had enough of the bad ones to be able to spot the good ones.
listen, I keep telling y'all got to stop putting that label good on people. You make expectations for them that they may not even be able to live up to. I say I'm human. I don't say that I'm good. I don't claim to be a good woman. I don't. I'm a human woman. I'm a person.
Well,
So
when I say good, I mean good for you. That's always that's all that matters. Is the person good for you? Was somebody willing to put up with? Other people not. You know what I mean? That's what life is. So if you meet somebody, because I see it all the time in like travel groups, because I'm part of travel groups on Facebook, and I be seeing like a lot of older people that's traveling. Like I'm talking about like 60s and stuff, and they be getting married. And I'm pretty sure once they reach that age, if they divorced already, they really done lost faith in marriage or whatever the case may be. But if you meet somebody and everything flowing and the flow is going, then why wouldn't you do it? You know what I mean?
we'll see. I haven't gotten to that point yet. I'm at the point
Nah, I don't
like
like that hesitation, sister. I don't like that hesitation. What
no,
Umar say?
listen,
We must stay focused, brothers and sisters. We must stay focused.
listen. I think y'all done lost one. Y'all might as well call that sheep gone from the herd, baby. Uh,
Nah, sister. I think secretly, I think you save yourself for a white man.
what the hell? What
Yeah,
makes you say that?
because I know,
Yep.
I know, I can hear it in your tone. I hear the swirls in your tone, sister. That's what's
The
telling me jungle fever.
swirls in my tone. And just for that, I'm gonna go get me one just so I can come back and wave him in your face. How about that?
You know what? I wouldn't even be mad at you getting you a white man.
Look what you done did.
I wouldn't be mad at it. I know what's out there. Honestly, I prefer it, and I ain't gonna lie to me. Like it kind of do bug me. Not in the sense like I want that person for myself, but I know what the numbers suggest. But
Hmm.
it is what it is as far as the reality. I know that um, people like Umar play games. They know the statistics. They're not gonna marry. They think you good enough to stick they peen in. But as far as putting a ring on you, no. They'll talk about how dangerous it is and how kids function better from a 2-parent household. But there's benefits in marriage on both sides for the kids, right, and for the spouses. Their income goes
Hmm.
up. So it's like they know what's against us. They know the benefits of it, but they still playing the peen and vagina game. So I get what's out there. So I wouldn't even be mad at it, to be honest with you.
Boy, they gonna chew you up for that one.
I don't care. I don't care what
He's just
it's
you.
it's the
How
reality.
dare you? How dare? Well, luckily you are in the candy sphere and not in the manosphere. Because if you said that in the black manosphere and encouraged a black woman to go get her a white man, they would chew you a new asshole.
But they be up there preaching marriage and they not married themselves. So I don't give a damn what nobody that's not doing
Yeah.
preaching is
That's
telling me.
true.
So I mean, could they just be talking? Like you know what you'll never find a shortage of on the internet? Experts.
What? Huh?
Experts who ain't walking it like they talking. They be up there.
Exactly.
Kenny. I got some friends that I know personally on the internet, and when they be talking, I be like, they lying like what? They definitely over. You know what I mean? It remind me of my cousin. I remember my cousin used to do this. We used to go to the gym every day at a certain time, and it was this white dude that used to be killing it on cardio. She would always go up and take a picture of his treadmill and post it online, but nobody would knew she was lying because she genetically had like a fit body. They to them it looked like she
Mm,
grinding like people. I mean, people will fake it till they make it in a sense. So yeah, I ain't. You know.
that's crazy. I never even thought about doing that at the gym. Are you? Damn. But see, if your body don't match the level of work you say you putting in, they're gonna figure you out. So she had genetics working on her side.
Hmm. I don't know. Lizzo got away with it for a long time.
That just hit me. What the hell?
Cause
Lizzo was losing weight.
no, she is now. She is now. But it was a long time where she was like really appeared to be like she was hard working. Like working out, posting the videos, but she wasn't dropping no weight. And I remember like having this conversation with my wife. She was like, "I think Lizzo just one of them people that don't." I'm like, "Man, nah, man. Lizzo's diet is messed up. It got to be. If she working that hard, not losing weight, it got to be diet. There's no way that she
Yeah,
working.
you're
You
right
ain't
about
seeing
that.
no results."
It's a two-part system, and most of it is diet. Working out is part of it too. I'll be honest with you. If you don't work out, you will gain, but not to maintain the frame that she had. It had to be food. Had
Mhm.
to.
But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at the Candy. You popped it now. Just don't bring him on the panel. Because you bring him on the panel, I'm gonna have some questions.
Let me tell you, I wouldn't bring him nowhere. I'm not one of them people that believes in my man, my man, my man. I got to show him off. I don't think the internet and all of the years that I've been on it has ever seen anybody I was ever dealing with, and you probably never will.
That'd be a part of my problem too with the interracial stuff. Like people try to show it off, and then the girls get in the comments. You know what I mean on that grease stuff. What was it like? What was it like? Did she put up a fight? You know what I mean? Like what was it like? Girl? Like it just like grow up. Like grow up. Like go date whoever you want to, but like they'll put it in your face. I don't like
But
that.
see, this the thing though. Like I've dated white guys before. Like it's not anything. Men are men. That's the part I think a lot of women don't realize. Men are men. That's why I say I don't prop any group over the other. They get out here on the divestment tip. These white men are going to do this. They're going to do that. I'm like, have you ever interacted with any of them? Like I work around them. I've lived around them. Um, yeah, some were friends of mine. I just don't understand the mentality that comes with thinking these people are perfect. No group of people is perfect. Not the Mexicans,
Hold up,
not
the
the
black man
black,
perfect. Not a black man
not
perfect,
the
sister.
black.
Don't do that. Don't be that girl, sister. The black man perfect.
Yeah, okay.
We're all humans, so we're all imperfect, right?
No, God made the black man perfect.
It was the white man that polluted us.
I'm
And I,
done.
and I stand by that. Stand by that, sister. Stand by that.
So yeah, I don't subscribe to the pedestalizing other race bullshit.
You you, you,
Like I said,
you ever you ever notice the obsession to Candy with the single people? Their obsession is relationships, but they're not in one. And then they go as far and as extreme to talk about what a 12-year-old is doing with their body part. Like that to me is weird. That's You're obsessed with the one thing that you're participating in and not getting the result that you claim is the end all be all, the grand fix. You're not participating in it.
well, kind of wouldn't I fall under that category outside of the obsession for a relationship? Because I'm
Well,
talking
no,
about what 12-year-olds are doing with their body parts.
but yours is a reaction to their reaction.
True.
There's a counterbalance. It wasn't like it was just a natural flowing topic and you went into that. It's like they have you can always tell by talking to somebody what they believe in, right? And that type of person you could always tell when they start talking about these women are whores and stuff like that. When you left the panel, that you definitely left in time, Candy, because a
I,
YN put up on my panel and he was
mm,
like going out. First he put up like Malcolm X. He pulled up and
mhm.
said, we need to stop looking at materialistic stuff, superficial stuff. I was like, brother, you done grew. Cause I ain't talked to him a long time. You done grew. Shout out to you for growing. It wasn't, that girl said 2 or 3 more words and he went off. Started talking about women as whores. Look at the women in Houston and how they sleeping with everybody, blah, 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 blah. All this
That
stuff.
T
And I,
person, your T buddy, I'm gonna call him trains. I'm gonna use trains instead of the
hold on,
word I
sister.
really
What if
want
I
to
was
use.
screaming this to my child? Don't do that. Don't do that, sister. Don't do
Oh,
that. Because then what if he looking for smoke with you from now on? Then y'all can't share the panel. Don't do that. Don't do that.
oh, I won't say no. He's a done deal. He's a wrap for me.
Don't be like,
He's a done
don't do
deal.
that. No,
He's a done
nah,
deal.
Ken, you got to be fair. When I pulled up over here, I was attacked by you know who, and I pulled right
Hmm.
on back up several times. Don't be fair, Candy.
I will still come to your space. What I'm telling you is I'm not gonna hit the panel and interact with him. He came to fight. I knew that when he was talking to me. I'm very perceptive on like conversation and how what motives are. I
Yeah, I
can't
don't
even
know. I ain't
explain what
gonna
I'm
lie
trying
to
to
you.
say.
He normally don't be like that. That was crazy. I don't know what that was about. I don't
I
know.
felt it when he came up. This man wants to fight with me. You want my energy right now in a very negative way. And fuck you, you're not getting it.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. He normally don't be like that. He'll disagree, but he won't do it in terms of like, yeah, he did have a little. I don't know what that was about.
It was too peaceful. We were disturbing his spirit with the level of peace and conversation we had between the two people. He had to, it was like we triggered his demons, baby, and he had to cut let it loose on us. And you hush, liberated. Yes, I threatened to pop you in the eye. You deserved it.
Damn, what he ever do to you?
Liberated knows what he did. You know what you did. It's up and it's stuck.
Ooh.
I don't know, Kenny. I'm gonna say that was a little alarming. Well, I ain't gonna say alarming. Some people had bad days. That might have been what it was. But he did have a little aggression. But sister, you gotta be fair now. Like I said, I done been attacked by several people on your panel. And you already know I ain't listen. I definitely I'm like you to the opposite degree. Like I'll troll and I might even go back and forth. But if it's like super duper toxic, get off. Let me get off this computer real quick.
Exactly. Because listen, I was having a good night. We were having a decent conversation. It was flowing. And then here you come throwing your unnecessary boot on my neck. And I was just like, I'm not having that. And then I'm trying to like even did you see how he interrupted? Like we're just having I'm talking. I didn't even get to finish my question. And then he jumps in. I'm just like, bruh, can I finish my statement? Oh, it was just it I knew from that moment this is going downhill fast. And like you say, I don't know this man. I don't know anything about him other than like first impressions are everything. And I'm not a hard person to get along with. I'm not abrasive for no reason. I told y'all I don't start no shit, but I'll
Well,
finish.
JP would disagree, sister.
JP disagreed because he didn't know who he was talking to.
No,
But I'm
JP
about to
told me
show
you
him. I'm
bullied me.
about to
He
show
told
him.
me you
I'm
bullied
gonna
me.
show him. Listen.
Yo, Kenny, what you be doing? I be so surprised when I be seeing people beefing with you. Like the one you posted last time, the one that was cammed up and he was talking mad stuff and you just laughed and like posted him. I'm like, what? Like, huh?
I don't be doing anything. I'm
Nah,
telling you,
you be
these folks.
triggering people. Nah, I see what it is now. You be triggering people.
I, I
You,
think that my light triggers people's darkness. I ain't. That's all I can tell you, bro.
that might be true,
That's
but I think also you might be a little bit more advanced, mentally, and you know how to find a person trigger, and you might do it as you
I don't
leave.
do it on purpose. I absolutely can find your triggers very quickly, but I don't do that. Yes, that is a special superpower, but I don't use it for evil. I promise I don't.
Oh, nah,
Stop
sister,
the cap.
nah,
No, I'm just playing with you.
because you already know my trigger is the man. You know what I mean? Me and the man have been at war since my existence, sister. You over here talking about, you finna pull up with the white man. So, sister, you definitely be using the triggers for evil.
I don't. I have never used it for evil. I've only used it for good. I told you I'm a light worker. I don't do the shadow. I mean, I've worked on it, but I don't operate in some of the depths of darkness that some of these people will go. Fuck no. I value I value the weightlessness of not being that evil. Mm-mm. Yeah. So, with that being said, we are quickly coming up on 6 hours, and I want to be able to process this and get my clips from it. Do you have any final words besides Al? Huh.
My my final words is live your life. Stop worrying about what other people do with their pee and their vagina and who they slept with in the fifth grade. You know, don't mess around and be no hospice husband when you get married. You know what I mean? Up in age when your blood pressure getting the best of you, your blood sugar getting the best of you. If you understand that there's a war against black people and black marriage, you know what I mean. Don't be be the solution, especially if you're preaching that. That's my ending words.
Agreed. And I know Hustler. I don't know why I always want to say that wrong. I know you gave final words. Did you want to give them again since we are kind of
Yes,
ending for a
the
second time?
name's
Okay.
Hustler and Muscular, okay?
I
But you can
know, I
call
know what
me,
it is, but I
but you
always
can
mess it
call
up.
me, yeah, just call me H&M, dropping gems, stomping harder than a pair of Tims.
I told you you need to be a jingle writer. That you missing your calling. But all right. Thank you for
Yeah, but
coming to the panel
good
as
shit.
well. I appreciate having you here.
Yes, as always, it's a pleasure. And if we co-host a show together in the foreseeable future, I promise it won't be much of a relationship thing. It'll be, I don't know, something that's going on in the world. I don't do politics, so I don't talk about that. But if you got something we can talk about, I'm open to hearing it. Okay.
All right. I will definitely keep that in mind.
Okay, we'll do, my girl. We'll do. And shout out to your girl, Tiff Starborn.
Yeah, I'm sure she's probably putting the baby down to sleep herself. I just want to say to everybody, I'm sorry, go
Take
ahead.
care. Now I'm just saying,
Good
take
night.
care. Have a good night and deuce.
Good night. I just want to say to everybody out there, I know I talked about the whole tunnel vision and focusing on what you want. I'm somebody who believes in manifestation. I know it's an overused word on the internet, but I can promise you, when I focus on the things that I want, that's the only way I can make them happen. Like I believe we all have a bit of like magic in us to some extent, to the point where you're able to set your mind to something, focus on it, and achieve it. And as long as your focal point is on the things that you don't want, you will attract those things to you more. That's my firm and honest belief. Any goal I ever set, I envisioned that goal before I was able to complete it. I even like I don't even want to go too deep in that. That might have to be a whole nother stream, manifestation and like just the natural magic that you have. But I don't I can't explain it to you. But this is why I keep saying stop focusing on what you don't want and focus on what you do want. Change that half empty to half full. And I promise you, you will see a lot of things change in your life. But it starts with your attitude, it starts with your mentality, and it starts with your belief in self. Everything starts from within you. Nothing can be external. My validation doesn't come from other people. My validation, like I only cam up on other people's panels because they requested. I could sit here cammed up all night if I just wanted people to, oh, you so pretty, you so this, you. I don't care. I don't care. My validation comes from me. I was whole when I walked in here. I'm gonna be whole when I leave. Am I gonna have my good days? Yes. Am I gonna have my bad days? Yes. I'm human. But at the end of it all, the same person I walked in as is the same person I'm leaving as. Can't nobody take nothing from me. So with that being said, I hope you all have a great rest of your night. I'm going over to DJ stream. He's streaming now. I do not have enough subs to do like a redirect or anything. You need 1,000 subs for that. We're on our way. I can't wait till I get my first opportunity to redirect. I'm gonna be redirected to everybody. You hear me? Everybody getting stuff. Anywho, y'all have a good night. Thank you so much for coming through. And that's it. Love y'all. Bye.